that may be here. Oh no, wait. D1 does go out. Mel's execute is still down. She's bleeding out quite quickly, and Ida are using this as an opportunity to get back at the close for their lost players, right? And execute might just get rezzed here. She is going to get that reset, but for how long? 20 seconds, less than that, until that zone moves in, and they got a while to get to zone.
Yeah, she's only going to keep climbing up as Mel's trying to get themselves picked up, but they still have a long way to go. You can see Ida still holding it nice and steady, but neither team has been secured within the zone. The utilities now start to rain on down. It is going to be grenades, but that is of course also Kawhi, I believe, on the opposite side, just reaching in, applying that pressure. It could even be Tiger, but this is now Dino's opportunity to try and sneak up that final bit of a clutch here. So Blue Zone does start nipping at their heels, and this is Mel's Nova in a world of trouble. TPS not in a good position either, as we see Cupquake, Samina, and SH also still trying to figure out how they're going to try and play through this one. Samina, though, has at least made it up into its own. We can't say the same here for Cupquake, and things are only going downhill. No. It is going to be Goat looking to lock it down. A quick response coming through here. The Wildcats now also just trying to do anything they can find. It's going to be Fenerbahce pushing in from the side. It's OOC Dreamcore that will be the next team back in the lobby. S2G also finding themselves in quite a bit of a contentious spot up on towards the north as TPS make it out of here. And here we go. The Wildcats trying to find that dent into the side of Fenerbahce.
Aren't they just indeed? And it's well worth their time. Look at that zone, right? I mean, the Wildcats have one of the only positions currently inside zone, as do Go. And so now they have this opportunity to use the last bit of this compound to do the damage they need to do to actually get inside. S2G do fall down here, and it's actually Ida as a solo who tops the leaderboard with points in the match, right? 6 eliminations going their way. Fenerbahce, I will say, have a survivability like no other in this game. We've seen them go up against several teams and then quickly dip out, and now they have a position that's not in zone, unfortunately, but they have that ridge, and they've managed to survive as a duo into the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, somehow the HP bars drop, and then they come back up, and then they drop, and they come back up, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of that yo-yo effect comes through here, but I guess it works for Fenerbahce, right? They've made it up into stage number 6, as we are about to see that Blue Zone now start to close on through. It's going to be the Wildcats, so focusing quite heavily over onto the side of Goat, and this could be that play for Fenerbahce to sneak it up, but you got to watch out, because Red Tiam also now find themselves just over onto that slightly more western position. AOR silently, Matesha is not going to make it securely up into this next phase. Zeus also trying their best now to push on forward. Ido fall next, and now it is going to be pressure. Zeus gets swept away. Lido making their play, trying to push up. Still got a bit of a way to go, but Red Tiam could look to capitalize as they find the angles, find the opportunity, just poking and prodding all over the place. But look at this, Goat still going to be trying to play some kind of an aggressive position all the way from the edge of zone.
And the zone has gone haywire. It's gone straight over to that left-hand side. I mean, okay, for a majority of teams, this is good, right? The zone is close to them. For Goat, this is worst-case scenario. They've got 3 other teams that they need to fight against. Both of these teams, Lighter and the Wildcats, are looking directly at them. They know they're back there. TM have a little bit more on their hands to deal with. They're not really looking that far ahead, but it's going to be a difficult position that Go are in right now. Kawhi does go down, so that's just going to leave one there for TM. It's going to be Taiga on board there. Oh, just hidden behind a rock, and their Tootsies were out, but not for long. Moiku not able to get that shot. Maybe this time. Surely you see that. Oh, she saw it, but just in time. Again, Taiga having that sixth sense when it comes to that positioning, but we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, we have 2 teams with full squads on the board right now, and Go not one of those. I think this is where they end. They kind of know it. Lunasix is going to try and heal on up here, but it's really just a med off, hoping that somebody goes out before they do. Yagi goes down to that zone. Meanwhile, Lighter have to move on in, and there goes Go.
Well, yeah, there goes Goat indeed, but now it's going to be pushed.
Hello?
See Lighter trumping at the opportunity. The Wildcats now trying to get their way back in. They are down to 1. You can see Elena and the rest of Lida still moving forward. We have also lost the side there of Retiam. Tiger got taken on through. But now, Lida, they can definitely look to crack this one out. Already 12 eliminations up, and there's essentially nobody standing between them and that winner chicken dinner as they walk away with double digits under their belt. And they have decided today is the day. They've now locked in and they've just let it loose. I mean, what a way to kick off the first match for the day. A chicken dinner in the bag. And of course, Lida, the team that started the day off in second place, they are probably still going to be in second place after this match, right? Let's not get our hopes up. But the gap, I believe, has closed quite a considerable amount.
Yes. Absolutely, and they did it in such style. I mean, they went up against a full team there with a full push out into the open with the vehicle, and somehow got Wildcats from a full squad to a solo in about 2 seconds. Is kind of crazy. Wildcats were not expecting that kind of ferocity, and neither were we really, and they got the win that way. Lighter getting the first win of the evening in style, as we said, with double digits, as you said. So I'm very excited to see where that puts them numbers-wise. You know, as you said, the gap is not going to have changed necessarily, or the gap is still there, but it is quite a bit smaller, I think. Now that's going to be a double-digit point. Yeah, it's just doing this. A little bit, especially because Galatasaray, you know, they did get that initial squad wipe, but they went out with no placement points, so, and no more eliminations, so that is going to be just 4 points for them coming into the first match. They are still very, very safe. However, you know, we still have 4 games to go, and who knows what's going to happen.
Yep, anything can happen right here today, so you got to give it up to the side of Lighter Esports. 13 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner, only taking 600 damage, but causing absolute chaos, right? 2,300 damage dealt, a very aggressive start. What a way to kick off the first match for our very last day.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the first match, DK. We keep talking about how it gets crazier and crazier, and that is literally the first match, all in the open, all the teams having to use everything they have at their disposal. 389 meters is the longest distance elimination by Oiku. We saw her doing a lot of work there, and apparently at very great distances. That's one of the largest ones we've seen.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. I think it might be one of the longest ones that we've had on Erangel so far. I think our longest hit came through on Miramar was 400 and something.
Probably.
So, yeah, but still, I mean, irrespective of that, it's a very impressive hit. 389 meters. That's close to the edge of render. And that's on a phone. So it's a small, tiny dot
Pixel
thingy, right?
Yeah.
Wow, that is impressive nonetheless. But we got to give it up to our MVP of the match. There's going to be Frisia coming through with 4 eliminations and 727 damage.
Is indeed, and interesting that we're seeing a very even amount of damage of eliminations coming through from each member of the team, right? 0 assists on the side of Frisia and 4 eliminations out of 13. So that means the other 3 are also pulling their weight, right? They've got those same sort of eliminations, that same sort of assists and damage. So while Frisia comes out on top in this one, we're not seeing a dominant performance by her compared to the rest of the team. So that's nice to see when you're trying to think about longevity and you're trying to think about the team's, consistency over the next several games. You want to see each of those players actually doing an equal amount for the team.
Yep, I have to concur on that. So you want to keep a nice balanced approach. Sometimes it doesn't quite go that way. We see one player just kind of, pulling ahead and just locking in all those spray downs, but for the most part, it was pretty well balanced and well done. Wildcats also with their 14 points coming in there. Retiam on 7, Zeus on 7, Ida on 7. So it's a nice spread of 7s and 14. And then, it continues to move through. Only 2 teams did not pick up points, right? It was Bonfire and OOC. But well, we still have a few more games to go. OSC definitely one of those teams that find themselves in a very contentious position with regards to the standings, as we can see them up with 71 points in 4th place. And I said the gap was going to close. It did close quite a bit, right? We went from 53 points down to, I'll do the math later, but it has moved, right? It has closed. By how much? I'll tell you when we come back from the break.
Wait, 108, 128. Yeah, it's 25, 26 points, something like that, you know, just quick math's not at all accurate, but it's a rough approximation there. TM as well, coming into that top 3, right? We saw them in day 1 and beginning of day 2 as well in kind of that bottom 13 or bottom 4 position, right? Now TM with 56 points, they aren't in the running to win at this stage. I think it's fairly safe to say that, right? Unless they have a mega day like Galatasaray, I think they're going to stay in probably maybe top 5 if they are going to have a really good day today. But this first game has done them wonders. Top 3, a good amount of eliminations, and it's looking quite good for them.
Yeah, it is. I mean, but as we know, the teams are not only playing for bragging rights, right? They're also playing for their share of the prize pool. The higher up the standings you are, the larger your share of said winnings. Yeah. So there's always a lot to play for right here. And of course, the next thing that we're going to play for is a break, as we'll be back right after that with our next match, the second game of the day.
short break, we will be heading into Miramar pretty much directly, DK, and I think we've got a massive game ahead of us if that first game is anything to go by.
Oh yes, it's gonna be rough, it's gonna be crazy. Well, at least that's what I hope it will be. We'll find out. We'll find out exactly what is in store for us as we make our way down a very taped up lane that we've got here. Nice, interesting. The warning signs all over the place as we do approach.
Warning.
Oh, I just noticed the triangle on the back. Huh, that's cool. Interesting skill. I like it. Anyway, I like the flight path too, right? Starting us off in Impala, heading across the way to La Driera and very south. So, yeah, sometimes the zone plays along, other times it just doesn't, right? I have no idea which one it is going to be, and that's the beauty of it. Nobody knows. We'll only know when we know what it is. But I think the teams are definitely going to try and get themselves in a slightly more advantageous position, especially looking at where they find themselves with regards to those points. And I'm going to be looking at Lida and the Wildcats.
Yes.
Because the gap between first and second, I said I'll give the answer when we come back from the break, right? The answer is 34. So we went from a 53-point gap down to 34-point gap. So, yeah, Lida Esports, they are bringing quite a bit of effort. And actually also, they're the team with the highest placement points.
Gosh. Wow. And that's really crazy considering, Gala Desert, I have 3 wins under their belt so far. So a big show from Lighter there. I'm also noticing, though, that not names have not gone to Valle de Mar. And R8 are in Puerto Paraíso, so there's no hot drop going on down there. And Valle de Mar, yeah, that is not really in play at all. The zone has centered up. And we are going to see probably a couple of, if not hot drops, close contact between some of these teams, particularly over in San Martin and over to those cliffs by Power Grid as well. But for now, it does seem to be an interesting sort of lineup we've got here.
Yeah, it definitely does look quite interesting and entertaining. It could be. We'll find out soon enough. I'm going to be watching AOR and the Wildcats as they are pretty close up north. San Martin is not really getting contested. Yes, we do have S2G over on towards the eastern side, but I think they are going to be pulling out in towards Hacienda del Patron. So that I think would alleviate a little bit of the pressure coming through for the side there of Retiam. Hannah dropped in a little bit further away. I think that was maybe just to try and secure the vehicle for Retiam. As you can see, Hannah now starting to rotate up. Same kind of thing happened there with Oiko coming through from the Wildcats. Pecado is just the players there from Lida, so it's a good setup. But Los Leones.
Indeed, Los Leones. That is exactly the sentiment because we're starting to see, as you said, quite a few teams over in that area. RA and GOAT could also move through that position as well, or at least go by it. Again, Zeus on Miramar, though, DK, we're seeing big splits from them initially, and I do appreciate that. You're getting a lot of that information, you're getting all those vehicles, and you're trying to figure out where is going to be best, as well as if that zone moves to that north side, you already have a team inside zone. So a good heads-up play strategy coming in from them on Miramar, because we only see it from them on Miramar. OFC as well have a similar strategy with a large split, and actually this has worked out in their favor because Chumacera is actually not inside zone, so again, they have that opportunity to move and group up and be in zone pretty easily.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy, as you said now, that wide split, it does open up quite a bit of opportunity for them. So if the zone works in their favor, they're going to be feeling quite happy about the way that they've decided to approach that split. So we'll see if that pays them any dividend. I'm going to be looking over towards Bonfire also in El Pozo. Good thing is they don't have far to rotate. So there's no excuse. We should see them moving up into the zone relatively quickly, or at least before the blue zone completely engulfs them, right? But we'll see. We'll see just how that one is going to pan out. Yeah. But you were talking about GOAT also with that bit of a split that they have down towards the southern side. It makes sense looking at where they decided to drop, because there's not enough loot in one particular spot for one person alone, let alone 4. So Yeah, it makes sense seeing them taking a slightly more dispersed approach to getting themselves kind of sorted out with the gear and the goodies and everything that they need. But yeah, the team's pretty much respecting the spaces. Right, nobody's hot dropping, nobody's pushing, nobody's causing any upsets unnecessarily. Right, it's all just like, oops, I accidentally maybe came a little bit too close to your region, and that's it.
But that just means it's going to get real spicy when we get to that stage, 3 probably, because all of these players, you're right, they have spread out away from each other, but they've got big splits nonetheless. And as we start to see those rotations coming through at all angles, those solos aren't going to have the best time if they're not careful. So we're going to see probably quite a few players drop out there. OFC already moving out of Trumaseta into that North Los Leones region, so that could be something where they're moving straight into the middle, basically the middle of zone. And they'll run into possibly Zeus, possibly Lighter, and possibly Ida if they move out of the city. So lots of opportunities for some chaos coming in. Not Noobs as well. They're on the move, and we're starting to see this from a lot of the teams now.
Yep, we are seeing quite a bit of the movement coming in. We did see SSG starting to rotate up as well, slowly encroaching at more centered position. But now, looking at Not Noobs, you don't really want to be all too hesitant up on this hill because Galatasaray are coming in behind you from that northeastern side. You got Fenerbahce up ahead of you on that southwestern side. So Not Noobs might maybe find themselves in a bit of an uncomfortable position if they stay there a little bit too long. But you can understand what they're trying to do. They're just assessing the area, trying to figure out where is going to be the next best spot to move towards. But the zone is not giving them any hints, right? We've got 2 minutes left. And this is why I said I like these zones, because it forces the teams to play with strategy, right? As opposed to trying to catch up with the zone itself. Everybody's in zone. So now, show us what you can do.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Make the most of the positions you have found yourself in or found for yourself, right? Nobody's in Power Grid. Interestingly enough, no one's gone for that compound yet, and Galatasaray going to be the first, as you said, looming behind Not Noobs here. They're going to be the first to take some shots here. Not Noobs going to be trying to get that reaction time quick as can be. Nice little shot on to Fida there, but it's not going to quite work, and it just gives them enough time to move out of the way. But I don't know that they're going to be able to get to Melita, considering where she is and how close Galatasaray are to her.
Yeah, Galatasaray is like a warm hug, right? It just wraps all the way around you and then just doesn't let go, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's
true.
what they do. That's the play, and I think that's maybe a good way of explaining it. They're like a warm hug, right? Because it sounds so nice, but yeah, in PUBG terms, not necessarily, because you have very limited options. Unfortunately for Not Noobs, they were able to get out of there early enough, right, before they got fully engulfed in what was coming through from Galatasaray. But now they got to be careful, because now they find themselves alongside the other team that I mentioned, which is going to be Fenerbahce. So, yeah, Not Noobs having a very tough time here finding a good position to call home.
That's crazy. She got so far before she saw the vehicle and turned around immediately. And luckily, Fenerbahce were not in the mood to really be taking any shots, or she would have been very much a goner back into the lobby, joining her teammate there. So it looks like she's going to escape that one, but that was a very, very close call. The zone is about to move on in, and a lot of the teams think it's going to center up over La Bandita again. We see a lot of teams moving into that direction. The zone we see now has moved, and it does encompass what those teams think or thought it was going to be, but it actually also covers San Martin and Power Grid as well. So there's more room here that's unoccupied, but Fireshine rather, is not going to occupy anything if Ida aren't careful here going up against Mel's. They need to get that reset ASAP. They're moving out of Los Leones right now. They are in zone technically, but probably not for long, the way that this zone trajectory is going. So this is where now we're starting to see all those shots come through, DK.
Yep, Zeus running a good play onto the side here of R8, but now can they close it up? There's going to be quite a bit of a ranged approach that they are looking to take here. But Zeus, they're not going to shy away from a bit of a challenge, as they will try to make the most of what they have. But I think the interesting part is what the teams surrounding them are going to be looking to do, because they are on quite a mountainous position. And we've got Mel's, we've got Ida, all just hanging around towards that slightly more southern positioning. So the pressure is definitely going to be on as the teams continue to just push further and further afield, trying to get themselves in. We do see O'Daddy now about to get taken up. So Mel's Nova going to find a way to continue on with their performance here with the 2 Bs, as they will very soon be dropped down to only 3. But I mean, it's not all too surprising, right? Looking at where these teams have to move towards, essentially really close towards the graveyard, it is going to be quite the challenging plane. Quite a bit of that valley approach is going to come in as well.
It sure is, and that could be a really good approach as well, right? You see, oh, hang on. Is that? No, it's not. That's not the rest of Mel's moving in there. It's Goat coming in behind them. So now we've got this weird sandwich going through. Luckily, it looks like Goat are going to be moving away here, and Mel's might just be safe because the positioning of Goat just means that Ida are no longer in a good position to take this fight. They need to move on here. So Mel's are going to be safe for now, but the rest of the lobby is kind of going on fire here. TPES have 2 down. OOC and Zeus have 1 down respectively here. So we're seeing there's a lot of fights breaking out across the map. And Fenerbahce, just not one of those teams. They are a duo, and they're just looking to stay that way in this small compound.
Well, let's see if that small compound is going to work out, at least for the time being, as we do have Zeus continuing to apply those dodging techniques. And they're trying to get out of the way. You can see Samina and the rest of TPS driving around. Those vehicles not looking all too great, all too gravy. This is what we have, right? The zone just proves to be so challenging. The teams are going to find themselves in quite a few vulnerable positions.
They are. This is just the name of the game with Miramar. It's so difficult to find a good position because unless you're up in the mountainous areas of the map, you're gonna either have compounds or open ground, and there's no in between. So, you know, is the classic example here. Zeus have a compound that Noct player from TPES does not, and so that's really where that safety is coming through there. TPES do go out, just picked apart by too many teams on their rotation in, so that's the end of them there. And Zeus, they're down to a duo. We saw that fight going on in the elimination feed, but at least they've got that 1 elimination point for them that is going to be important to move through the next couple of zones.
Yeah, so now it's down to the final 2 to see if they can hold the torch for the duration of this game. But now looking slightly more towards the western front, it is going to be the Wildcats on high. We do see Bonfire off in the distance. Both teams playing a bit of that long arm back and forth across the mountains. Nobody down below for them to even target. And we do see the players then also from Retiam on the same plateau up towards the north. Of course, finding themselves on the mountains there of San Martin. Everybody essentially going for the elevation, right? S to G, not elevated, but they've been able to secure themselves within compounds a little bit further down the hillside, just east of the teams that we were talking about right now. But as we head back over onto the southeastern side of the zone, it is still absolutely crammed packed, just jammed up with players and teams and things all over the place, as you've got not noobs, our northernmost squad, at least for this region, going to be looking to hold on. Galatasaray are going to start to move up towards them, as we can see also then Goat making their play, but Fenerbahce finding quite a bit of luck here with the angles.
They are indeed, and Goat, they keep trying to make these plays work, and it just doesn't seem to be happening for them. Galatasaray, on the other hand, we haven't seen... Oh, that's an excellent zone for a lot of these teams. I mean, at least they don't have to move far, right? They can kind of hunker down in the spots they already have. But going back to my point, Galatasaray, we haven't seen too much of them. Yes, they have 3 eliminations, but they haven't been super in the middle of everything. They haven't been in the thick of all the fights going on. They've kept to themselves, which is an interesting tactic to see come through from them, but they're taking that back seat and waiting until the ends of zones to actually start making those moves.
Yeah, I mean, because it makes sense, right? Because by that time, a lot of the teams have already been battered and bruised quite a bit, so it's just that much more easy for them to pull off any drastic shifts. But let's see whether or not that is going to be the name of the game moving into the later part of this match. AOR, though, they've completely disengaged from the insanity, which was the zone, and opted for north rotation all the way around San Martin past Hacienda del Patron. And it could even result in them pulling into a little bit of a vacant piece of land that we have up onto the more northern side of the zone here. But Fenerbahce, they are smack dab center, right? Everybody is around them. They can't even move from where they find themselves right now, because regardless of where they go, somebody will have a line of sight in towards them, and that is going to be quite a bit of pressure. I don't know if they are fully aware of that.
Yeah, that's... I'm also looking at R8. R8 still holding that high ground, that little bit of high ground that they've got on La Bandita, right? But they're looking towards Mel's as well. And they have to move into zone. It's not too far, but they still have to move in there. And it's going to be interesting to see how they play the next few, meters, I think. Because, yes, they have this edge of La Bandita. They have this hillside. They're holding on to that as much as possible. They will try and clear Mel's, I would have thought, unless they're going to go to the north side of the crater. However, after the crater, it's very, very open, and there's a lot of teams in front of them. So I am curious to see how they're going to try to actually play this. And it looks like they're still deciding for themselves here. But the Wildcats, I think we should have known they'd be up here. They always are. And now they've got Bumpfire potentially in their sights.
Well, yeah, emphasis on potentially right there.
Yeah.
Because they're so close. But Bonfire, they are like little ants in that building. It's like, well, you see me here? No, you don't. Bah, 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 bah. Moving around. Atlas, though, with a very sneaky, cheeky hit there onto Melcy G. But, of course, Melcy just coming through with a good answer towards that. I mean, we did see Melcy really clutch it up on day number 1, being so dang aggressive. But that is exactly what these teams need to bring to the foreground, right? There's no opportunity for them to kind of take a backseat. They need to keep that pressure going. And I know that's way easier said than done, but that is going to be, I think, a good way to try at least, right? To kind of keep that or make that be the play here. Speaking of that rotation that I mentioned from AOR, they've actually now snuck in alongside Galatasaray. So, yeah, maybe that rotation didn't really go the way that they would have hoped it would, right? They went from an okay spot to maybe a lot more challenging position, right? Maybe that is exactly what they wanted to accomplish. It's like, you know what, it's too easy over here. Let's go get a little bit more dangerous towards the northern side of zone. Speaking about the north, though, that's where R8 is looking to go, right? They want to get away from the blue.
Yeah, they really do, as the blue continues to swallow them up just a little bit, right? They continue to have to move forward. The zone has shifted to that northwestern side, so we are going over to those cliff sides. AOR seemed to take a little bit of a surprise onto Galatasaray. Now, that is quickly answered, but still, that initial knock is there on the side of Galatasaray. And Tofira is the second one to go down in the elimination feed. Meanwhile, R8 still just trying to hold off that last player of Mel's. They know she's out there. And now Ida still out in this warehouse as well. But potentially they don't really know that.
Ooh, I mean, from what I can see, there's only one player from Ida that's left in that warehouse. So Ida, I think, are essentially gathering a little bit of information as they go onwards. But looking at the shift and where the zone has pulled the teams towards, I mean, this is on the side of those Picado Hills alongside Graveyard. It is such a difficult spot to play through. I kind of feel sorry for the teams. They've not been blessed. They've not been blessed. This is going to be quite a bit of a challenge here. But I think it's going to make for some pretty exciting gameplay. As Fenerbahce, though, you said earlier that they've got this way of surviving, right? And I mean, even in the face of so many teams surrounding them, they still manage to find a way, right? They are still here. They've not gone anywhere. They still have pretty similar kind of stats to what we saw previously, but a good response, though, onto that rotation coming through from Ida. And now we are going to be jumping in on towards AOR as they now try to aggress over on towards Galatasaray. I mean, this is some bold moves being made. But so far, it is paying off quite well here for AOR as they've found the opportunity and the angles onto Galatasaray. Galatasaray down to Tafida, and Tafida now going to try and make it quite difficult for anybody to get the jump in on her. Zanisa has to bring that res in, but it is going to be stage 4, and that HP is now really going to start to tank.
It is, and she's kind of trying to get this res, but it's just not going to be possible. Galatasaray know this. They're going to leave as that solo Tafida, the only one left alive, and this is the second game that hasn't gone the way Galatasaray really wanted it. They left that a little bit too late to actually leave, I think, and gave AOR that chance to move in and try and get rid of them. But now 383 meters to zone. Galatasaray do go out, not noobs, having the last land left on them there as now the mass exodus starts to appear. 15th place for Galatasaray, but we're not done yet. 14 more teams have to move through and be taken out. Hasiko nades herself just to help everyone along a little bit, it seems like there.
Sure.
And she's gonna be up on the top of that mountain there, just cooked it a little too long. And Fenerbahce, you're right. Not only have they survived into the next zone, they're actually having enough wherewithal to make moves of their own.
But look at the sprays from Barbie, though. I know we're not watching Barbie, but I mean, you can see Barbie also just clutching it out, right? This is Fenerbahce looking to bounce back, and I can see why Fenerbahce has so much support going through from the chat as well. So, yeah, well-deserved plays coming in here. But will they be able to do that last little bit of work as they now look to kind of just assert themselves onto the southern side of Zord? In the meanwhile, it is going to be Ida who are looking to get a little bit more aggressive. They too start to move up. Get teams trying to maybe aggress on towards them. I think that is R8 that we have with them right there. Now, both teams in quite a bit of a predicament with a side order of Fenerbahce still coming through, just poking and prodding. So whoever survives the initial fight up on the ridge will have a pretty tough time rotating further back down as we now quickly jump over to Not Noobs, who are going to be focusing their efforts onto S2G, playing off the route here in Graveyard. And that is where they look to send S2G right back in a box.
Yes, they do indeed, but that's only one down. There's still 3 more trying to get into zone, and honestly, this is the only way that S2G can get into zone. They cannot take that low ground out to the outside of this building, right? They can't go further on. They're going to just get sprayed down, so they've got to fight their way through the buildings, through the compounds, because that's the only cover they've got. Not Noobs, though, are holding down this area effectively. Meanwhile, R8 getting picked apart and eventually do go out. Only 1 point to their name, and for R8, that's the second game where they go out outside of the points and only with a couple of elimination points as well. So for R8, this day is not shaping up to be the day they wanted.
It's inevitable, but it will happen at some point as we also then say goodbye to the side there of Lida Esports, not managing to hold on with their dwindling numbers. Of course, Ida finding themselves in a very similar kind of predicament. Yes, they have 7 eliminations, but they have so many teams now just focusing in on them. It is going to be Bonfire looking to, well, light a bit of a fire into them as they get taken out of here with 8 eliminations up. Down to the final 7 teams we go. Fenerbahce somehow still miraculously survive. But now comes the hard part, right? Now they got to make a push for that zone. They are essentially not a single compound within the zone, right? All it is terrain, and even more terrain. So we are going to be seeing quite a bit of fighting as we progress into this zone closure, as the teams will jump at any opportunity they can to help alleviate a lot of this pressure coming into stage number 7.
Yes, indeed, but look who is still on the board here, Tiam. We haven't seen too much from them yet. They're a duo and they have 2 points, but still, they're at the north side of that. They've been holding down Bonfire fairly effectively in that position, and between them and Fenerbahce, Bonfire might have a bit of a hard time getting into zone. The only thing that's saving Bonfire right now, great shot, but the only thing saving Bonfire right now is the fact that everybody has to get into zone, so one time or another, they are going to have to move forward and move out of, the fighting mode that they're in right now.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the play. Oh, S2G, though, will get denied access to the zone. They're running right up to it and just getting yanked out of there. Fenerbahce also making a quick push, just trying to crawl their way up onto the edge. Mel's Nova looking to make it well, not Melznova rather, that was OOC trying to reach in a quick little response coming through there from Bonfire, but now OOC finding themselves in the same position. It's down to Amaya to see if they can survive, not Noobs. Still holding nice and steady. They got the 8 players up. It's going to be a pretty tough play to make it through this one as we got Cat Veins there from Red Tiama holding nice and steady up onto the north. Amaya over there. Got Noobs on 2. Bonfire on 2, so pretty low digits, making it up in towards these last few phases. But Purple, a very capable player coming through from the side of Bonfire here, now going to start to try and help, just alleviate a bit of that pressure, tries to send the utility out to try and blaze away, or at least find a bit of an opening to get themselves up in towards the zone. You can see Kiss also focusing quite relentlessly now onto the side there of Catfains.
Yeah, Cat Fane seems to be, for these teams, potentially in the weaker position compared to the rest of them, right? So you're always going to pick on the teams that have that weaker position so you can get that point and clear that side easily, right? Not Noobs have a strong position. There's no way you're going to be able to do much with them. Bonfire, the exact same. So the only two to pick upon are OOC and TM. So one of them is going to have to move, and unless they make some major progress here, one of them is going to go out in 4th place. I don't think Bonfire or Not Noobs are going to be one of those people. I mean, Cat Baines could do it, right? We've seen her MVP twice now. Certainly in phase 2, we saw that happen. And as Not Noobs move around, she could have what it takes to get rid of him. But not with that buggy. Oh, evades the 1. Can she evade the 2nd? Oh, nicely done, though. GG's. She did not take the bait. That's what I love. But that 2v1 is going to be overwhelming, and the same for OOC. So now we have our 2 duos here, Not Noobs and Bonfire here. So we'll see. Time will tell who's going to win this. The zone does go to Bonfire, or rather Bonfire take that zone first.
Well, we are approaching stage number 9, which means no more zone. It is just going to be blue, and then some more of that as well. It's Not Noobs. Bonfire, as you said, now looking to contest for that winner chicken dinner. It does seem like Bonfire might have themselves a bit of a draw, at least with regards to the terrain, right? Nobody really having the upper hand. As you said, they were the first team to kind of move in here, but there's no advantage, right? They got a rock, and that's about it. But those ledges could also work out quite favorably now for the side here of Not Noobs. You can see already prepping for a bit of a push, sending out the utility, trying to see if they can maybe find a way to gain some kind of entry or a bit of an opportunity onto the side of Bonfire. And it's going to be a tough one, even looking at the elimination counts, right? Both teams have very similar performances. So we've got 9 and 8. So that just speaks volumes as to how balanced this approach is coming through. There's going to be the rush now as N77 gets brought on down. It's down to Gears to try and see, but unfortunately, it is going to be the clutch up coming through from Bonfire Kaisu. As they take the dub, they secure themselves the chicken, and they walk away victorious.
Well done, Bonfire. That's a great result from them. We've seen them try this kind of thing before with those late rotations and those wraparounds and all of that, and it just hasn't come to fruition the way they wanted it to, and this time it actually does, right? That win secures what that strategy was all about, and a big GG's going over to them. A pretty big pickup as well with those eliminations, right? Both them and Not Noob securing quite a few eliminations, and it's going to really, really boost that leaderboard.
Yep, and that's exactly what you want, right? You want as much of a boost as you can find here. But an interesting play that we saw, right? Like Galatasaray, again, having a little bit of a bumpy play in this game. That leaves me to wonder what is going to happen pretty soon. Right?
Yes.
But pretty soon, I mean the next match, right? But yeah, we'll see once we get there. I mean, it's too early to say because so far things that I thought could be happening today have not come to fruition, which I think is great. So that's fine. But yeah, we got to take a look and see just exactly what the point situation is, where these teams find themselves, who our MVP is, how much health and HP these players have been able to recover, how far the shots went, the amount of utilities they used, everything and anything that we can think of. But first, we're going to start here with the 8 eliminations and 1,038 damage going over to the side of Bonfire. So well done.
Very well done indeed. Sure, it's not the biggest win we've seen from a team, but it's an important one, right? Any win for any of these teams is going to be super important when it's on day 3. And against this kind of lobby, you're looking at at getting as many of those points as possible with that leaderboard being so close as it is, as we keep saying it is. These 8 points are huge when it comes to that leaderboard. So we'll see how that 18-point game puts them up or down the leaderboard. I'm sure it's up. But we move over to our stats, our match summary over here. Loads of throwables being used. And of course, 310 meters longest distance elimination from Tofida there. Galatasaray, I mean, that is a good stat to come in from them, but where were they in this game?
Yeah, but we don't quite know. Right, but I mean, you said the throwables they're up there. I mean, it's a high number, but it's not as high as I thought it was going to be, because I mean we did see quite a bit of the utility usage coming through for this game, and surprising enough that wasn't really the case. But we got to give the GGs over to Tofina here for the 4 eliminations and 1,209
That's crazy.
damage. I mean, okay, so that makes sense, right? Because we had AOR coming in, pushing up alongside them, and of course, also they found themselves, Galatasaray found themselves with a bit of that early gauge engagement with the rotations that we also saw in there, right? So it makes sense to see such hefty numbers coming through for the squad. But speaking about hefty numbers, we got to take a look at these hefty points.
We do indeed. Ding, 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 bell of 1,000 damage, by the way, for Tofida, and I think she secured her spot in that top 3 player focus. But yes, these points, 18, 15, 11, 9, they go down quite quickly, but it's still very, very close, right? OOC, we talked about them at the end of last match. They were in that top 5 position, went out with 0 points in the last match. So that 11 is going to come in clutch here when you start looking at the fact that we only have 3 more games to go. So that's a nice little boost up for them. Fenerbahce, the survivability of this team is on point, 9 points going their way, and they still managed to get 6 elims whilst being a duo for almost the entirety of the match. But we move over to the overall rankings, and you start to see where all this comes into. Bonfire, with that win, go up with 86 points into 3rd place here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great jump, right? All the way from 6th position up into 3rd. It's going to do some great things for team morale as well. So things are looking pretty good. We also did see Red Diam and AR silently swapping places, right?
Yes.
AR, they were in 8th place. Now they find themselves in 9th. Fenerbahce also moved up a little bit more into 10th position. They were behind S2G, but as a result of this past match, S2G got moved down to 12th place. So I like the movement that we have coming in here, right? Teams continuing to try and climb, and that is essentially what we want to have, right? But it's all going to boil down to how much of a climb they are going to look to bring in coming into map number next, right? We are going to be heading into the jungle, the aggressive map, the map in which we saw a lot of those eliminations, the 94, 95 that we see up there, right, for a certain team. That's where they got a heap of those on the next map. So I'm wondering what the play is going to be. Are they going to try and go for that same kind of approach, drop another 30-plus bomb on us, or is somebody going to stop them before they could get to that?
That is the question, and a question that will be answered in just a few minutes. I'm very, very excited for Sandhog. Galatasaray often are a team that take over that map. We saw it on day number 1. Are we going to see that repeat again? We'll know in a few minutes, but first we are going to take a short break here, and we will be right back. everybody, and I just really want to get into game. I know I say that a lot, but especially when it's Sandhawk coming in, right? We've got such a huge game, I think, that we're going to be expecting here. I'm certainly expecting it. DK's certainly expecting it. We want a big one out of this Sandhawk match.
Yes, we want a big one, we want a crazy one, but we want a contentious one as well, right? Because we see things really starting to develop with regards to points and all of that. So I want to see how far these teams can take it, right? Will we have a good bit of a potential response coming through here, right? I think that's going to be the major thing that we'll be looking at to see how these teams are going to look to kind of approach this game. And yeah, so far, I think today's gone pretty well, right? We've not seen one particular team run away with everything. It's been quite balanced, everyone kind of doing what they need to do. And I think this map is going to be the decider. If whatever happens here will be the turning point.
Yes. Very true. Just as R8 continued a hot drop. What is this, okay? It goes in their way for now. Bonfire being that team. Our last match winners. Hot dropping here immediately out the gate, DK.
That's crazy, though, because, I mean, it seems like R8 are up to something, because Bonfire, as we saw, they moved up into that third place, right? So R8 are like, yeah, we'll make the target on your back now. we're gonna come for you. If they can hold through with this approach, sure, right? Good way to kind of try and break momentum of an opposing team. I don't understand why though, but cool. You know, I'm open to the idea. So yeah, let's see if RA can pull this one off. This is their second attempt.
Unfortunately, they're outside of zone, right? Paradise is not so central on the map as Pachinki is. I'm also looking over here to Ida. They've been a very consistent team the last 2 games, but now they lose 2 players. Interesting. That goes over to AOR. AOR did take out Galatasaray, or most of them, in the last game as well. So they're starting to build up that momentum, get those eliminations early on. Lighter as well, going very low there. So there's a lot of contention across the map that we're seeing here, at least on that leaderboard. You know, you're seeing those health bars go down, and you're going, oh my goodness. I mean, these teams are not wasting any time.
Yeah, and I think that's good. That's exactly what you're going to bring through, especially on the last day. It is go, 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 go. No time to wait. Nothing to waste. You just got to give it all you have. And speaking about that, of course, we do see Retiam just now having their go at the side there of Bonfire. You seem to have had an interesting day so far. Like, Purple is the only one left, going for a little bit of a floaty approach here, as they dip down into the drink, and Red Yum is going to look to apply quite a bit of pressure. But I mean, Bonfire, they were just over in Paradise alongside R8. Now they are getting scoped in on by the brazier from Red Yum, so quite a bit of a change. And unfortunately for Purple, oxygen has run out, so Purple has to surface unless she feels like sacrificing herself to the boulder creators here just on the side. And with that, get spotted and down they go. That is Bonfire getting snuffed out in the drink. Galatasaray, though, creeping their way up into Trifecta.
Yeah, you see that very sneaky sort of play coming in from Carly, just making sure that she is not seen by anybody there. But I think they're okay because there's no one there. There's nobody there. They're chilling at the moment. That zone, I've just seen that zone shift, and it's gone over to that western side, and that means there's a lot of water involved there. OC and Ida now going head to head. I do want to mention though, for Bonfire, I wonder if they had a little bit of a 2-2 split going on, Paradise and elsewhere. I didn't see, but that seems like a very harsh shift away from Paradise over to the bridge area very quickly, but I'm not sure what happened over there. Either which way, they are out, they're gone, and we will be seeing now the rest of the teams come to blows as they start that exodus across the map.
Yeah, it's a very interesting way that all of this is kind of unfolding here. I mean, That's not what I was expecting to happen, but hey, that's the beauty of this game, right? It's always going to come through with quite a few of those surprises. So let's see if anyone will be able to kind of maybe find a bit of a approach here, as there's still quite a bit of ground that needs to be covered for teams to get themselves properly and securely centered up. Goat, of course, not going to be one of those because they're already all the way up into with Cap Alpha here, so not a worry in the world for now to be concerned about.
DK, Mel's, have you seen Mel's 2-2 split?
Yeah.
Bantai and Tambang, and for those of you who know what I'm talking about, who know the map of Sandhawk very well, that's a massive split. What are they doing?
It is quite a bit of a split, right? So
huge.
They just trying to play the best curveball that they can here, right?
I mean, sure.
Maybe they're going to be focusing in on not noobs, because not noobs is kind of in the middle of them, right, all the way in towards Sami. So yeah, who are we to decide what they're going to do, right? They instead going to show us.
We listen, we watch, and we don't judge. But RA are going to be judging Fenerbahce pretty hard here. They're trying to pick up any eliminations where they can. Now, I will mention, DK, we talked about like momentum out from the get-go and wanting to see a change in teams, right? I will say in this game, RA looking like they're really wanting that win. There's an aggressiveness in the way they're moving here and moving forward that is catching my eye and making me think, maybe they're the ones who are going to have that massive game, or at least are intending to, by being super aggressive, getting all those eliminations, and possibly winning the game after all. So just something to watch out there for, because RA are looking very good.
Yeah, they definitely are. So I'm curious as to where these players are going to look to maybe rotate towards next, because the pressure is going to be on, right? So they definitely have to kind of continue eastwards, or westwards rather, but still with AOR just alongside them, that could maybe pose a few potential threats then for the side of R8, especially looking at the fact that we have Fenerbahce up in Painan. So if R8's not quick, they might get caught in a bit of a thing.
They might indeed. Interesting split rather from Goat over here as well. Leora over onto that northern side. Two teams are trying to move on that north side. S2G and Hutton, and the Wildcats moving out of Cowl. It looks like the Wildcats might be opting for a little bit of a rotation. We could see that come through. But that's the good thing about Goat's split, is that is going to ward off, or at least defend against any of those kinds of plays coming in to play here on this map. But Not Noobs looking for that land approach, and NX77 looking for that knocked approach as well, as Bells are quick to get two knocks now.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. It is go time. So, yeah, you're wondering what Bells are going to do? They did almost what I said, but fortunately, Not Noobs rotated up towards them instead. But now is the pressure played. It is Kiss and Melita left to try and defend the honor here, as Mel's starts to apply that pressure, just riding on forward. Oh, Daddy, though, getting hit with a DBS. There we go. Dino with the sneaky, cheeky hit out the window, and that is them done and dusted.
My goodness me, that was very decisive from Mel's Nova there. That split worked out for them. They regrouped onto Not Noobs, and they were able to get rid of them without much of a fuss. 4 eliminations going their way. Nice little wraparound angle coming in from one of their players means that is going to be a full squad wipe and a full reset. So GG is there. And they have a decent position in zone now, right? They have a nice bit of high ground. It is on that coastal side. It's slightly more edge now that the zone has centered up around that trifecta bridge area, but it's still a really good springboard for those later zones as well. So a good heads-up approach coming in from Mel's Nova. We'll see how that goes forward, because of course they do have OOC just below them, so that is something they will have to watch out for eventually.
Yep, definitely will have to watch out for that. But let's see how these teams are going to approach the next few moments, because this is where things look to get quite tough. As you can see, RA dipping down towards that far southern side. I'd love to see TPS consistently get a few more points on board, because they've been having a bit of a tough run here. So yeah, I want them to maybe just sneak in a few cheeky plays along the way. I think that'd be great for them, because I mean they've only had 1 point so far for the day. right? They can get more than one. They can go for two, right? Because that's a higher figure. It's surprising though to see TPS play having this kind of play, right? It's odd. Maybe it's just the pressure of where they find themselves that has maybe caught up to them or something. But I hope it's something that they can come back from. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking onto GOAT that have moved onto the southern parts of that northwestern island. Mostly, we still have Yagi doing quite a bit of looking over towards where Leora is, but Leora's not moving up though, right? All the way on the outskirts of zone.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned for Leora. I think she's taking way too long here. I mean, she might be just getting that as much information as possible, but with two teams right there, she could be very easily spotted, and that is not going to give GOAT the power that they need in this zone, right? That zone is very much onto the island. They need that powerful stance from that position to look down onto the rest of the team. So Leora needs to pack up with the information she already has and get back to her team. If I was their coach, that's what I would be hoping she would do here. The Wildcats and S2G seem to be kind of busy with each other, though. You're seeing them out in the blue zone. Seren is very much a solo. There's no points on the board for her either. So this is where that heel strat comes into play a little bit. But the Wildcats don't seem to be moving.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's odd because, well, they have to. It's the otherwise they're gonna fall to the blue.
Yeah,
it's not the law, but it's like you should be doing that because if you wanna survive, you know, that's kind of just part of it. So
yeah,
it's quite surprising seeing them in such a position here.
Well, it looks like then that Leora did move out as just in time, I think, and the zone proves that that was what they needed to do. It does kind of center up a little bit onto that island. Mostly it's just trifecta, though, which, surprise, surprise, guess who has it? It's Galatasaray. They have trifecta at the moment in time, but that full squad from GOAT is going to be super duper important into the next phase here. Tiam have the other side of trifecta as well, on the other side of the river, so that's going to be a super important position to watch as well. You're now seeing Lider and R8 going head-to-head in that elimination feed, and they're going to be down onto that south side. They've also got Mel's and TPES to contend with down onto the very far side of zone. So here we go. This is going to be something that is a bit, not even just a 2v2. It's going to be four teams all looking at each other. And fortunately for Lider, they might just be able to hold off TPES onto that outside position, outside of that zone. Mel's looking to see if they can have any say in the matter, and the other team's just praying that they don't, because that's just going to make chaos turn real messy real quickly. For Lider, Alina is down. They'll have to do something with this, but at the moment it is Liat who is holding down the front line while her teammate gets res back up. I mean, it's a minute and a half until zone, and TPS are almost inside it, but there's a lot of teams to contend with, and Mel seems to be actually pulling around to the outside of TPES. So we'll see what happens here. TPS playing this very cautiously, as they should. They need to move forward very, very quietly, very forward, but is that going to be enough?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question, right? They're going to try and maybe find that sneak approach to get themselves back into the swing of things here. I mean, there's still quite a bit of an opportunity, right? They do have several angles, but as does the side there of Lighters. We can see them now just lighting it up in that feed. So Mel's poking in, R8 still holding nice and steady, and this is where things could take quite a bit of a shift, right? So TPS, you're going to hope that somebody kind of loses interest in them and that they can find a little bit of a approach, a little bit of a push to get themselves forward into that zone. Meanwhile, Zeus, they're all the way up on the northern side here of Ruins, and I mean, they've got nothing but real estate, but they could also have quite a bit of company rolling into them quick fast.
They could indeed, and that's where it's going to be so contentious on that south side. There's so many teams down there. Fenerbahce continuing to survive. Can we just appreciate that very quickly? Wait, we have no time. Istanbul Wildcats, they're going down one by one here. Who against? Well, this is what happens and you don't get out of zone in time. Goat are able to set up very nicely along this side of the zone, and they're able to just gatekeep the Wildcats a little bit at a time, and the zone might just save them here. The Goats need to move quickly. Its zone has hard shifted onto Trifecta. This is, in fact, a Trifecta end zone. Tiam and Galatasaray are the only two teams fully in zone right now, but it doesn't matter. Mel's Nova going head-to-head against R8.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Who's going to get it? Oh, Daddy, though, with a beautiful DBS play. So Mel's Nova can still look to clutch this one out, but R8, they're not going to give it up anytime soon. You can see Laura now just trying to hold on, getting herself patched up. It's going to be Oh Daddy looking to cook the nade to try and close the door. And there we have it. R8 out they go. They will have to settle for 13th with 4 elims.
That's very early for a team that I thought was going to go far in this game, but it looks like Mel's actually the team that wants to do exactly that. They are down to 2. They will get that reset. They're only down to 2, which is going to make it very difficult for them to actually move into zone and play as strongly as they want to. Somehow Fenerbahce make their way into zone again, and Lider, you see them there making a massive wraparound towards AOR and Galatasaray, so that could be a very dangerous play. It's very risky, but it could work out well.
Let's see if this is going to be worth the reward. As both teams now, at least on this front here, Goat and Red Tiam, they're going to have to risk quite a bit to get the rewards that they might be looking for. We've got Frisia also now feeling the pain. Ooh, coming through AOR silently. We can see if they can maybe clutch it out from over on towards that coastline, but we've got quite a bit of a wraparound now coming through from Jelavaya as well. So Anissa and Jelavaya can definitely look to kind of outmaneuver players here from Lider, and potentially even that of Galatasaray.
Yes, indeed, and this is where the south side now is coming through. Mel's is only a solo. I'm not sure where she lost that teammate of hers, but it is just Dino left alone. Moving full sending over into that zone area. That's what you're going to be seeing now. Leora still being that outskirts player up onto the island, and there goes Mel's. 8 eliminations, but no placement points for her team there. She did her best, but that's all they can do. AOR and Lider still going head-to-head, and Galatasaray staying out of it for the most part. Interesting plays coming out of the side of Galatasaray. They're looking to just keep that distance a little bit at a time. Bring up those points, but not by much here. And oh my goodness, AOR! Not sure if you just didn't see that or what, but Lider go out very quickly there.
Yeah, that was very, very swift. I mean, sure, we'll take it, but a great opportunity has presented itself now here to the side of TPS, right? They have also been able to kind of sneak their way on forward. They've got 2 players over on the AOR side. And then we've got Cupquake just off in the distance there, as we can see down towards the southern side. Fenerbahce, of course, has spotted her, and down they go. And yeah, this now turns the pressure onto the rest of the crew. How are they going to be able to navigate the dangerous waters ahead of them? Speaking of dangerous waters, though, that is also what OOC are facing here, as they've got Zeus to try to contest against. Or at least it's going to be Cry, as the sprays now come through. Maya miraculously managing to survive through that. Jelavaya, well, yeah, going for a bit of a stroll here, right? Moving in with the horse, but the shots are there, and unfortunately that is going to be short-lived. TPS, though, out they go as they join the lobby. And now they're down to our final 8 teams.
That zone, though, continues to be everybody's #1 enemy again and again. The hard shift away from 2 teams that had such secure positions means that everybody now has to move into this open ground area. Zeus had a very good run there. It seemed at least 1 point. They're not going to be able to actually, make that into points, but a good run nonetheless. Same for Goat. Goat only get 1 point and a couple of placement points out of that entire thing, which is crazy. The Wildcats as well somehow outlived the Goats there despite their late rotation into zone. Interesting. OOC Dreamcore, a duo right now. Red Tiam Blossom had such a good compound. That warehouse onto the island side now have to move. They're stuck under the bridge. They're going to try and do their best with it. Our top 5, numbers-wise, are starting to dwindle.
Yeah. No, they definitely are. But I'm hopeful here for Red Tiam, right? Even though they'd be underneath the bridge for the time being. Oh, beautiful spray here by Rose. But even though they're under the bridge, they could still be quite a bit of an opportunity, right? Because Galatasaray, they've moved up in towards the zone. Yeah, but that is going to be Zeros turning around, focusing straight in towards the side of Red Team. So what I was hoping for is that Red Team could maybe find a way to circumnavigate the position being held there by Galatasaray. We definitely do see Cat Veins looking to play for that position now. And of course, Rose also still trying to see if they can follow through. It is going to be Fenerbahce right there alongside Amaya and Rose looking to gain their own bit of entry. But again, such a challenging zone. Up on these little hills, up in Sanok, it is proving to be quite challenging.
It is indeed, and somehow Galatasaray still managing it with 3 players up, right? They have the majority of the zone numbers-wise, but potentially not position-wise, right? You see Tiger going down there. That's going to be a trade, but that still means that Galatasaray now have someone to res. Barbie goes out, about to go out at least with that Molotov, and there goes Fenerbahce with another player scuttling behind those rocks, trying to get some healing done, and Amaya is the team left for OOC. Again, second game in a row here is the same for Tiam, though, right? A back-to-back top 4 position for them. That's going to be really nice. And Galatasaray, finally, we see them in the top 5.
Yeah, things are looking pretty positive right here for all 4 the teams, but that's within reason, within what we have happening right in the zone. I'm going to be looking onto Fenerbahce to see if they can actually identify Galatasaray trying to move up in towards the zone, right? As you can see, it is going to be go time. Yeah, the shots are there. Quick response though from Zeros. Just trying to kind of bounce them off, send them back. Safira also looking to just reinforce the angle here as they continue to wrap around, sneaking their way closer and closer to the edge of that zone. Maya, of course, are going to be listening to the footsteps. As you can see, Cat Veins still trying to regain a little bit of the territory, trying to make it up into its zone. But the moment Cat Veins steps foot in that zone, it's going to be Maya looking to welcome her in with open barrels. And that is exactly what happens now. We are down to the final 3. It's going to be go time as Fenerbahce find OOC. And now it's Galatasaray versus Fenerbahce. And so far, it's just Barbie left to defend.
I think we have our winner here. Unless Barbie pulls out something amazing here, she could do with that little bit of a bait coming through onto her teammate there, Zeros. Half health right now, 4 eliminations on her side, and it's not going to be enough. Barbie can do nothing against Galatasaray. We see them have perhaps a quieter win than we're used to, but a win nonetheless, and that's put that gap right back to high level.
Yeah, but what a performance, though, from the lobby, right? I mean,
yes.
Galatasaray not managing to run away with the performances like we saw back on day number 1 when we stepped into the Sanok, right? So, a very respectable approach coming in from across the board. The team's really keeping the contention as high as they can muster, and I think it resulted in a pretty amazing game.
Yes, it absolutely did. That was a lot of fun to watch just because there was chaos coming in from all corners, right? There was a lot going on at all times, and I think we saw a lot of interesting things. We saw some really cool splits coming in from like Go and Mel's. We saw some really, really good angles being taken, long range and short range. There was a lot of really cool things happening. Tiam as well. Let's mention Tiam very, very quickly, right? They had a good spot. The zone did them in, did them dirty, to be fair, but they managed to go out in top 4 with 9 eliminations. So again, for this team that's just made it into that 8th place position, this is a really, really good result for them.
Yeah, no, I can't argue with this fact, right? They've just been trying to pick up as much momentum as they could find here. And I think, all things considered, Game 3 went quite well, right?
Yes.
So I think now it's going to come to what Game 4 will bring for these teams. And of course, the desert, as we've seen, can be quite relentless. So I think it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge for these teams to make up for some good ground here. But speaking about ground, right? Galatasaray regaining a little bit of that territory yet again, coming through with the 9 eliminations and 13-12 with regards to damage.
Yes, indeed. And only 607 taken. I mean, that makes sense considering they were in trifecta for the longest time and nobody was really looking at them all that much. But still, they were able to use that compound to kind of stay out of everybody's way for the time being. Just go and get points after points. They know what they have to do. They don't have to go all out. They're in a position where as long as they get one win, as we see here, and just, keep those extra points coming, it doesn't matter what the rest of the lobby does, and they know that. So very tactically played, both in the game and out.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about tactically, right, the throw balls also down to under 100, right?
That's
so
crazy.
that just means that, there was no time for teams really to try and smoke things up or send grenades out or do anything like that. It was just go, go, go. So a very high pressure rather situation. And of course, we did see quite a bit of movement coming through from several teams, especially down towards that southern side and slightly more over towards the east. But that is kind of just the way the cookie crumbles. Speaking about which, though, the MVP of the match is going to be Amaya here from OOC, coming through with those 4 eliminations and the 769 damage. So a very respectable approach, as well as that 1 assistant.
Yes, a very, very nice job indeed. And the teens, the numbers are in the teens is what I mean. Top 4 all have very similar points here. Fenerbahce and OOC both with 12. And that's a really, really good spot, especially when you consider OOC, again, being in that top 4 position. Fenerbahce looking to climb that bit further. Tiam in the same exact position as Fenerbahce. So a really, really good show from them in this Sandhog. Galatasaray, of course, getting that 19-point game is very, very good for them. They're going to elongate that gap a little bit more. And everybody else on the left or the right side of the leaderboard, like Leiter, for instance, got 3 points. R8, 4 points. So it's not really a huge game for a majority of these teams.
Yeah, not the craziest ones that we've seen so far, but yeah, I mean, a few points definitely going to bode quite well. As you can see, Leiter now also stepping up into the century with those points.
Ooh.
They were close, right? They were on 98, now on 101, so not a big jump. And also, unfortunately, gaps have widened again. We went from 38 back to 54, which is quite a bit of a thing here. But hey, the rest of the lobby also making waves, making moves, right? OOC, they've jumped up into 3rd place. Wildcats still going to be holding on to their 4th, but as a result, Bonfire get moved down to 5th. Red Tiam, they've jumped up into 6th place, all the way from that 8th position, and R8. All the way from 7th down to 10th, right? It has been a tough run, but it makes sense because we did see them getting taken out early.
Yes, we did. I mean, I think that's going to be all those hot drops coming into play, though, right? But Tiam, I want to just quickly mention the points that they have on the board. I mean, in the next 2 games, are they going to win? No, but they could easily make top 3. The way they're continuing to keep that top 4, keep some high elimination counts going, that is very feasible for them in the next 2 games. So those teams, OOC, the Wildcats, and Bonfire, need to be very careful of them.
Yeah, they will have to be very, very cautious indeed. But of course, it's going to come down to map number next and map number last to see where these teams are going to be going. Right? That's a different way of saying 4 and 5, but hey, it works out. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what the desert is going to bring through on this one, Eb.
Yeah, so am I. I think I'm going to use this next break coming up to get some refreshments in order and go ahead and get into that desert. So you do the same. I highly recommend it, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Everybody, here we go. Once again, we are officially past the halfway point for this evening, and only 2 more games left to go for the PMEWL Season 4 Finals. DK, it is going to be Miramar coming on up. We had a crazy one in the last Miramar. We had an epic Sandhawk. What is in store for us in this 4th game?
At this point, it's difficult to say, right? All I can say is the obvious things. It's going to start, it's going to end, what's going to happen in between, not a clue, right? Things and stuffs and things. That's exactly what is going to take place here. I mean, so realistically, I think we are going to be seeing a little bit of a push towards the points, right? I think especially the team sitting, from second place down to realistically, I'd say, I don't know, 7th, 8th place, maybe even 9th place, even 10th place, right? So from second to 10th place, I think they're going to be settling it out to see who can get to where and, who's going to get what share of the prize. Because realistically, I think that's what would be quite achievable at this stage, because securing 54 points plus in the next 2 matches is going to be quite the task.
Yes. It is. We've seen that kind of game come in where we've had a 30-point and a 33-point game, but I think we all know who that came from, and you have to get a third of the lobby onto your elimination points if you want that kind of game, and that's really, really a hard ask, as you say. This playing path is going to make anything a hard ask, I think, on this game, on this map, right? It's very, very south. You have none of those northern areas at your disposal. And actually, when you think about the map of Miramar, most of the droppable areas are actually in that north side. So these teams now have a little bit of a task. And I don't like what I'm seeing. DK, I don't like it at all. R8 and Not Noobs going head-to-head in Valle de Mar, but the zone! Are we going to get an island finish? Is this going to be PMGC 2024 all over again?
Let's hope not, but let's hope so, yes.
Yes.
Maybe both.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely be quite interesting to see how this pans out for them. Speaking of interesting, we do have the Wildcats. As we can see, they're now finding a play on towards Cat Veins, just over towards the edge of zone. R8, Not Noobs here, getting into a little bit of a thing as we do say goodbye to Cat Veins. It's not going to continue for the remainder of this fight, though. And yeah, I mean, good on the Wildcats for jumping at a little bit of a cheeky play here. I mean, the Wildcats, of course, taking a bit of a wide spread, making their drop down there. I'm not quite sure how Red Tiam was trying to approach this, right? Were they maybe looking for a vehicle spawn up ahead and then to rotate back up into San Martin, or what was the approach?
I think that's quite reasonably the case. Looking for those vehicles, they know that they have to, especially with that zone, right? The zone popped up before they really landed, so definitely something that I think was on their minds. I also don't think they were expecting the Wildcats to have such a large split either. They were expecting them to go to Power Grid. This entire cliffside, this roadside, should be completely empty for Red Tiam, and it just isn't. And so I think there's a surprise on both sides there. Both of these teams doing something out of the ordinary and unfortunately clashing.
Yep, that's just the way it goes, I guess. And now it's going to be up to Kawhi to see if she can at least find a little bit of something here that makes it worth the engagement for them. As there's been quite a bit of damage being dealt into the side. We saw 74 damage. Hannah now getting spotted out on the edge as well. So quite a bit of an exchange here on either side. It's still going to be Red Tiam and the Wildcats finding themselves in a bit of a standoff. But so what's quite troubling here for Red Tiam is that the Wildcats have reinforcements continuously arriving. So they got to find a way to pick themselves back up and just get out of this position, because if they stay around here for way too long, that could spell quite a bit of disaster for them.
I'm surprised that Taiga hasn't gone for that res, right, for that reset. She's instead gone straight for Oiku, which is very nicely done on her part, but that was such a risky play coming into all this. She needs now to res everybody up quickly, because Ilem for the Wildcats, as you said, they're moving on in those reinforcements, and so Melzi on that off angle, that's so devastating for Red Tiam. They're now going to be able to get back up on their feet and use that angle once again. S2G in the background, Lighter in the background as well. As these teams are starting to make these early rotations into that hard shift zone, it's going to get harder and harder for Red Tiam and indeed Wildcats to do anything here.
Yeah, it's a tough play, but I mean that's kind of what we were expecting coming into the second to last game of the day, or as they say in fancy terms, the penultimate match, right? Here we are. It has arrived. It is happening. And it's proving to be quite a bit of a challenge, as we can rightly see. But yeah, now it all comes down to how the teams are going to look to kind of adapt and play through this, right? Are they going to let the zone get to them, or are they going to try and make the most out of a somewhat sticky situation? For Hannah, it's not going to be all that easy, as it is going to be the Wildcats now trying to just wingle-wangle their way around this. And of course, with the addition of Lida moving in alongside them, it's just complicating this whole situation.
Say wingle wangle around the map 10 times fast, and I bet you can't do it, chat. But Kawhi's going to do her best to do this, and a lamb goes in. That was a really great reaction from Kawhi. She was waiting for that one. She cannot go up against two, though. Melzy's going to have that quick follow-up, and now it's just up to Taiga. Wildcats now feeling the pressure as well from Liders. They swoop in just above them, and this might be what Taiga needs to just get out of dodge.
It could be exactly that, but the pressure is still going to be there. It's still going to be on pretty tight. And yeah, the distraction could really pay off. But Tiger has to jump at the opportunity. And with Leiden now starting to spread out on the angles here, I don't see a good way of escaping from this position. Maybe just trying to play a serious game of hide and seek and hope they don't find you.
Indeed, yeah. I think that could be worth a shot at least, just because now Liders moved in for that CQC position, that actually Taiga might just be able to hide out for a little while here. She does have that bike that she could get a hold of if these two teams are occupied enough. In the elimination feed, we do see Galatasaray running up against R8 as well, down to the south coastline down there, and a lot more is going on in those elimination feeds all around the map. But Lighter coming in here with these big utilities, just really cornering the Wildcats into one tiny room. They're going to try and put as much pressure as possible, and OOC go out here. Zeus and R8 both with a full squad wipe.
Oh, that is good. But, well, we're still looking at the fight right here. Somebody's got to push into somewhere.
Woo!
Oh, there we go. Leon coming through with a nice little bit of a bounce off there. Now is going to try and push forward, trying to get the jump in. Gets the second one more down, and there we have it. That is the Wildcats now just getting sent away. But the fight has not concluded just yet. We have even more teams pulling up. That is going to be S2G just waiting in the wings. So far, Tiger, though, still going to be holding nice and steady while the distraction comes through yet again. And this is where Tiger really needs to hope and pray that they don't come looking around in their building.
Yeah, but she missed any window she had of getting out of there, right? With S2G on her side of the compound, there is no way she makes it out of here alive. So she's got to do what she can. She does take out Lyat, though. That's an extra point there for Tiam, for Taiga. That's their first point as well. So that's going to mean that Lyat, who took out half of the Wildcats, is no longer in the game. That's a huge blow for Lighter, who were probably hoping to use that momentum to move forward as a squad, but now that has been taken away from them. But Taiga has made her presence known once again, and this is where the big fight happens for her.
Let's see if she can maybe find a little bit of something here. A bit of a way to just claw their way out of a very uncomfortable spot. I mean, with Elena just knocking on the door, there's still a bit of hope, right? But with Frisia now starting to rotate up, it's going to become increasingly more challenging. Tiger quickly just trying to reposition, trying to bait them up top. But of course, that is also still well within utility range. Just one little foul bounce, and that could end it. Tiger now just getting back in the same spot, now getting encircled as the players here start to move on through. Lider, they want to close this one up. S2G want to wrap it up as well, but there we go. It is going to be Red Tiam going out in 14th, but this is now Lider not out of the woods because S2G are starting to move in.
They are. What a great surrounding position here, and this is the stage of zone that you want to do this in. If you're going to make these kinds of plays out in the blue, do it while the zone is only on stage 2. I mean, having said that, though, if we're looking at the health bars here, it's actually chunking quite a lot of health away here. It's taking that health bar and bringing it down to quite a low position here. But ooh, the bike might have been their only option, but maybe not the wisest one, as that's going to be a clear shot over onto them. But this 2-2 split is deadly from S2G.
Yeah, I mean, again, teams fighting out in the blue. It's stage 2, so it's kind of okay, but again, not really advisable because you are going to be losing quite a lot of unnecessary health, or unnecessarily losing health rather. There we go. It makes more sense that way around. But yeah, I mean, SCG, they're going to try and score the points that they have their eyes on. Is this a costly play? Yes. Is it worth it? I'm not convinced. But is it going to make them feel better? Sure, it might, right? Because they're going to have 4 points. The other question is, though, are they going to make it into zone? Yes, it's not a long way to go, but they've got 1:20 to go. And looking at Lider not going to look to give up easily, so they might spend the remainder of this phase right over here.
Well, they might do, but that knock might have escalated some things here as Frisia is taken very, very low there. Aura as well. That's going to be that that trade coming through here. Melina quick to take that spot away, take that point to themselves. But Saren still is doing some work here, and now it is just Frisia left alive here, a 1v2 on this hillside, or on this staircase rather, and not going to be happening. S2G have a clear way now into zone because Lighter have been taken out. But I tell you what, we are 11 minutes into the game, and Lighter go out with 6 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcats went out with 3.
Yeah.
Right, Zeus. Alright, they're sitting on 4 apiece, so there's been quite a bit of aggression, you know, in such a short period. You said 11, I'm seeing, oh, okay, the 2 ones are just really close together. It almost looked like a
Yes.
9. I was like, okay. Right, sure, let's take it. But looking at the zone shift, though, I think the teams are going to be feeling a little bit at ease, seeing that we've already said goodbye to a few teams, so it's not going to be as pressured as we had in the previous version of Miramar here today. So, yeah, the rain is going to allow for a lot more of those sneaky approaches for teams to really get to play up on the hills, especially towards the northern side of Los Leones, right? Very similar spots to where we have Ida moving around right now. So curious as to whether or not... There we go, right? Carly, trying to make a few statements here and there. I mean, we'll only know by the end of the day, but I like the mindset. I like the mindset.
Confidence.
Yeah, there we go, right? I guess that works, right? I mean,
Sure.
You got to give them, if you want to give them something, give them that. It's like, it's super confident. And we like it. We like it. But it ain't over until it's over, right? We got to wait until the very last bit of the very last match to see exactly what the situation is. So, yeah, they just having a bit of fun up in towards that center spot in zone.
Well,
I mean, that would be a great opportunity for Mel's Nova to reach in.
It would. That's very true, but you gotta understand their position as well, right? Lighter taken out. Wait, the top 4 all taken out here. OC, Tiam, Wildcats, and Lighter. That top 4 is only Bonfire is actually in that running and still alive. So for them, second to last game coming in here, they're like, well, who is really going to take us over here? All the teams that had a chance of really contesting us are now gone.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not saying they're wrong in saying what they're saying.
Very true.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm just not in a position to say yes or no. Right? It's our job to, I mean, realistically, will we see a team like Bonfire secure themselves 70 odd points in one game? No. That's not how, there's not enough points available or left in this match. Right? Can that 70 points come in across 2 games? Yeah, it can.
Ooh.
But look at the shifts, right? It's still going to require quite a bit of work. And I mean, in order for something like that to happen, Galatasaray need to be taken out right now.
Yeah, immediately.
Right? With no additional eliminations going to them. And then that same team that has a high amount of eliminations needs to continue to farm until the end of the game, and then do that again on the last match to get even remotely close to that. And a team that had a good chance to do that was Lider already with 6 eliminations, but they're not here anymore. So yeah, it might be inevitable.
It might indeed, especially when we're coming into this match with a 50-point gap once again, right? So it is looking more and more like we know who the champions are going to be, but like you said, we're not done yet. It's improbable, but it could still be likely, maybe, sort of. We just have to wait. Like we said, we can't do math, so we're not going to be the ones to tell you yes or no. We have people for that. So they will tell us once this the next game is done as well, once we finish 2 games. But we're still on Miramar. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Mel's on top of the roof line, inside of zone. Nice big split coming through from them. They are near Galatasaray, but I think they're just further down that hill, so there's no chance of any sort of fight breaking out from them just yet. I did like what I saw from Not Noobs, right? After that initial fight coming through from them, they are a solo, but they've made a huge rotation all the way round to the north side, and so Kiss is going to be coming in to relatively open area, both in terrain and availability. I think this is going to be a difficult side for her to really move in on with that new zone shift centering up onto the southern Impala area. But still, I like the heads-up approach coming in from her. I like where her head is at, and Galatasaray, here we go. They're taking that one elimination, possibly. They got that knock. Will they finish it out? That could be the third point for them on the board. We'll see how that goes. And Ida, just looking and really scouting, making sure no one else is about to backstab them.
Yep, I mean, that is what you want to do. You want to be pretty sure as you can be, that you are somewhat secure in your position. So there is that third point now getting confirmed, but oh daddy is going to try and make up for that, as we do see the follow-through coming in here. D1, XQ, as well as Dino now could still find a bit of an opportunity, a bit of an angle, if they can line up the plays onto the side here of Galatasaray themselves, right? Of course, going to try and just follow up. D1, though, does find Tafida. Okay, all right, so that is now 2 left for the side of Galatasaray. But here, Bonfire having a bit of a tough run here. The shots now making some really good and strong connections across the board. We got several teams also just still trying to vie for position to claim moving into this next zone. And, well, I think for XQ, she could definitely look to rotate back up into the safety of zone, because as we can see on the map, there's nobody there.
Yes, indeed. I want to just talk about Zeus for a second, though. They've really stepped up in the last couple of games. Again, it's something that I've been saying is that strategy-wise, they seem to have a really good head on their shoulders. It's just they've not been able to convert that into points. Here, finally, we're starting to see those points come through for Zeus. 5 eliminations now. They're topping that elimination point leaderboard for this match at the moment. They still have a full squad, and they've got a decent position in zone. Finally, well, now the zone shifted, they're not in zone, but, they're close enough, and it's a really good spot that they were in originally. So, I like what I'm seeing coming out from them. It's been good to kind of watch that happen, where those points are starting to make sense for them. What doesn't make sense though is STG. They're looking a little rough, a little worse for wear, let's say. And now, they're going duo in a buggy. That's very shootable.
It might be shootable, but you know what happened to Zeus just then? He was saying their position looked good in zone, and then it wasn't anymore. You just nipped them, right?
No.
For those of you who don't know, Nip has this thing that we call nipping, right? When she's like, oh, this looks so great, and then it goes downhill.
Horribly wrong.
Right there. Yeah, that's called a nippy. But speaking of which, though, TPS, they're going to be looking to maybe play a bit of a position onto the side here of S2G, completely unrelated to the nipping I was just talking about. But it's going to be up to rotations for quite a few outlying teams. Zeus also going to try and see what their play will be. They don't have far to move to get themselves into this next position. And I'm looking at Ida, whether or not they are going to try and maybe climb those hills up onto the side where we had Atlas. Speaking about climbing, though, S2G might be climbing into the lobby pretty soon.
They might just, but so is SH from TPES. They're not going to be able to save her here. They're opting for that position in zone. This is a precarious building. It's so open, but it's a darn good position inside of that zone. Was that an M24 I just saw in the elimination feed? Please say it was. I love M24. It's my favorite weapon. Anyway, Fenerbahce. Ooh, so tunnel vision, so on that knock. You didn't see that wraparound coming through. His AOR looking to do some work, but Fenerbahce holding on with that survivability we've been talking about all evening, DK. They are here to stay, and actually AOR decide to leave.
Yeah, I mean, it's good play here by AOR, rather just getting the heck out of there. But what an approach here from Fenerbahce. Alicia's, though, beautiful spray, the conversion from one target to the next. Just absolutely on point, and I'm surprised that she actually had enough rounds to do that change up. But now it's going to be TPS to see whether or not they can step into the spotlight here as they find themselves still holding on to the compound that you were praising. And now it's going to be showtime, right? To see, can they hold true? Can they hold steady? And can they defend the northern edge of zone? As the zone is shifted, again, much closer towards them. But the pressure is on because everybody else now is going to try and move up. And this is where the true testament will be shown.
Yes, indeed, because there's a lot of teams with full squads or nearly full squads that are outside of zone right now and need to move in. Fenerbahce being one of those. They do get that initial knock, but that trade comes through. Oh, a great nade, though. Make sure that Licious is not one that is standing. And AOR continuing with those nades coming through. And it's a backstab from Zeus with their 8th elimination to get rid of Fenerbahce. So cannot survive for as long as they have done in previous rounds, but still Fenerbahce with a squad wipe. We're seeing a lot of these teams go out early, but with really good points.
Yep, they're definitely doing quite a bit of hard work, and I mean, everybody's looking to finish strong even on the last day, right? And this is the funny thing is, sometimes you see teams kind of just decide, you know what, we did all we could, but this is not this lobby, right? These teams are going to be fighting to the very, very end to see just how far they can get those points to go. TPS not having much of a challenge coming towards their compound just yet, but as you can see, the team starting to circle around. We got Ida off in the distance, we got Galatasaray right alongside Ida, as well as Nova. Towards the north is Zeus, as well as Bonfire, or rather, what is left of Bonfire, right? Atlas is going to be positioned down there, and this is where the true plays will now be revealed. As GOAT are focusing quite a bit of their efforts onto the side of R8 as well as the not noobs. Guess now just trying to survive. It's not going to be an easy one, but fortunately that vehicle is going to provide some kind of hard coverage. But there's still also an opportunity for not noobs maybe to return some fire over onto the side there of R8 as well.
Yes, indeed. Oh, hang on, Ida. Full sending onto Galatasaray's Bonfire got with 0 points on the board. That is a surprise for sure. As AOR continuing with this utility. Oh, and the little quick shot with that DBS coming through. But that's some good information there. They're able to take her out as well. But this is where CameraFi now has to do something. And is that something going to be? Oh, that something is going to be looking at a nade. That's what that something is going to be. Not noobs go out as well. 10th place for them. 0 points on the board. S12K, DBS, they're kind of all the same when it comes to those headshots, and that's exactly what we're going to see here, except it's an M4 this time, and it was Jellified with that M24, just a side note. But anyway, and we move away at the very last moment. Matesha goes out there. AOR silently go out. Galatasaray go out. No back-to-back win for them, but it's TPES to grab those points.
Yep, and that is exactly what we want to see. Some stars starting to shine right here. Nova now looking to aggress onto the sides of Ida. Oh, the S12K, aka DBS apparently coming through on the play there as Nova. Wrap it up. Yet another team goes down. That is now them up to 5 eliminations. Zeus sitting on double that. Things are looking pretty good at the top of these standings for the time being. I mean, a very aggressive game across the board, as you mentioned earlier. A lot of teams walking away with several eliminations. But it's all going to come down to the final few, right? We are down to 6 teams. 16 players and 2 players are currently within the zone. That's going to be Seren and Macy. But now, Batsuit quickly just hopping in the vehicle as Zeus starts their rotation, trying to wrap around and find a way of angle to play it, but it's not going to be easy because there aren't many.
No, there really isn't, but Zeus have done such a phenomenal job with this game. They've been able to use this zone to their liking, and that's going to be why you see 10 eliminations on the board. Nova taking out S2G there at the very end, but the nades are starting to turn towards Zeus now. You see them just round the back of one of these teams up ahead. I'm not sure who that is. That's TPES up into zone, and that's where they're trying to get there themselves. Mel's on the other side of the zone goes out because R8 are looking directly at them. So that's going to be Mel's going down to 3 We have our top 5, and actually there's a lot of players for those respective teams.
Yeah, I mean, 13 is a very decent number to have, but, well, we might go down to 12 is what Suit quickly got hit there. Unfortunately, the angles coming through from Goat has been able to just find a bit of a weakness at the expense of them here. But now it's going to be Goat time. R8, though, still alive and kicking as they're going to look to kick it into hyperdrive on their approach towards the edge. Several teams still holding nice and steady ahead of them. And I mean, things are looking pretty challenging right now. But as soon as that blue zone has closed up, everyone is essentially just sitting around the same table, just looking into each other's eyes. It's like, well, who's going to be the first one to go, you or me?
It's very, very true here. Zeus trying to be that forward thinker, as is Leora. They're going to be the players to make the most moves at first here. Oh, Maisie just full head, just peeking out of that window. Could be quite an easy shot, but no, she's going to be moving elsewhere. Leora does get taken out. Molly from R8, the first to do that. Yagi looking straight at Kylie, though, and Kylie cannot afford to go down right here. She will not get res back up, most likely, with that zone moving in, right? And as I say that, she does go down. The zone is just too strong, and Yagi just snaking her way through the desert here, trying to get those eliminations, trying to get that angle as best she can. And luckily for her, it doesn't look like anybody else has sight on her or really wants to. You got R8 versus Mel's going down. Haziko steals that point, though. Basud going in for 14 eliminations.
Yeah, Zeus, I mean, they've got some sparks starting to roll on in. It's getting a little bit overcast as well. But let's see who's going to be the one to clutch it out. Mel's looking good with 3. They're the only team with these high numbers now. Goat, though, they've been super active for a big majority of this game. They don't have a single elimination yet, right? They've caused quite a bit of damage, but not converted any of those damage. But instead, they themselves will get converted into elims, and that is Zeus now up to 15. There's only a handful of players standing between Zeus and their potential winner chicken dinner. XQ going to be keeping it nice and concise up on the edge as they start to strafe a push on forward. R8 goes down, and now it is Mels, Nova, and Zeus to fight it out to see who will be walking away with that winner chicken dinner. It is going to be absolute crazy angles that we are looking at right here. I mean, this is tough, right? But it's great for both of these teams because this would definitely boost anything and everything that they could have had up until this point. And it's also going to be one of these two teams' first chicken in the finals.
It is indeed. This is exactly what we wanted to see from both these teams. We knew they had it in them. If Mel's win, that's a decent win. 8 eliminations plus the 10 points. Well, really, it's going to be 10 eliminations most likely, right? But 17 from Zeus, 8 from Basud. I think we know who the MVP is going to be, right? If she's not the MVP, something's very wrong because what the heck. Anyway, I think this is it. That's it. Oh, Daddy goes out. Nothing she can do against Maisie and crew of Zeus Esports. And that's going to be the end of game number 4. The second to last game of the finals goes over to Zeus, and what a win it was.
I mean, that was quite the performance that we had coming in from them. It's like they just decided, you know what, this is going to be the match in which we are going to go absolutely crazy. We're going to try and claw our way back and just see how far we can push the envelope. How upsetting can we get? I mean, what a bounce that is, right? Because if we look back at game number 3, they came in with 2 points, right? That's it. This game, they got double digits, right? So they got 2 digits with regards to not just their overall points, but the overall eliminations that they had as well. So, yeah, a very good performance coming through there from the side of Zeus, as well as Mel's Nova, right?
Yeah.
Mel's doing a really good work all the way to the very end there.
No, they really did. And I think Galatasaray are very lucky that kind of game was done by Zeus and not by one of the other teams that could have a chance at contending them, right? That's exactly the kind of game that we were talking about. But for Lighter, for the Wildcats, for OOC, for any of those top 4, top 5 teams, that's what we wanted to see from them. But instead, it's Zeus who pick up that torch and go forward in triumph. 19 eliminations going through there. That is a 29-point game, and that surely has to put them way up on those leaderboards.
It has to. I mean, of course, looking at where they came from, right? They were set. Well, they're not going to be all too high up, but they're going to be higher up than they were, right? So either which way, it's going to bode quite well for them. I think they'll be having around about 60 odd points once they finish here. In total, right? Not for the match. That's not a thing that happens.
Yeah.
But a good play nonetheless. And of course, we can see the return of the utilities coming back, going all the way from less than 100, which was 90 something, up to 218, right?
Ooh.
Very challenging play, but a lot of that came through in the early starts of the game. And of course, we do see Mali here securing the longest hit, 300 meters on the dot. And I think this is also a good play coming through for R8, right? Because they were still alive all the way up into that stage 7, which is where things really started to constrict and make things a lot more challenging for everybody involved in this lobby.
Yes, indeed. But okay, at least justice has been served where Botsud is the MVP. Sometimes we see it where there will be a player that goes all out, but, something in those stats just makes her teammate MVP instead. Has happened to me quite a few times. But no, it is going to be Botsud taking that MVP, and ding, 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 bell of 1,000 damage, because man, oh man, did she perform, did she go above and beyond for her team. 29 total points, there it is, and Mels and R8 have good, decent results out of that match, but it's just Zeus just goes above and beyond there. But, Mels and R8, 14, 11, TPES with 7 is a really, really good result.
Yeah, I mean, they were rolling with the Thunder, so it helps quite a bit here. Yep, 7 points for TPS. It's about time. We wanted to see that for a good long while, and they delivered. So well done, well played to them. But of course, this is where it makes the most of an impact, right? So you can see Galatasaray adding those 5 points on, pushing them all the way up to 160. 107, though, is going to be coming in pretty close to them. Kind of, maybe. Not really.
Sort of.
But yeah, looking at the rest of the scoreboard, though, all the way from second to, I'd say, call it 9th place, 10th place, we can still see quite a bit of shifting coming through in just this very last match, right? So it's all going to boil down to what that last game will bring. But of course, Zeus with their chicken has now jumped from 16th up into 13th position.
They have, and, it might not sound like a lot numbers-wise, but points-wise it is, right? If you think of 16th place TPES now having 40 points, after a decent game as well. But Zeus to have 60 is very much a different story for them. So GG's there. That win has done a lot for them. And our player focus, Matesha from AOR. AOR have been doing a really good job today as well. They've been stepping up again and again. And you're starting to see that now in our player focus, as she is number 3. But of course, number 1 and number 2, I think we all know who it is. It's Tofita and it's Hillel.
Yeah, no surprise to see them still occupying those spots. I mean, but the elimination counts, the damage numbers, they are starting to soar, as we can see. It's almost all the way up to 5K there, for third place, and it's in excess of 5K in second and first. So some pretty impressive performances that we've had across the board, but we still have one more match to go. And of course, Nep will be back with the last match right after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. For the final time here, we're going to be going into our final game of the finals. There's a lot of finality going on here, DK, as we go into Erangel very, very shortly. This is it. This is where we see who's going to be our champions and who's going to be in that top 5, top 10 as well. I mean, I think we all kind of know what the deal is with that first place position, but the rest of the lobby still have a lot to fight for, right? Especially with that final game. A lot of teams got some big points coming in, and that's just made those gaps all the closer.
Yeah, I mean, first place, let's be real about it, it's probably been secured, right?
Yeah.
I don't see anybody getting 53 plus points in one game.
Nah.
Right? Maybe back when PUBG just came out and we were also curious about how things were going to work. Sure. Right?
Sure.
But those days are long gone. And yeah, as you said, the teams are essentially now left in a position where they can contest to see who's going to be walking away with what share of that prize pool, right? So it is now up to second to wherever else they want to try and fight it for, because the prize pool only goes to 6th place, right? So from 1st to 6th. So looking at the point situation, realistically, anyone can still play for 6th place, right? Because 6th place is 80 points.
Yep.
Right? And if we look from 80 points down to 16th, that's 40 points. So 40 points in one game, I don't really see that happening. But 20 points?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah.
Zeus can pull that off, right? So they can go from 13th into 6th place and maybe higher than that, depending on how many points they get. So any team higher than Zeus could still realistically play for their share of the prize pool, right? The higher you end up on the standings, obviously, the larger the share of that is. So that makes a whole lot of sense, as per usual. But yeah, so, I mean, it's Zeus, Ida, SG, AOR, Fenerbahce, Retiam, GOAT, R8, right? I think they're going to be competing to see who locks it in. And speaking about locking it in, the zone has been locked in favor of the Wildcats.
I mean, if any team needs it, it's the Wildcats right now, right? They had a tumultuous start to that game in number last, as you like to say, and they went out very early. Yeah, they had a few points, but nowhere near the points that they would have liked to have seen from that match. So perhaps this will give them that bounce back that they were looking for. In other areas of the map, though, Yasnaya seems to have 3 different teams, Ida, Tiam, and Mel's Nova. And actually, XQ is quite far away from the rest of her team there. Mel's opting for that large split as per usual. Other than that, we have a major hot drop in Millie Base, right? There is not Noobs and someone else there. I can't see their names right now. Maybe you know, DK, but there is definitely a very big hot drop going on down there.
Yes. It's that's Bonfire. The big dots. That's like a Bonfire.
Yes, of course.
Right. The almost pink is Mel's Nova, who we can see right there. Right? That's like the reddish, almost pink color. Don't ask me for exact description of colors. That's what it is. It's almost pink, but not quite. It's almost red also, but it's also not quite. And then yellow. There we go, Ida. That's Athena getting just whipped out of that vehicle as XQ locks in on target, looks to get the confirmation. A little bit of a spray there, but this is now a good go here. Mel's could definitely look to clap it up as they do find that first elimination. Dino does get knocked on down, but they got to be careful, right? Because Red Tiam, they're going to come in hard from that eastern side.
They are indeed, but they might have a little bit too much to think about apart from Tiam here. I mean, Ida have a very big sweep around Mel's Nova right now, different angles all around, and it's a really nice controlling area to see from Ida, but Mel's end up winning those 1v1s quite a bit here, so could see a little bit of both coming through here. Yildiz does take down Mel's, though, so that's going to be just 2 left standing for Mel's Nova. That could be problematic for them, as Ida have only lost 1 so far, and Odaddy does go down, immediately finished up, and DK, all of a sudden, Mel's Nova is just down to XQ because she's on the wrong side of the road here, and she's just a solo, might have to just leave.
Well, you say wrong side, I say right side.
Right side,
The correct side, the surviving side of the road. And I mean, we do see that third party now rolling up as well. So that is going to be Red Tiam looking to apply a little bit of pressure, coming in hard on the side there of Ida. And as we jump back down to the South Sea, there's those lovely little pink specks as well, as we do see purple now just getting traded on down. Hannah, though, gets spotted. Down they go. So the element of surprise is no longer in favor of Red Tiam. But the push is going to come in here over on towards that Millie base, as not noobs look to just regain quite a bit of their territory. Pinky went out cycling, or that's not Pinky, that's a Kiss, right? Kiss went biking, sure, right? You got to keep that to keep fit, to keep that heart rate up there. Sure, let's go for it. But how's that going to apply to what's happening over into boot camp, into Millie base?
Boot camp, he says, which is kind of a boot camp, right? That mill base being very hot and sweaty over there, just like the jungle. But Mel's Nova, XQ, she's not backing down here, and now she's trying to third party as Tiam and Ida go head to head here. Kawhi picking up the first elimination with a DBS, and she might want to now think about moving away from this perspective. I mean, she's got 173 meters to go, right? I mean, it would be a good opportunity to just get out of there and move forward as a solo, but she does not seem intent on doing so.
Yeah, it's an interesting play, though. I mean, we got to commend the efforts, right? They're going to try and keep the team in the fight as long as they possibly can. But hopefully that is going to be something that pays off for them. Of course, it does seem like XQ is going to be trying to just put quite a bit of distance in between themselves and the angles there, as we do say goodbye to Ida. That is them done and dusted. They've done all they can. They add 3 points to their overall tally of 61. You can do the math and figure it out. But we'll continue to see. Sure. We'll see where these teams get themselves towards. If you ever wanted to buy Neptune or something for her birthday or for Christmas, buy her a calculator, please.
Honestly, yeah, I could really use one. But hey, hang on, NX77. She's got my car skin. She's got the coupe, and it's in the same color as mine as well. So GG's, great minds think alike. Very nicely done there. She's gonna use it to just roll over her enemies there, and try and get to Pinky, who is feeling the side effects of the zone, that's for sure, and also for Bonfire's bullets, I think. But we'll see how they can manage to get this one back. 2,000 meters to get to zone. This is not ideal for either of these teams. I think both of them were kind of betting on the zone continuing what it's been doing in Erangel before, right? Where it's like kind of on both sides of the island and the mainland. A little bit longer than this, but the zone is not going to be nice to them this time around for this final match, and so they've got to be very, very quick with how they play this.
Yeah, they're going to have to do exactly that, but now it's going to be up in the radar tower where all the pressure is going to look to kind of end the plays here. See, the DBS now in hand here of M77. Oh, cheeky hit, 1 down. Few more to go. Oh, there we go, 2 down. Needs to get that final few plays. 1 player, and then it could be a full squad wipe. So let's see if N77 is going to be able to get the job done quickly, just trying to dip out, heal up, but then continue the fight as the body now comes in ablazing. Oh, the play is closed, the DBS is there, but unfortunately it is not going to work out, but a very valiant effort being applied.
A really, really good job from Not Noobs. They tried their best there, but in the end, I think the zone just got to them a little too much. And that's going to be them with 2 points going on out. That's all they can do here. As we look to OOC, a little bit higher on that leaderboard, a little bit more to lose, a little bit more to play with as well in this final game. Getting their vehicle shot up by an unknown source. Perhaps that source has got a Tacit. I wouldn't put it past them. They are the type to do that sort of annoying play where it's like, yeah, we can't see you. Maybe you're slightly out of render distance, but we do see your vehicle. And so, you know what? Those tires are ours now.
I mean, they got to retire the vehicles somehow, right? But here we go, as Bonfire now has to go a long, long way, as you mentioned before, over 2 kilometers to get themselves back up in towards that zone. And I could hear you rolling your eyes, even though you were on mute. But yes, here we are. R8 up to the crash side. I think this is an interesting spot, though. Are they going to commit to it? Are they going to hang around here, Nep, or what would the play be?
It is an interesting one. Yeah, it's very central. I could see this being very much a controlling play from them if they so chose. The only problem with it, in my eyes, is that it's very, very open. And so it'd be quite easy for teams to kind of move over to you. You also don't have that many sight lines directly around you, so it's not like you can see them coming very easily. We might see a test of how this could go, though, as TPES move into their vicinity here. OOC are looking more down to the south, so they're not going to be really a problem for R8 right this second, but TPES, they could pose some problems.
Yep, they definitely could. But let's see what their decision is going to be, because they are heading a little bit further over on towards the east there. So Mouse Nova can receive a little bit of company potentially, depending on how the rotations go. But doesn't seem like they are going to be all to face just yet. I am looking over on towards S2G and the Wildcats up in towards South George. Very close proximity to each other, just holding on either sides of the bridge. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Goat, though, getting right down to business towards the container yard. As you can see, Fenerbahce just absolutely going to work on them, just locking in sprays this way and that. But then we've got two other crews that are rolling up on the edge of zone. That is going to be Retiam on the east and AOR pushing up towards the north.
Well, let's turn our attention to the south side, because Georgia Pole is looking a little interesting as well, right? The Wildcats currently being gate kept by S2G, and S2G have a 2-1 split, I think it is. Let me look. How many? No, 3-1 split across this bridge site. So the Wildcats, even if they get through that first initial barrier, they still have more players to go through on the bridge side. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Wildcats manage to do something about this. Are they going to opt for a different rotation altogether, or are they going to take this fight?
That's a good question, the answer to which we'll get soon. But for now, it does seem like Wildcats are going to be focusing in on S2G. We've got Lucy and Aura caught up in the fuel station over there. So it could be a little bit of a push here by Oiko. Tries to wrap around, goes up into the Wizard Tower. R8, though, still quite comfortable up in towards the crash site. Looking at the drop-off for the distance, Mally is trying to figure out, should I, shouldn't I? I would say you don't, because that's right where Fenerbahce are. Unless you want to pick a fight, then by all means, right? Be my guest, go out, light it up.
They could do, right? Oh, like the Wildcats are picking a fight. Here we go, and it's not going to go. How did Oiku get across that? That's interesting. But Shanks does go down there, so that's going to be one on the side of S2G. Good Molotov, trying to cram them into a room, trying to get some of this room for themselves and control the maneuverability of S2G here. But these nades could be their ticket out. Nice little shot, doesn't do any damage though. Sneaks around the corner. Lucy's up next. Oh, and she gets it. Melzy goes on down. That car is doing something. And Oiku on the outside trying her best to do something. Goat is in the background, though. They could play a mean third party to this.
Yeah, they could, but I think Oiku made the best call that they could at this point, just getting the heck out of there. And now it's going to be Fenerbahce left to kind of contest with Goat, as we did see them just rolling up. It's like that vehicle that started to bounce, just knew that something was about to happen. I think that was a warning sign. Must have been. But we can see a few more teams finding a bit of difficulty. I said Fenerbahce, but I actually meant the Wildcats. Fenerbahce, they were also getting down to business, as we can see them now claiming their third elimination, just helping a few teams back into the lobby, doing the sensible thing, right? Very respectable. I like that. But yeah, they have an opportunity to just catch a bit of a breath here. We can't say the same about Bonfire, because they are still traveling towards the zone. But again, it's no surprise, because that's what Bonfire does.
It's the truth. It's the truth. It's what they do every single time. But you know what? They can do it. They've got 4 eliminations on their side, and the zone is about to pop up. Where are we going to go? Ooh, and the hard shift makes it that S2G and the Wildcats, and even that Goat player, Yagi, is kind of, the entire fight's kind of null and void, because the zone's not gone that direction. It's moved over to the eastern side. going over down towards shooting range. So RA in a good position here. They're able to just move slightly into zone, and talk about good positions. OOC in a great position to gatekeep Fenerbahce.
Yeah, great setup that they have right there. Already Maya is going to be jumping at the opportunity, spots Licious and drops Licious. That was almost delicious, as you see Rose coming through with a nice bit of a contribution there, but it is going to be a quick response there, as Fenerbahce will defend their position. Not going to let any sneaky shots make its way on in. So quick repair coming through. And now OSC. A very spread out play here. It is going to be Bezumi all the way up in zone, at least securing the compound for the time being. But will we see the rest of the team decide to fall back and regroup? I mean, there could still be quite a bit of an opportunity here.
It could be indeed, but those opportunities are dwindling for R8. Look at the board. They've got 2 down at the moment, up against, I believe, AOR. Up to that northern side, they finally have clashed, and RA are playing for that position. They're playing for that end zone, so if they go out or even down to 2 now, it is going to throw a spanner in the works for them. So we'll keep an eye on how that's going. Hopeful does go down there. That's AOR's first point of the match. 14 teams still here, still alive though, and Fenerbahce, I'm not sure how Fenerbahce get out of this one, to be honest. I mean, I'm not sure they really have those vehicles, and OOC has such a spread across this zone that, you know, even though Irelia is trying to do something here, I think everybody, OOC, all have sightlines on this entire side.
Yeah, but knowing Fenerbahce, we're going to pan away like we did just now, and the next moment we'll look back and Fenerbahce is in zone. True. How did they do that? Magic. Right? That's how they did it. But in the meanwhile, Fenerbahce have another problem. S2G is moving in behind them as well, right? Following the line of buildings towards this point right here. So there could be an interesting play at hand. But Fenerbahce, they're not going to miss out on any opportunities as they do spot the play there. So one player down, helping to alleviate a little bit of the pressure now as we look over on toward Yagi. Yagi's got this whole position essentially for herself, right? Nobody over there. You have some cars and things and whatnots, but that's about it, right? But you have Galatasaray a little bit further on towards the eastern side. So you got to watch out because they're looking essentially right at Yagi.
Yeah, they are. It makes it very difficult for Yagi to do anything. I think she could probably sneak over into Ruins, right? Go right up over Everest and back behind into that Ruins area and just sneak through the water as a solo, but that is going to be difficult, particularly when the Wildcats are moving up right behind her. I think they've just taken a right turn over towards Everest, but still, there is going to be something going on over there, and AOR have taken control of what was R8's. I mean, R8 just down to a duo in a small area in this shack. And they're going to just hold on out there. TPES as well, looking in a really strong position.
Oh, but this way Fenerbahce needs to watch it. You're talking about Galatasaray just shooting at the tires. Well, they're going a little bit further than that now. They've spotted players as well. So, yeah, Fenerbahce needs to be very, very cautious. I mean, Fenerbahce is right behind the camera, right behind the view that we are looking at here by Galatasaray. So, they're right on the edge of the blue over on the western side. So, yeah, Galatasaray, they've got the line of sight that they need to just be an absolute menace at this point. S2G also going to be continuing on with their play as they've got, well, one half of their team, I'd say, down on towards the side there of R8. And that is not the spot that you want to be in. The rest of the team further up towards the north as they continue to look to play for a bit of that peace and tranquility, at least for the time being. But now it's going to be go time because everybody is going to look to just move in towards the zone, right? The red team coming in from the eastern side, Fenerbahce, OOC, S2G, AOR, everybody else are on towards the west and the south.
Yeah, it's about to get very, very busy. Lighter as well made good use of the distractions going on everywhere else to actually move across the bridge behind Galatasaray, and now they occupy that southern side. They're not in zone yet. Zeus aren't either, who are right next to them, but still, they have a good portion and a good entrance into zone if they're quick, because Galatasaray now looking to chase Fenerbahce into zone and spread out as well over that southern side. So they're going to have to be very, very careful here. On the side of Fenerbahce, you do see OOC being able to knock one. So Fenerbahce are going to be up as 3. I think there's no way they're going to be able to get that knock, except, wait, I think she might be in a vehicle here, but maybe not for long, as now Galatasaray able to take some shots over onto Barbie and her car.
Oh, yeah, this is not going to be good, though. Barbie can only survive so long, and the shots making some meaningful connections as Lida reaches in from atop the hill. No, they were on the southern side of zone, even further away than Galatasaray, but they had that off angle to kind of just poke in onto the sides. And AOR actually will be the team to finish it up as Barbie gets picked up down. That is Hilal, though, now feeling a little bit of their own medicine as Elena just locks on in and sends the lead over.
Goodness me, yeah, Galatasaray just kind of chilling with this one. There's no need for them to go all out here, and you kind of do see that, right? They're playing this quite, you know, they're always being in zone. They're not being passive, but they are not being the powerhouse that we have seen certainly in day one. So they're taking this in their stride. They're kind of just chilling, having a little bit of fun with this game. One elimination on the board. They are going to get this res back up, but OOC are looking straight at them. If they would just turn around, they would be looking straight at them. And, oh, a battle of the solos up into the north side. Everybody away from everybody else, right? It looks like we might even have 3 solos. Yes, it is GOAT, it's IWNRX, and it is, who was that? Yeah, Bonfire as well, all looking at each other on that north side. But back down to where the chaos really is. Galatasaray still outside of zone as that zone shifts up.
Yeah, speaking about shifts, STG shifted right into the side there of Veretia. So you can see the engagements and the altercations coming through onto that far eastern side. But you said the south is still quite tough, and that's exactly what we have. At least here for the side of OOC, you have quite a long way to go to get themselves back into safety. But now they're going the opposite direction. They decided, you know what? Let's go have it. We're going to rush straight up onto Galatasaray to see if we can send them out. Oh, but instead, OOC might be in a little bit of trouble here. As you can see, Bazumi quickly just trying to recover a little bit of the basing. But now, this is that play, right? Galatasaray, yes, they have gone down. But in OOC doing this, they've actually now just kind of made themselves a target for all the teams in the vicinity.
They have. They really, really have. And R8, you saw them taking advantage of that. S2G taking advantage of Yagi's, pointing at the other solo there. So Bonfire does manage to get out of that one alive. And now R8 looking a little worse for wear against Fenerbahce. This team does not back down. I mean, look at Fenerbahce. They have a solo. One is knocked. One is still up, and they're still going for those eliminations. They do not go out without a fight, and the Wildcats now are the next to fall with only 1 elimination.
Well, a lot of these teams seem to be absolutely relentless. Now, OOC Dreamcore, they've been able to get themselves somewhat back into contention here, but you still got to watch out. Yep, XQ comes through with the executations on the edge there, and with that, R8 Sapphire also make their way back into the lobby. Down to only 8 teams. I mean, this is where we'll see those numbers now really start to crumble and to start tanking.
We will indeed, and that zone is not giving them any respite. It keeps shifting away from all these teams that are just trying to climb into zone and any edge they can. And Molina doing massive work there. Great nade over there to get 3 eliminations. And Lighter, again, one of those teams that have been making moves, but not waves, right? Only 3 points on the board for them so far, but now they're into those placement points as well. And as the zones get closer, this is where they can start making their mark. AOR, in the meantime, up to 7 eliminations. A really, really good show for them in this final game.
Yeah, definitely a very respectable play coming through on that end. But look at the quick reactions here from Lida. It's like, no. And then the shots just continue to fry. Jilavai with a very quick and swift play here. But there's going to be an absolute mess with regards to those vehicles. As Lida closed it up, that is AOR getting rammed and ramped back into the lobby. S2G also going to be capitalizing on a little bit of that carnage as they also start to move upwards. You can see Seren just looking for a little bit of a viable position over on the edge. So the Red Tiam still in the mix. And this is where things can get quite interesting because teams now know, right? This is it. This is the final push, the final stand. Let's make it count.
Yes, indeed. Top 5 are here. Lighter, Tiam, Mel's Nova. Mel's Nova? How did she get in here? XQ has survived from the initial fight all the way in Yasnaya, what seems like years ago, and here she is in the top 5 coming through here. TPES have a full squad still in these final matches, being able to do a lot of work here, and of course S2G as that solo just hanging on there as well. So a very, very even space, I think, for these teams, a 2v3, v1, v4, v1. I mean, TBS obviously have that advantage, but they're not in zone right now. In fact, Red Tiam, with their 3 players up, are the only ones properly in zone here.
Well, let's see. Can they lock it down? Right, Red Tiam, good position to work off of. But again, the terrain proving to be a little bit more challenging. Still got to watch out for what TPS could bring as they crest that hill, right? Because they're the only squad with a 4-piece, so they have the slight numbers advantage, but are they going to have the strategical advantage, right? That is going to be the key to claim that winner chicken dinner. Seren is going to try and outlast the efforts and the aggression coming through there from Lider. So much so that they do find the response, but then rather than get picked that up, Frisia with a quick follow through. And that is going to be Lighter now up onto 6 eliminations. You said XQ is being absolutely relentless, still managing to survive. Cupcake spots her down. She goes. Goodbye, good night. As Mel's Nova will have to settle for those 3 eliminations and, of course, the placement points that come with 4th place. Now, TPS and Red Tiam are going to be focusing all their efforts in on each other.
They are indeed, and we're down to the final 2, and it's just a 2v4 at this point. Catbanes is not going to be able to stay alive to the end of the game here. Semina does go down, though. A nice quick trade coming over here, but that's going to be a 3rd now. It's a 1v3, and TPES have every advantage offered to them here. That's going to be a try, but it's going to be a fail as TPES come in guns blazing from start to finish to get the final win of this season.
Yep, well done, well played. What a way to close it off. I mean, we've looked at a plethora of matches, right? The teams have played so much all the way from week number 1, but they played even more before that, right? In the qualifiers. So many games that these teams have just continued to keep that pacing going. And what a phenomenal way to close it all out, right? The final game coming through. I mean, Galatasaray also, trying a few things there, having a bit of fun out on the battlefield, because why not, right? If they go down early, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. They don't necessarily need points at this stage. So I think all the other teams that really had to put focus in on securing points, they did exactly that coming into this last match. And that's why we had such a competitive game coming in here.
We did. We really did. And it is... It's going to be interesting to see that leaderboard. It's been a lot of stuff going on, hasn't it? It's been a lot of things all at once, many points. It's hard to keep track of, which is why we have a leaderboard. But I want to see how Tiam were able to end up converting from points to leaderboard placement, right? Because they were in with a real chance at getting much higher than they were. They brought in a decent result here. 2nd place and 9 eliminations, something like that. So something that we really want to watch out for, but it is really nice for TPES to get that final win with 9 eliminations as well, and not that much damage taken, right? I think that's a testament to both what they were able to take without receiving, and also their strategy of kind of playing edge and being on the edge a little bit more, where they were able to take some of these teams out without really being seen themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the play that you need to try and make. And speaking about taking teams out without getting seen, that's exactly what Aura did here from S2G. 321 meters away. So a nice little bit of a reach, getting poked out there. Again, a fairly decent usage of the utilities, but it makes sense looking at how excessively the smokes and grenades were used especially moving into these last few stages, right? When the zone is tough, the utility usage goes up quite a bit. But again, the health is respectable. It's not too high. It shows the just pure pacing that we had coming through. And speaking about pacing, of course, a big pace has been brought up here by Jelavaya, coming through with those 4 eliminations and nearly 600 damage.
Yeah, very nice run for her as well. MVP to end off the evening. She was number 3 in our player focus before this game as well. This will have solidified her position as well as that. But AOR continued to do some really good work. Did they get top 5? No, they haven't really all evening, but they continue to really put those points in. 8 eliminations for this game, so a really, really good job from them. But as we look at the match rankings, TPES going home with 19 points there. Tiam and Lighter both with 11 is a really, really good result.
Yep, that definitely is, and it's all going to boil down to what these last few points will mean for the teams, right? As we know, Lighter came into the match that at second, so it just strengthens their overall positioning with that. We know OOC was right behind them, trailing by 13 points. So the 3 points, I don't think it's going to be too much of a bother. Retiab, though, 11 points. That is going to put them up a considerable bit with regards to points. But we'll have to see exactly what that final sheet brings on in.
Yes, we will, and I think I'm hearing in my ear we are going to be seeing our champions up on the board right now, and it is no surprise, it is Galatasaray coming in at that number 1 spot. Another win. They've defended their title successfully, DK. They are our champions for season 4.
Yeah, and a big congratulations going out to them. And of course, I mean, these girls are absolute beasts.
They are.
In the best possible way. And I stick to what I said. If I see them in the lobby, I'm leaving. I'm sorry, but like there's just no chance for me whatsoever. But looking at these points, a very respectable game has been put up by not only them but everyone in the lobby, right? Look at this. I mean, Lighter finishing with those 2 chicken dinners. We got Bonfire coming in with 2 chickens. Wildcats with 1. R8 coming through with 2. But as we know, right, the prize pool only extends so far. So Retiam, they've managed to get themselves in the money, right?
Yes.
To get themselves a share of that prize pool. So an amazing job. Well done. But you got to give it out to these teams, right? We've been seeing such a roller coaster of games, right? Coming all the way from week 1. Like some teams step up, then another one steps up, and then everybody was just going absolutely crazy. But it's good to see the overall turnout, just how all of this has then come to a conclusion. I mean, I think some very well-deserved positions on these standings.
There are indeed, and OOC coming through in the top 3 in 3rd place with 0 wins is an incredible feat considering what kind of work they were being made to do by all these other teams, right? It's been a battle to even get as far as top 5, top 8 even. So OOC coming in with 0 wins under their belt, but 97 total points is insane. So a big GG's going over to them specifically. And yeah, it's very, very well played by all of these teams, right? I mean, they fought so hard to even get to finals. It's been a long road these last 3 weeks, and all of these teams have done themselves very, very proud. They've all played very, very well. I think it's more about what they were allowed to do versus what they could do.
Yeah, I mean, they did what they could within what was available and capable to them at that point, right? But I think still some very respectable gameplay that was brought to the foreground here. And of course, we got to give it up to our top 3 performers across the finals: Tofida, Hilal, as well as Matesha. Some pretty dang impressive numbers that they've brought in for their respective teams. And of course, it extends beyond that, right? Because we've got not only 3 players, we've got a few more that have also brought in quite a few impressive plays. So yeah, I think this is, it's worth saying that there was quite a bit of a play, quite a bit of an angle that we saw from all these ladies. I mean, we saw Milena as well from Lida also bring in quite a bit of performance. Amaya, Rose, Alem, Purple, right?
Yes.
Several of these ladies, they just popped off. They were an absolute nuisance to the opposing players on the battlefield, but we love to see that.
We do. We really do. And it's been so nice to see such balance amongst these teams as well, right? No one player has been MVP more than twice, I don't think. Maybe Matesha's been 3 times in the finals. I'm not quite sure. I can't quite remember. But each of them have had their chance in the spotlight. I mean, Atlas doing a 1v4 against Galatasaray in that first game, and then Matesha coming back in with 27 elims total. It's been a big, wild ride here as you see our head-to-head of Tofita versus Matesha, right? And again, it's very, very similar.
Yeah. I mean, Matesha has brought in quite a bit of a contribution to the team, right? I mean, yes, putting things into perspective, Galatasaray, all their players in general performed quite heavily and aggressively, so it makes sense, right? But still, looking at Matesha, really good strategy coming in there. And of course, we can't forget about Jelevaya as well, right? Jelevaya got the MVP in the last match, also really contributing to the overall performance that we saw come through from the team. So I think some very respectable numbers being brought to show here by all these ladies. And I mean, they can know with absolute certainty that if I see them in a lobby, that's it, because I know I don't stand a chance. Right? That's just it. I just accept it for what it is. But yeah, I mean, a very respectable few games that we've had. The teams have been playing phenomenally, and I like the progression that we are seeing here coming through all the way from season 1 to season 2 to mid-season to season 3, all the way up into season 4. Things are sticking, right? These ladies are becoming scary.
Yes.
Well, not becoming scary. They've been scary for a good long while now, but it's almost nightmare invoking, and I like it.
I think we all like it. We all love to see it. But DK, that is the end. We have our champions. We've gone through 3 weeks of PMEWL season 4. Massive congratulations to everybody who has played and made it to the finals. You all worked so hard. I cannot believe being in this kind of lobby, but it is time to end now. Thank you so much, DK, for being with me on this one. Thank you to you at home for watching, and we will see you in season number 5. Thank you so much, and have a great night.
The land has been enveloped by the powers of the four guardians. Throughout your cultivation journey, you'll run into various encounters and challenges. Sometime into a match, spirit collecting bells will appear, and all surviving teams will be separated into groups. Each group is assigned one spirit collecting bell, whose location is visible to members of the teams in the group. Approach the bell and interact with it for supplies to drop, and to activate a countdown. You can sound the bell repeatedly during this time. Each interaction provides supplies and shortens the countdown. The elemental powers will form a crate at the end of the countdown, after which the spirit collecting bell will run out of power and can no longer be used. Open the crate to get tons of rewards. Note that other teams in the same group will battle for the same bell. Use the mini-map to determine how many players are nearby. Also, skill cooldowns are reduced in the bell's vicinity, so use them to your advantage to guard the bell's rewards. Sacred Quartet's final challenge is to unite the four Sacred Guardians. During Sacred Quartet, you'll be able to pick up elemental fragments in matches. Use the fragments in the Elemental Clash event to combine elements. When you and your teammates each bring a different element into a match, and all members survive until victory is attained, the Guardians United Challenge will be completed. Players who complete the challenge for the first time can claim 200 elemental fragments from the event page and will unlock the new Guardians United achievement. Embark on your sacred cultivation journey now and forge your story into its own legend.
Good evening and welcome back to the second day of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League Finals. Here we go once again. 5 more games coming up for all of you here this evening. My name is Neptura and I am joined by DK. How you doing today, DK?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. For a moment there, I was like, why isn't Neptura shouting at me? And I realized my volume was just really high. So, yeah, other than that, it's going pretty well. Day 1 was crazy, as we saw, right? So we saw some pretty ridiculous gameplay in the best way come through from these teams. So I'm going to be looking on to day number 2, and I'm expecting things to be even more insane because, as we know, the teams are going to be trying to vie for that top position. And one particular team finds themselves in a very familiar position, rather, right at the top of the board. It's no stranger to see, not strange at all to see Galatasaray Esports holding on to that. But I think the big thing that we are going to be looking at here today is what will the rest of the teams do in response, right? Are we going to see Bonfire, Goat, Lider, and all the others now really try and bring it forward? But especially the question, I think, is centered onto Retiam, R8, and Mels Nova, because we want to see what they're going to do. We'll include Zeus in that mix as well. We want to see that same performance that we had from them in the previous stages. I want to have that. Where's that, right? We didn't see any of that yesterday. So today, I want to have them really stepping into that same kind of performance level.
I agree. Yeah, we need to see a lot of these teams step it up just a little bit. We saw a lot of teams over in that middle section as well, very tied up or very, very close to each other. So there's a lot of still to play for here. I mean, Galatasaray take more than just 94 points in the first day. They take also the top 3 spots in that player focus as well. And I think it just makes a situation where these teams, the rest of the lobby, actually has a lot still to play for just because Galatasaray took so much. It almost feels like this is not the best game that these other teams can play because in some ways they just simply weren't allowed to by Galatasaray.
Yeah, so I'm going to be looking towards that, and I mean, looking at these ladies, their stats there, it's very impressive, right? It is always
Extremely.
so dang impressive to look at those numbers being brought in, and that was in one day, right? It's not multiple days, only one single day. But of course, speaking about the days, well, here is today's map rotation, and it's the same as we've had in the previous 2 weeks. So the teams have now become quite accustomed to working their way through this rotation, but now we want to see them use it to their advantage, right? I want to see who's going to be the next one to clutch it up in Sarah. Who's going to go absolutely crazy, just light the lobby on fire and just pick up everything and anything they can find.
I almost wonder if Galatasaray's strategy today is going to be sort of to chill on day number 2, be consistent but not go all out, right? I think that's something we see from them in the first and third or final day of an event. I think that could be something we see from them in day 2, where they're kind of just a little bit more chill, and that will give those teams a real opportunity to rack up those points on all of these maps. So yeah, I'm very excited to see, as you said, who's going to be the big dog over on Sandhawk, right? Because that's a big map that a lot of teams can really, really use to their benefit. So I'm really excited to see who will take advantage of that. But coming into this Erangel as well, we said this yesterday, and in day number 1, that Erangel, the first Erangel, is going to set the tone for the rest of the day. And today in day 2 is no different, because now we're starting to get into that area where it's just a little bit more pressure coming through here. It's kind of, we're getting to that halfway point. Sandhawk is going to be halfway through all 3 days. And then after that Sandhawk, it's kind of like, oh my God, we don't have that many games left. We've got to do something with this. So this first Erangel is definitely going to be showing us who is ready for that next challenge.
But also just based on the pacing that we've been seeing come through from these teams, right? I don't think you can afford to not give it your all from the start of the day, especially today, right? Today you have to play like it's the last day, and every single point matters, because realistically it does. Everything matters right here, because there's some teams in here, if you give them the opportunity, they're going to run away with it, right? Yeah. And it's not a casual stroll. They're sprinting. They're not jogging. They're sprinting. They run like they're being chased. They're not being chased, but that's the way that they perceive it. So you got to try and keep them in check, right? So it is going to require a very specific kind of play style, but that is all reliant on what the teams are going to bring through. Yeah, we know that they are all super capable of pulling out these moves. They just got to bring them in. And yeah, as I said before, I want to see those teams that are currently situated at the lower end of the leaderboard. I want today to be the day that they unlock their inner beast mode, right? I want them to just go crazy. Not because we made predictions, but they've performed. And I want to see that performance come through again. I want to see that reflecting on the battlefield. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And I think Erangel is going to be a good start, a good opportunity for these teams to really pick it up, because we ended yesterday on Erangel. We're starting today on Erangel. So there's good carryover, but we want to see that momentum now really getting ramped up.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big word for today is momentum, right? Consistency is one thing, momentum is another. You can be consistent on 0 points. We all know this. Momentum won't leave you in 0 points for long. So you've really, really got to keep an eye on that, I think, as we go through these next 5 games. The first of which will be coming up very, very shortly, but I mean, we talk about this a lot, but I do want to just slightly mention I suddenly had a feeling that maybe this first game is going to be a little bit of a hard shift, a little bit of a funky zone. And while, that's not something we generally talk about because we're more about the teams and what they're doing and all this, the zone does play a massive factor in how the teams play and how it goes for them, right? Red Tiam or Galatasaray or any of those really heavy hitter teams could have an awful game one if that zone does not go their way. So it is something that's very, very important.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely be quite important to see that continuation come through. But I mean, you were talking about heavy hitters, right? I just want to put stuff in context here. Why I'm talking about teams like Nova, Red Tiam that find themselves towards the lower end of the standings, right? If we look at the overall performances across the entire event, Red Tiam are sitting at the top. 182 total points, 117 eliminations that they've been able to find across all the matches that they've played so far, right? So there's no reason to see a team like that not perform. Nova, right? They're sitting in third place with looking at all the points that they've been able to secure. 104 eliminations, 161 points total, right? 3 chicken dinners, the same for Red Tiam, the same for Zeus. Zeus, also 3 chickens. Where's those performances? We want to see these teams. I mean, Galatasaray, even though they played an insane game yesterday, they're only in 10th place with regards to the overall performances that we've seen so far in all the previous games, right? So they have something that's counting in their favor. Now flex. We want to see that, right? Bring it out. We want the battlefield to be hot and toasty, and this zone is definitely going to help quite a bit with that.
Yes, it absolutely is. I mean, Zeus, there could definitely be some options here for Zeus, or maybe they just go to Rozhok. I don't know. I'm not them. But still, there's lots of options for Zeus in particular to do something with this zone and do something really cool as well. So definitely going to be looking towards them. I also noticed, what was that, 3 different teams down onto the way south side, down onto the island. So that's something that they're going to have to really, really look to accomplish, is getting into that zone ASAP.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking towards the Western Bridge because it does seem to be a good option, at least for rotating off of that island. But if you're a team like Not Noob, I think that would be a good position to try and set up in anticipation of a potential rotation heading that way. If you, of course, going to be opting for the Eastern Bridge, it's going to be difficult, right? Because we've got Lida Esports, we've got OOC, and potentially maybe even AOR, all just waiting in close proximity, currently looting up. So yeah, I think once that zone shift is going to come through, which should be in about 5 minutes, I think, right? Yeah, I think there's a lot that could maybe still happen in that time period, but I think the best play here for the teams towards that southern side would be to get the loot and get out, right? And it does seem like maybe that's something Goat is opting for right now.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's something, I think that's the wisest choice to make here. I will also notice that the teams are kind of doing the same thing over in Yasnaya Poliana, right? We have 3 or 4 different teams all situated down up there. And they're not really doing much except just looting, having their own space, and then they'll probably move on up. I'm really interested to see who's going to take Stallber first. I think that's going to be such an important position to grab early for any of these teams. I think, all right, probably have the best chance of doing that the soonest, because I think if you're in the city, it automatically takes you a little bit longer to leave. But that could be a really, really important spot in zone, just because of the exit points that you are gaining by being there. If the zone goes over to Severny, for instance, you've got that north side cleared and ready for yourself. So it could be a very good spot for anybody here. I really just want to see who takes it first.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that one will play out. I was groaning a little bit because I did see Red Tiam and Nova getting real close to each other up on this northern side. Thankfully for both of them, nobody started anything. They just like, you know what, let's just keep going, let's get the loot. We can't afford not to do something. So, yeah, I like that. It's a good decision. You were talking about R8 and their potential rotation up in towards Stolberg. Realistically, that would make a lot of sense. But that's our perspective, right? Let's hope that we'll find out soon what their perspective is on these potential rotations. But I think not only a position like Silver, I think even Severny or that warehouse close to center zone, I think either of those could also be quite a feasible position to move in towards. The warehouse may be a little bit risky. I know there's those compounds pretty close to that warehouse as well. All right, that might be a bit of an alter position to move in towards, but especially when that zone shifts, seeing that we already have a slight bit of a reduced playable area, you want to try and take anything that could help kind of strengthen your overall positioning, especially if that zone kind of moves out of Yasnaya Polyana and pulls up to either the north or that western side.
Yeah, it's gonna be an exciting match for sure. I think we've got a real good game coming up ahead of us because the zone is moving in, and wherever this zone goes is going to be pretty hectic, right? If it centers up on Yasnaya, we already have a huge cluster of teams there. If it centers up on Stalber, still no one has gone there. R8 do not look to be going into that position. They're taking a center spot instead. The other teams onto the other side, if it goes over to shooting range and things, all those teams in Yasnaya and the teams on the south that are outside of zone will be trying to get over there. So this is definitely heating up to be one of the more chaotic matches that we've seen, if that is even possible, right? But it could shape up that way for sure, and especially as we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams still outside the zone, and 4 of those teams are actually on over by Milta on that eastern bridge side. So there's definitely going to be some altercations going through there before anyone even gets to the zone.
Yeah, that could definitely be an opportunity. So I'm going to be looking at not noobs. It does seem like, at least for the time being, they are partially committing to pushing across. Kiss, for some reason, is heading towards the blue, aka Novo, aka Bonfire. Why? Anyway, the rest of the teams, I like this, that they're getting closer and closer, right? Zeus. Also just trying to figure out how they're going to look to play it here. We got them positioned up in towards that fuel station. R8, this is that warehouse position angle that I was talking about. You can see them taking kind of occupancy of both the structures and the warehouse over towards that southwestern side. So I think this is a good kind of split that they have here. Will allot them quite a bit of information and opportunity. But yeah, I think it's going to rely quite heavily on what the zone is going to do next.
That's really what we're waiting for. We still have a minute, though, until it goes, right? I think going down to the south side, that Pinky from Not News was trying to do that 1-3 off-angle split that we saw work so well in yesterday's games, but the zone is just a little bit too much. I think the zone's not close enough, the circle's not close enough for Not News to really pull that off well, so they're going to be disengaging from that very quickly. Lighter have free reign now. AOR moving up to the eastern side, they could potentially take Stalber if they so choose, because again, no one's up there. TPES have taken that warehouse just below Stalber, but other than that, that mountain is completely cleared. So AOR have a really easy run through, and as we see Zeus, you're right, they're over down by the by that gas station, and they will be looking to just hold their pretty quietly. And I thought it's an interesting play that most of these teams make and do go for that gas station, because there's not really any advantage in terms of high ground. You've got that hill across from you, very, very above you and very open to that. So it's interesting that these players like to go for it.
Yeah, I think it's more of a transitional point, not necessarily a permanent position to take occupancy of. So it's interesting to see how the teams look to play through it. But for the time being, the zone is going to be quite kind to the teams. It doesn't give us a super aggressive shift. But yeah, here we go. It is going to be go time. Oh, over onto the bridge leading towards Yasnaya. It's going to be Ida Esports just backing quite a bit of a punch into the side here of OOC as they look to get themselves further and further towards that center zone. 7H to get dropped down. So that does create a little bit of a thing there for OOC, but they still have 2 players up, so there's still a few options available. But I'm curious to see how they're going to look to kind of patch things up moving in, because teams are just cramming on up towards center zone, and it's going to be very hot and maybe a little bit uncomfortable as well.
It absolutely is, but we're going to start seeing a little bit of that Stalber action as the zone has moved over in that direction. And so, AOR do have Stalber. They're the queens of the mountain right now. But the rest of them all have to go around at the base, and that's going to be the second player from OOC going on down to Ida there. Mel's Nova now looking to actually crash in or at least contest the position for TPES.
Ooh, okay, I like it. This could be an interesting play, especially now for Mels. As we know, they will definitely be quite happy securing themselves 1 or 2 additional points. Okay, maybe a lot more than 1 or 2. They want to get a boatload of points here, but yeah, I think this could be an interesting angle to play off of. Again, looking at the hillside, it's not the easiest position to really aggress onto an opposing team, especially if they've got that height advantage. But looking over towards the far side here, we've got Fenerbahce over on towards the coastline to the northern side, just reaching right into the side of, I believe that's Zeus that we have alongside them partially, but there's a few other players in the area as well. Look at that, Mouse now finding themselves in a kind of reverse situation, right? They now have Ida coming through below them, and they now also have the opportunity to play that overreach on towards them. Galatasaray, of course, is one of those squads that we have off at the distance. Them and Zeus have the same color, so yeah, it's interesting to see both teams kind of positioned relatively close together.
It is indeed, and Ida seemed to make off with just that one elimination against them, right? So Mel's Nova pick up 1, but that's going to be it. Ida decided that was not really their best case scenario there. I'm confused what's going down in the blue zone, though, because you had Bonfire trying to use the western bridge there for a second. Nice nades coming through, a little bit early, but that spray should be quite good there, but yeah, but then Bonfire decided, actually, we're right behind Not Noobs, so they've gone back over to the eastern bridge and are now using that. So there's a whole bunch going on in the blue zone while all these teams are fighting it out, which might actually work in those teams' favor on the south side. Once they move in, there's not as many teams to get rid of.
Yeah, I think it might be an unintentional situation unfolding towards that southern side, but it is very intentional right here in this engagement. The contention for the hillsides of Stelba, Mels and TPS now looking quite relentless. I like the fact that Ida decided to rather just disengage. They've moved a little bit further over towards that eastern side, so that would buy them a bit more of an opportunity. But Samino needs to watch out, because as soon as XQ gets that angle, it is going to be go time. As you can see, Mel's now just trying to figure out what will their approach be. But I like the fact that they've actually sent O'Daddy and D1 to now rotate up north of TPS and again play that leverage down on towards them. So Mel's going for a big brain to split here.
Yeah, it's a great play to make. This warehouse is really good except for that ridge, and so Mels are going to be taking as much advantage of it as they can, which is really nice. Another big brain 2-2 split we see coming through here is from R8 onto the warehouse and the compound. There's a really nice scope of information that they're able to glean from the surrounding area at this height, at this level. So a really good informational play coming in from R8. If somebody does push them, they will have to regroup quite quickly, because it's just a little bit too far to really help either duo here. But it is certainly a great start for them. And Stalber here, AOR silently, we do see a team possibly looking to just try and get up to it. It is OOC, they are just a duo, so AOR should be able to defend their position effectively, but the split is a little thin if they want to do that.
Yeah, and the zone does them dirty. It hard shifts over to the west.
Oh, that's nasty.
This warehouse, or the warehouse in the compound that R8 has, is going to be prime real estate. So expect quite a bit of contention to come through. The same could be said for Saverdi, and I think this is where Goat are going to feel quite happy about their rotation, because Goat and Vector, they just very recently made it up into zone coming through the west, and they've pushed into Saverdi itself, and that's where the zone is. So they are going to be smiling. We're going to see all the other blue teams make their way up. So that is, of course, Bonfire that have now joined us in the zone itself, as well as the Not Noob squad. there we go. You can see everybody now just starting to push over AOR, TPS, and everybody else just all trying to vie for a position moving forward. And we still have all 16 teams alive.
Wow. That's kind of insane, and I bet, you know what, I think S2G are very, very mad right now. They've had Severny for the entire game. They just moved out because they thought, I don't think it's going to be in here. I think we need to move out. And look where it goes. And Red Tian Blossom, here we go. Is this the start of a little bit more of what we're used to seeing from them? They get one elimination here. Hana grabs that one away. And is going to just heal up very quickly. AOR silently, on the other hand, trying to do her best against Ida. Is not going to go down. Anissa is going to have to go down there. Nice little bit of a response there from her teammates, but not sure how well this is really going to go. R8 now. This is where the elimination feed is going to start packing a punch. We're going to see that repetitive shooting through here as each of these teams go at it. S2G and TPES, OOC and TPES, R8 and Not Noobs. It's all going down here as Kitty is just trying her best to get some of these knocks and get that response going. It's a good one so far.
Yeah, it's looking pretty decent. Let's see if Kitty is going to be able to maintain that perfect approach here. So far, they are just looking to bounce back, but a quick little bit of a peek over onto the side there of Malzanova as they start to find a bit of a foothold. And now it's going to be Ida that will fall victim to the spray downs. It is going to be absolute decimation. Ida out, our first squad to leave with 2 eliminations to their name. You were asking about Red Tiam. Based on the way that they're kind of moving through Severny and just the kind of approach that I see them taking, I think this could potentially be an opportunity for that now to be the play. But unfortunately for Cat Veins, that nade came a little bit too close. It's going to be Hannah trying to just find a bit of an opening or even just create a bit of an opening. Let's see if Yagi is going to run into the utility. That grenade is coming close. We're going to watch for those windows, the openings, and they continue to find the hits. Hannah with a quick reposition, trying to get their way over towards Cat Veins to bring the fight back as the team could look to get themselves back in contention. But Hannah's looking low on that HP though.
Isn't she just? They're trying their best, but there's just too many teams all the way around, right? Lighter is looking as well as go as well. So there's a few angles to be careful of here. I think Cat Veins is gonna have to go on out here. So Red Tiam cut short a little bit here, just stopped in their tracks. It was looking like it was gonna be some good momentum coming through, but as a duo, they're gonna have to work very, very hard to just stay alive in this sort of zone. As the zone shifts again, and now this entire fight has been kind of for nothing because we see that white circle and it's gone away from this town entirely. It's not in Severny anymore.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a great opportunity for Red Team. Seeing that they're not fully committed on pushing further into the city, I think it's still be quite a bit of an opportunity for them to bounce back. But speaking about bouncing, look at Malzanova as they now have to bounce into the lobby. AOR making swift work there of them. Quick response and, of course, trying to just secure their position over towards the edge of zone. But we are down to 14 to cruise, and it is going to cause still quite a bit of carnage. We've got 41 players left. Beautiful shot coming through here from Tiger. But this does limit the options now for Red Tiam as they might decide to maybe try and reach in, setting out quite a bit of the utility. So I'm expecting to see that number for the throwables being quite high yet again at the end of this match. But it's going to be go time. Nice bit of a spray. Nice spray there as Tiger finds the connection. The knock is in. Now it's going to be Kawhi also trying to bring in a bit of that follow-up play. We've got Linus up top trying to keep a bit of overwatch. It is going to be a nice bit of a push. This is Red Tiam trying to tighten their grip here. And so far, they're holding quite well up against the side of Goat.
They really are. They're really making this very difficult for Go indeed. And Not Noobs have done the correct play here, right? They are just 2, but they've moved around to that inside the zone position. There we go. Goat and Victor do go out, but now Tiam have to worry about Not Noobs. They're on a really strong ridge position, and they could definitely try and gatekeep this.
Yeah, they're going to have to be very, very cautious. And I'm not quite sure if Red Tiam knows that Not Noobs are situated essentially right there next to them. But yeah, good play. Beautiful night that we saw coming through there from Kawhi. And now it's going to be up to Kiss and Pinky to see if they can maybe make a little bit of magic happen there for Not Noobs. Meanwhile, over towards the other side of zone, more towards the northern edge, you can see AOR controlling the area. We got several teams from Nebache towards their north, a few shots flying over there. We've got Galatasaray also holding up not too far away, but we jump back over on towards Not Noobs as they now try to apply a little bit of that pressure. But Retiam seem to be holding their own, right? Not going to be falling to it just yet. AOR now have to face up against Fenerbahce as Fenerbahce makes their play for zone.
Yes, indeed, and a nice little split coming in from Fenerbahce as well. They're using what angles they have, and that's a bad nade! Oh, Jalavaya! She takes out her own team just like that as the last chance falls with a bad nade by the Pluggy. Taiga is going to go down here, and then she passes by S2G. It was a valiant effort, but it was not going to work. OOC now, Lighter goes out. Galatasaray looking rough here as TPES do go out eventually, but in such an open area, I'm not sure that it can get both of those players back up, and all of a sudden, this position, R8, grouped up, are the only ones in zone.
Yeah, everything now just gets taken to the next level. Zeus go out next. We are down to our final 8. You see Kawhi is still going to be holding nice and steady out on the edge here, so there could still be quite a bit of an opportunity. S2G, of course, quite aware of her whereabouts. So it is going to be quite difficult for Retiam Kawhi to get into that zone securely. We've got the Not Noobs holding up there as well. Up comes the Wildcats looking to do their thing, trying to find a bit of an opportunity, a bit of a play. Ooh, this could be a cheeky connection. But now, where is it going to go? Because all these teams still have to get their butts in that zone, right? The Blues going to start closing up, and they're going to have to find a way to muster the strength to keep running forward.
But how do you? I mean, this is such a difficult zone. Look how open it is. You can see it through her 6x scope there. That there's just not really anywhere she can go. You got teams up to that north side, teams on the high ground, teams below, teams out in the field. I mean, S2G just rolling around, and Kawhi's doing the only thing she can do is try and get this opening knock, try and make some distraction here so that she can move forward on her own. But it doesn't look like that's really going to be something she can do here. She's right on the edge of zone. She's going to have to move in. Galatasaray go out here. 5 eliminations is really a good result, but seems small compared to what we're used to seeing. So they go out fairly early here. Now Fenerbahce really showing what they're made of here. They got a little bit of this dip. That's quite good, but could be nadeable. They have to watch out, but 8 eliminations is quite good. Even if they go out here, they'll be happy. Same with Tiam. 5 eliminations is a great start to their day comparatively to yesterday as well. And S2G, though, looking in real form as, you know, we see only 4 eliminations on their side, but the way they're moving and trying to control the zone looks really, really good from them.
Yeah, I mean, things are looking pretty impressive over on towards that western side of zone. But let's see what's going to shape up over on towards the east. So we've got R8 Sapphire, essentially the only team secured in this region. We still have a concentration of players over towards that southern side as well, but it does seem like the north is receiving quite a bit of love at this point. Nice bit of a reach, trying to find the angle on towards Lucy. As R8 also still need to try and find a way, an anchor point to get themselves secured into the zone. As we can see, they do have very limited options, but there's still a bit of a chance. Quite a few trees, a few boulders, and the compound does provide them with at least some kind of security, at least for the time being, however temporary it might be. But S2G, though, they're going to look to kind of just push it in, right, just get that position on the edge, and then maybe just try and pick up all the points and elims they can find.
I would like to just point out that in the middle of all this chaos, Bonfire are still here as a full squad. They've been on Military Island for half the game and nowhere in zone at any point. They are still not in zone right now because down to that south side, I think they are still down the hill. So they're going to have to move in eventually, but somehow they've managed to weasel their way into a top 5 position. Now you're starting to see them go down here. They might go out completely, but still, this is an excellent position for them to go out in.
Yeah, I mean, you could call that a very strategic rotation that they're bringing in. But of course, well, as they are just joining the party, they do find themselves getting and receiving that very warm welcome over onto the edge. It is, of course, none other than the Wildcats that are quite eager to welcome them back into the lobby. Now, S2G going to be feeling the pressure. R8 starts pushing on forward, Dynasty going to
Good
try and defend.
job.
It's going to be Mally with a very swift play there. Does wrap it up, and R8 up to 8 elims. And it's just them and the Wildcats, right? The final 2 squads now left to duke it out. So we find ourselves with a 3v4, and it does seem like the zone is going to be favoring the Wildcats. Both squads on 8 players. 8 elims, rather.
8 players, indeed. I mean, it's wild that they have 8 eliminations as well, because the Wildcats, I don't think we've really heard much from them. I forgot they were kind of here. We've been so occupied with teams on other sides of the zone that it was not a name that was really coming up. But here they are, top 2, with the zone on their side and 8 eliminations. I mean, Elim has a squad wipe. Shanks has 3 as well. So, you know, they're doing some really, really good work here. I like the spread coming out as well. Really just trying to net in R8 as much as possible. And we'll see what R8's response is to that, but I doubt they're going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, and I mean, Wildcats, they still have their full squad up. The full squad that they've moved into this match with, even though it's only 3, right? All 3 players are still in it, and they're going to try and win it. But now the sprays come up. Shanks quickly just trying to patch themselves.
Nice.
Oh, but the beautiful headshot there, making its way up. Now it's going to be go, go, go. As R8 have the opener that they've been waiting for. One player standing between them. And now they're going to try and wrap it up, but they do succeed in their efforts. R8 coming through with their winner chicken dinner. Of course, this is their first chicken in the finals, so well done to them. It was about time that we see them really bring that effort in to try and bounce back, and what a play.
Absolutely, what a play. They handled that very, very well from beginning to end, with that 2-2 split coming in on both of those compounds. That regroup as the zone started to shift on towards them, and they really did control a lot of that hill really, really effectively, even by giving up those compounds and then effectively retaking them, right? So very, very well done from them. Also gotta say, GG's to DK over here, who said, you know, those compounds are going to be a really good compound in the zone, very playable, and he was right. You know what? They got the win because they went there. So well done, DK. He is available to coach you guys. DM him after this. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about coaching, though, I got to give a big, beautiful segue that I'm pulling in here. This was also R8's first winner chicken dinner on Erringale for the event.
Wow.
Right, not only in the finals, but also for the event. So, well done, right? And what a statement they made coming in clutch there, just playing a beautiful, beautiful position. But it was challenging. The players were really put to the test. Those rotations excessively difficult. But I like the fact that the zone kind of took them to Savoni, and then it's like, that's nice. Now let's move out. Right?
I hate that.
See how you can rotate, and it's the best. It's the best when that happens.
It is the best, but it's so mean. It was going to Stalber. Everyone went, okay, cool, Stalber. Then it went, nah, Saverny. And then went, okay, cool, Saverny. How about the hill in between? I was like, oh my god, just pick one. As R8 picked up 11 eliminations, 1,700 damage, and 550 damage taken. So they're not, even in the midst of all that, they're not taking that much damage. They're really being able to control very, very well. Now, a lot of that will be due to the fact that there were so many teams in one area. A lot of people are distracted, so that might give R8 a little bit of an opportunity to kind of come and go as they please without too much interference. However, that's still a crazy stat that there was not really any knocks being taken onto them. No one was really shooting them at them at all, and instead they got those 11 eliminations. So very good good game from them for sure. And you see that, right? 14 total revives. I mean, as we get farther and farther into the finals, these revives are getting less and less.
Yeah. As is the HP. I mean, yes, we are up to 8K. Yesterday in the last game, we saw it come down to 6 point something. So it makes sense because there was a lot of opportunities for these teams to really try and get themselves kind of patched up. But of course, speaking about opportunity, it goes straight over to the MVP. That is Hasiko, all the way from R8. We also did see that long-range hit coming through as well. A very impressive hit that we saw. So the teams definitely try and play at as many of these angles as they can find. But Hasiko being able to secure those 4 eliminations. I mean, even just moving into stage 6, Hasiko was sitting with 3 elims, right? At that point, that was the majority share of those elims for the side of R8. But as we saw, those elims just kept on climbing upwards. And of course, we got to commend the efforts that we saw come through from the Wildcats, right? As you mentioned, we hadn't seen all that much from them, but this game, they decided, you know what, we're just going to give it the best that we can. And I would say that was a very, very respectable game from them.
Absolutely. I mean, 8 eliminations, 14 total points, and second place. Not half bad there. I mean, again, Fenerbahce, we haven't seen too much from them, certainly in day one of the finals. And I was hoping to see a little bit more. They really did step up there. They had some great control over a few of those teams for 12 points total as well. And we'll see how it looks into the overall rankings. But DK, I'm not sure I really understood the gravity of the situation between first and second. That's that's what, 49-point difference coming in there. That is very much a stark contrast there, but 38 points are all tied up between the third to fifth place team. So IWNRX being able to clutch that up there in that second place, R8 with that win now coming into 38 points, and Go doing what they did best in that game, also on 38.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking better, right? The points are starting to climb up. We went from a 48-point difference between first and second to 44 points, so the gap is closing.
Oh.
And I like these approaches that we have from the teams coming through. And of course, well, we still see our defenders locked in on the player focus, right? It is going to be a Galatasaray spread all across the board.
It really, really is. And it's going to be hard for a lot of these teams to probably come back and try and get this top 3 spot, particularly after that Sandhawk, right? Because it's one of those things where it was such a crazy game. It takes you several games to try and catch up to that. So we'll see how that goes. I'm sure coming into the next few games, we might see a little bit of a shift there, particularly if Galatasaray do play a quieter game. But the rest of these teams are not playing a quieter game. That was a crazy first game coming into day number 2, and it's only going to get hotter from here. We'll be going into Miramar next, but before that, we'll have a quick break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the PMEWL Finals Day 2, Game 2. We're getting into it. And we'll be going over into Miramar very, 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 very shortly. But DK, I think you have a question for me.
Yeah, what are words? Anyway, so where would you think the zone is going to be going for this first phase, right? We've seen the zone go a few places previously, but I'm curious to know what your thoughts are as to where it's going to take us this time around, because we are going to be starting up towards La Cobreria, and we are stopping right in between Partona and Puerto Pareso, so quite a bit of a reach.
I mean, when you asked me before we came back, I thought Impala. I think it could definitely go over there, but with that plane path, I could also see it centering right up over Cruz del Val as well. So I could see both of those things happening. But what about you?
Yeah, Cruz del Valle could be an interesting spot to go to. I'm going to be hoping maybe again something towards La Riera, maybe Chumacera, Monte Nuevo, you know, a little bit more towards this western side. I think that could be an interesting shift for these teams. So we'll find out in due course where exactly that zone is going to be going. But yeah, you know, sometimes you got to flex it if you can. Speaking about flexing though, R8 as well as OOC are heading down to that southwestern side, but it doesn't seem like they are going to be looking to fight it out as we do center up on towards La Bendita and of course Minas Generales. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting start to the proceedings. You were actually kind of not bad with the Impala call.
I'm a genius. That's all I have to say on the matter. But moving swiftly on, yeah, it's interesting that all these teams have gone over to that kind of center ground, right? No one's decided to go too far over to that eastern side, and I think they're going to want to change that decision relatively quickly. I think it's not imperative that they get there as soon as possible or anything, but teams will start to want to make that shift over. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see. I think a lot of teams are going to try and avoid that Hacienda del Patron or the San Martin area. There's way too many teams on that side, and Tiam, of course, being one of them, just right in the middle of San Martin, is going to have a hard time to come out of that area. But R8, our last game's winners, are on that south side over by the cliffs, and they should have a fairly easy entrance in.
Yeah, I think they're trying to take a bit of a scenic approach to the zone itself, as we do see Mali as well as one of the teammates starting to rotate up. So we've got Lara and Asiko still kind of holding their position here. Mali rather, and the teammate, I can't see who that is, but it is definitely, it's Gucci, right? Mali and Gucci are pretty close to Chumacera, just, you know, exploring their options, looking to see how close OOC really is to them. But I don't think that they've been noticed just yet. Of course, there is a bit of a mountain in the way, so that is a decent spot, at least to start off the proceedings here for the day. But I'm going to be curious as to what's going to happen up here towards the edge of zone. AOR, S2G, we've got Red Tiam, all in pretty close proximity to each other, holding up in towards San Martin and the surrounding areas. So there could maybe be quite a bit of pressure to come through, especially playing for the edge of zone control.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, I'm going to be looking also at Zeus. Do you see this big split that they've got going on? I mean, all across Graveyard, La Bendita, and Minas Generales as well. So that's a massive split coming through there from them. Not one that is sustainable long term, to be sure, but definitely one that would give them a lot of fingers and a lot of pies. So something to look out for there as these teams start to move on in is definitely Zeus having that central position and actually spreading out so that they have more of a central position is a very interesting tactic.
I mean, it's okay for the early stage of the game. There's nobody to contest them, so they can play it however they feel to. So I think it does set them up quite beautifully should the zone decide to move anywhere, really, because they can either go south, they can go north, they can go east, they can go west. They've got players, as you said, right, with a finger in each of those pies. It opens for. I'm curious as to who's going to try and commit to that far eastern side of zone. Maybe going towards Truck Stop, maybe all the way up in towards Impala or even Puerto, because there's still quite an opportunity to be had up in Puerto, and I think TPS might be the team to try and push for Puerto itself.
Yes, they've kind of beat out R8 there, right? They were in Partona and they've moved across the bridge quick like a bunny going over to Puerto Paraíso. And they might actually stay there, but they probably are going to try and go more for a more Impala or something similar that's more mid-zone. I can't really see that much of an edge play working out for them, especially with those cliffs all up on that coastline there. Over to the north side, you got Goat and you've got Fenerbahce. I think they will really be able to go in very, very easily into that northeast side of zone as well. And it's interesting how much area of this new zone we actually still have left open.
Yeah, I mean, there's still quite a bit of options here for teams to move into. With the blue zone moving up, though, we do see the players from Not Noobs again out in the blue, same as what we had on Erangel for them. This time they're all the way over in Ruins, so that far northwestern side of zone. So they're going to have quite a bit of a journey to get themselves secured in towards that zone. So hopefully they will continue to keep pushing on forward, as we do see them only having to pick up Pinky still. So things are looking up and up for them. Meanwhile, Mel's Nova going to be looking to push, I think, closer towards Impala, scouting out the area, making sure that there's nobody obstructing their rotation. So this could be a good setup. I'm going to be hoping either like a very centralized kind of Impala position, or opting for those hills that we have over towards that eastern side, maybe even towards the north. But yeah, they're going to be in a race up against the side of TPES, though, I think, testing for Impala.
Yes, indeed. And I think a lot of teams are going to try and have that same sort of strategy coming through here. It's a good spot to have. And as the zone starts to move on in, we will know very shortly how that is going to shape up into phase 2. But big thing coming through here, OC and Galatasaray moving through each other here. Galatasaray just storming past OC's position. They could look to have a little bit of a gatekeep/altercation going on down there, but we'll see how that works out. As you said, Mel's and TPES do get a little bit closer to each other, but that is going to be the elimination feed popping off there. As Galatasaray, one of their players is very, very low.
Yeah, that's not ideal, right? You want to try and keep those health bars up. I'm not quite sure. Well, there we go. That health bar is so low that the player went all the way into the lobby. Yeah, you got to watch out for that one. The Wildcats also getting poked and prodded at, as it is Red Tiam doing all the poking to them. As we got Lara, or rather, one of their teammates, Hannah, over there in the distance, just kind of keeping that distraction going. Well, Cat Veins and the rest of the crew now get ready to jump. As they've already gotten that knock, they want to try and follow through, get those elims, and then kind of get that momentum going. As Cat Veins finds the nade on towards elim, and this could be that opening that they've been looking for.
Finally, this is what we were wanting to see from Tiam yesterday. Here we go, a 1-3 split, trying to sneak up on that knock, trying to sneak up on this team. Another great nade to follow through there. Cat Veins does not win that 1v1 and might just make the rest of them fall. We'll have to see. Sometimes it does happen, but Kawhi ready to step up where Cat Veins had to fall down there. Nice Molotov as we move over to OC and Galatasaray, though. And Galatasaray seem to have found themselves in a tricky situation, as that's 2 more down for them. And Maddie, she's left alone on her own, away from the rest of her teammates. She can do nothing here, and somehow they're gonna have to be a solo this early on.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of an interesting play now, as you just mentioned, right? Seema having to try and figure out where is going to be that next best position to move towards as a solo, as I think that does quite put a dent into the approach that they might have opted for coming into this game. But now, of course, we still have quite a few other teams going at it, right? The Wildcats slowly climbing their way back up onto their feet. Cat Veins has also been brought on back, so the fight can continue. As you can see, Melcy setting a quick one through Tiger. I believe will get picked up on that one. So that is Red Tiam now down to a 3-piece, still going up against the full force of the Istanbul Wildcats. Next, Roya. Got a hand on the high ground. Kawhi slowly just peeling off over to the side. Cat Veins actually pushing all the way down low. So an interesting kind of repositioning that we have here on the side of Red Tiam.
I still like how they're playing this, though. I think Istanbul Wildcats have definitely responded very, very well to this, and I think Tiam will have to move away from this altercation now. Their advantage is gone with that element of surprise being no longer there, but still, I like what we're seeing from Tiam. Is it really equating into points? Not really. But it is looking very much better in terms of their attitude, in terms of how they're playing this. So they're going to live to fight another day. Hopefully, if they can just get out of Dodge, there you go. And now we're starting to see in the elimination feed something else. It's Zeus, it's TPES, it's OOC, and Lighter as well. But Zeus going to be making that trade very, very quickly on here.
Yeah, Zeus chose aggression coming into this game. They just full sended it up onto CPES. And look at Cry making that play look effortless. Just finding that beautiful S12K connection to the body. And down they go. That is going to be Zeus sitting pretty with 3 elims next to their name. And they've got quite a bit of peace and tranquility here, right? They've cleared it out. Nobody looking to contest them, at least for the time being. So it gives them that opportunity to quickly just reset and then come through with the next bit of their strategy here.
Indeed, and what a compound to actually push into, right? This is a great spot for them. It's very dominant over the surrounding terrain. It's fairly central to zone. They've decided to move out of Minas Generalis entirely, and I don't hate that play, that decision at all, really. I think for a team in their position, they want to be fairly safe and kind of just make sure they have a small area that they can fully control rather than a large one they're only half controlling. But Lighter do go out there. This is a team that were very strong into that second phases, the first and second phases of the tournament. Now we're starting to see not so much from them, but hopefully in the next game we will see a little bit more as the zone will be coming in just a second here. There we go. It's going to start now. 2 minutes until stage 3 closes on up.
Yep, it's going to close on up and apply quite a bit of pressure in doing so. Goat now, not necessarily finding themselves in any position of pressure for the time being. As we can see, Leora and the rest of the crew now just pushing further and further afield. But you got to watch out because we do have Zeus, the aggressive Zeus, on towards that western side. And this is where you can really see that compound for Zeus now put to good use. As you said, they got quite a bit of an advantage and a bit of dominance on the area here. So they can see anybody rotating up towards them from miles and miles away. We also did see OOC over on towards that western side as they ended the run there for Lighter, coming through with a very quick and efficient play utilizing that vehicle. But I think the big kicker now is going to be, where are we moving towards next? Because the blue is going to be making its way in very steadily. And how will these teams then look to that? We can see Sima also going for a very evasive play, right? Opting to just kind of stay out of harm's way for the time being, pulling all the way through Puerto and maybe opting up in towards Impala.
I really like as well, though, what we're seeing out of GOAT, particularly with those big splits. You're seeing a lot of big splits in the early stages. I think that's something we're going to see from a lot of teams on Miramar specifically, is big splits in the early stages just to get that information, maybe get the odd shot out, the odd knock, something like that if you can. And then as the zone becomes smaller, you really group up and start using that information. And it's kind of what you're seeing from GOAT here. I mean, look at this giant split. Lita 6 is going to be scouting far away from her teammates, and Not Noob's not really going to do much about it just there, but probably she did see them and she will be going out of there very quickly. But I did just notice OOC, 7 eliminations is quite a lot there. I think they've gotten rid of at least 2 teams, and they are just now getting inside zone, but they have to go a little bit further. The zone has centered up over La Bandita, over to those cliff sides of Los Leones, to the east, or west rather, of Impala as well. We're here for a field finish, DK.
Yeah, I think La Bandita, especially with the crater, is going to be quite exciting, seeing that we've got Not Noobs holding nice and steady in that area. And of course, still a little bit of a region of Los Leones is going to be in play, especially the hills down to that northern side of Los Leones. So Ida are going to be looking to occupy that. But I think for Mel's Nova, looking over on towards the southwestern side, or southeast rather, we've got quite a bit of an angle here, right? We've got R8 yet to move in. We got Sima there from Galatasaray yet to move up. Zeus as well as Fenerbahce. So quite a bit of congestion now starting to form. And it's going to be up to Mels to decide how they're going to look to play through this. You can see the rotations now coming in, pushing towards the compounds. And I like this that Mels Nova are really quick on the scouting, right? Identifying those potential angles to be quite wary of. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be R8 and Fenerbahce going toe-to-toe.
It is indeed R8 looking to come back strong with this one, but with 3 down already. Fenerbahce looking like the strong ones in this, and R8 Laura, she can do nothing else except run away and get out of there, survive a little longer. There's no placement points for her here if she goes out now. And that's crazy. Fenerbahce just sweeping through them there, and you'd expect a little bit more of a stance from them, but Fenerbahce, they played a good game in that first Erangel, and now they come through with that momentum. RA unable to do much about it. Laura now has to move into zone her own way, but I think she's going to just reevaluate what her loadout is now that she's a solo. Might be looking for perhaps a slight change of weapon and looking for a safer spot to play from. Bonfire, didn't see anything of them in the last game. They were too busy being out in the zone, but they are here now. We see them further in zone this time around, and looking over towards Not Noobs, their age-old enemies, DK.
Oh yes, a little bit of poking could happen right here. But yesterday we were talking about 4 teams not having winner chicken dinners on this map. Of course, that changed. We're down to 3. So it's AOR silently, OOC, and S2G. Those are the only 3 teams that have not yet found a winner chicken dinner on Miramar. So I'm curious as to how they're going to look to kind of play through this. Looking at OOC, they've decided that they're gonna try, right? What they're gonna try, we don't know. We'll find out soon, but they're definitely putting quite a bit of effort, as you've mentioned. Those 7 eliminations, that's gonna look quite nice there for them. But it's all gonna depend on how they play these next few moves, because they find themselves relatively close to the Wildcats as well as S2G. So there is gonna be a bit of that pressure coming through here, and the teams are slightly divided. We got a few up to the north, a few down to the south, and I think this could be quite an interesting dynamic, especially with the next zone shift coming through.
I'm looking at 2 teams in particular, Ida, who can look between both of these sections there, and also Tiam, who are just about to go up against that last player from R8, and if she's not careful, it could be, well, there we go, Kuwai taking out Lara there, and it's going to be R8 going out a little bit earlier than they might have liked, but that does mean that Tiam get their first point on the board. So, we will see how that works out for them as they move past Fenerbahce, as the zone has continued to center on up 500 meters from zone now, Barbie is, and they'll have to move fairly quickly. But with this kind of zone, DK, it's very, very difficult to know how you're even supposed to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're a team like Ida, you're going to be feeling absolutely stoked with your position, because they don't have to move an inch. They've got those hills to the north of Los Leones, still holding on to that high ground. Oh, speaking about high ground, Mels Nova having a bit of a disagreement as to who will be controlling this compound as they come forward here. Mels seem to be winning the argument as they are still with 3 players in here. Oh, Daddy now also come flying on in, just looking to, kind of settle the whole situation. But Ghost, they've not lost a single player. They're still holding steady. Yes, they've got a few knocks over onto their end, so this is going to complicate a few things. But with the utilities now getting dispersed and Oh Daddy getting aggressive, this could be them now, just looking to clutch it up as Mels Nova pick up 2 more eliminations. And that is the full set, almost effortless play going through here from your Oh Daddy as the play is in, and that's it. Mels Nova get the squad wipe at 6 eliminations total.
We've been wanting to see this from them. This is a really, really good performance, a great show of momentum coming into the final stages of the game, and they are going to need this full res, they are going to need those 6 eliminations behind them to actually get the job done, because this zone is tough. They've got Ida up ahead. They've got Zeus waiting in the wings. They need to make sure they have everything they can, momentum and players, to actually win this out if they so choose. We'll see how they get on, but that was certainly a very good play, well strategized between that high ground and those buildings as well. And now the attention turns to what's going on inside of zone, as you see the Wildcats and OOC on the other side of zone actually making some headway here, having their own sort of disagreement. And Mel's just getting naded slightly there. And this is another compound that is very difficult to actually attack.
It is quite challenging to attack. You're 100% right in saying that, but they're also going to be very careful as to not make too much noise, right? I know that's difficult to not make too much noise because, you know, you got weapons and grenades and things, but S2G, we have them just towards the north, so we can see up on that mini-map, so that could also potentially pose a bit of a threat here, but fortunately the zone has shifted down south, and Ida, they are just smiling all the way through. Fenerbahce coming through with a very quick push coming in on that southern side. But Wildcats, OOC, they need to make a very decisive call here. Are they going to try and kind of ride out this fight, or are they going to dip out and play for that zone positioning?
I think they have no choice but to play it out and try their best to get this done as quickly as possible, come what may. I am so confused how the zone every single time is going to one team only. Most of these teams are not in zone right now. With that zone shift, Ida was the only one inside that new zone. And so I think in some ways the Wildcats and OC have a decent time to actually do this. They don't have to rush too much because everybody else is going to be so occupied with doing their own thing. They're not going to notice. But the Wildcats aren't going to be distracted at all. That's going to be OOC going down very quickly, very efficiently there. And the Wildcats move up to 5 eliminations. And even though they're outside of the points, the placement points, OOC was 7. Not half bad.
Yeah, definitely not half bad. But it does require them to do quite a bit more work in the remaining matches here for today. It is going to be a really now for the side of Fenerbahce, quickly trying to get the team back on their feet as we do say goodbye to Licious. So Mel's Nova, I like that bit of pressure they're going to be looking to apply here, but Ida also going to be keeping it nice, hot and toasty. A quick nade off the side of the head, sure, why not? We do say goodbye to Galatasaray. We go out with, a bit of a donut, but it's fine, right? Because they've got so many points. They're not even going to feel it in this game. So, you know, it's a game. It's all right. They can afford to have a little bit of a game like this. But I like these quick repositions coming through now from the side of Ida. But Mel's Nova also going to look to push up. So we're going to maybe look at a bit of a triangle of despair here as the teams are going to look to really get down to business.
Yeah, I really like this from Mel's Nova. They've taken a strong position on these cliff sides to try and gatekeep, but it is also very open towards that north side, and you see Odedi does feel the effects of that. They will get back up, but that allows Ida to move on through and kind of turn their attention back onto the task at hand, and the zone continues to move away from every single team. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you were talking about the zone, and look at that. Players getting hurted all over the place. Fenerbahce go out. We did see Retiam, Hannah also getting absolutely obliterated by that blue zone. But now for AOR, it's up to Matesha and Kitty. So let's see whether or not Kitty can meow down a few more players up ahead. There is going to be quite a bit of pressure now for them to try and keep that momentum going, keep that flow going. S2G also going to be trying to see if they can maybe get their go at that winner chicken dinner. They're going to have to find a way get that pacing up. Aura, that is down, might pose a few threats. It's going to be Dynasty running forward as well in such a treacherous area to try and maneuver through. You can see Ida being an absolute nuisance all the way from that southern side.
Yeah, they've maintained their position. Oh, nice drop right there, but I don't think she wants it. But they've maintained their position up onto the north side. They've really been able to hold off teams. It's a really good position for them. They do have to move through here, and Mel's Nova are set up quite well for this. But still, Ida still have that advantage. They still have that outlook over the rest of the teams. And worst case scenario, Ida could use that position to get as many eliminations as they can, or at least, spoil as many games as they can before they go out. So it's still a very dominant position from them. And as AOR do go out there, we're now left with just 6 teams.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tough play. As we know, Ida, they also have that drop right there that O'Daddy decided not to go for. Curious to see whether or not they are going to be utilizing any of the weapons or gear that could be found in that box. But a quick cheeky nade comes out. Athena getting blown to smithereens. That was a trap. Oh, Daddy set that one up. What a beautiful play. Now comes a follow-up nade. Let's see whether or not Mel's Nova can get 9. Oh, they're getting scary close as they do exactly that. And this is Daddy just absolutely diminishing this side of them. But it's going to be the Wildcats looking to get the slice of the action as well. It's a quick response to 3 from Melcy onto O'Daddy.
Again, the Wildcats move in without much having been really noticed by any of us throughout the game, come in with a bunch of eliminations, a strong position, immediately taking over where Ida left off, and now the rest of the teams kind of have to bow down to them as that's a massive nade coming in from Melzy there. That's a double whammy with the boom boom circle. And we're going to ignore that as we look over to S2G. Just a solo left alone here. Mel's Nova do go out 11 eliminations, though, is massive. But honestly, if IWNRX don't win this, I mean, that'd be kind of crazy.
I mean, first we got to talk about Melcy, 8 elims already, right? So it seems like the Wildcats, they have that stealth mode engaged for a big majority of this match. And I mean, realistically, they've only got a few players standing between them and that potential winner chicken dinner. Bonfire, though, they are looking pretty good. So it's not going to be an easy task for the Wildcats now to try and clutch it up. But they do have that slight bit of an advantage with the terrain as we do say goodbye to S2G, finishing off in that 3rd place. And now it's down to the final few contenders left to decide who's going to be taking that winner chicken dinner. Very cheeky spray down going 3 from Alan, but the blue zone is going to be just as cheeky. Oh, Layla goes down to 1 player now, standing between the Wildcats and that winner chicken dinner. Wow. There we have it. It is going to be the Istanbul Wildcats next. Roya getting their first victory on the side of Miramar and doing so in quite a bit of fashion, finishing strong with those eliminations, just going absolutely crazy, and a back-to-back top 2 finish for them.
That's fantastic. What a game for the Wildcats. Huge points being put up there for both them and Bonfire and a lot of those teams. That was a massive elimination game for multiple teams there. We're really going to have to see how that shifted into the leaderboard, because I think there are going to be quite a few changes. I mean, apart from that number 1 spot, of course, everybody else is very close to where they want to be, right? There's a lot of ties. There's a lot of 2-3 point differences between the placements. So that game for sure is going to shift some things.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see how this match reflects with regards to those overall standings. But what a play, though. I mean, Wildcats, they got 14 points in the previous match. They were like, yeah, we can get that in eliminations. Why not, right? Might as well just go for it. Have some fun while we're at it. But again, the zone proving to be quite challenging for these teams. They've not been dealt an easy hand, but the Wildcats rising to the occasion, coming through with 17 eliminations. Absolutely insane performance. But that is what we want to see, and that is what we kind of expected to see coming into today's action.
We absolutely did. We said we wanted them to step up, and step up they did. 3,100 damage dealt is an insane stat, and 17 elims is going to go a very long way to putting them up that leaderboard. But they weren't that far down in the beginning, so where does this put them? That's what I want to know. We'll see that very shortly, though. But yeah, a very good response coming in from IWNRX. And the stealth plan seems to be working out well for them. That's 2 for 2 now, where they've had decent eliminations and a really decent placement as well.
Yeah, very true indeed. And here we go looking at the stats. It is going to be Mel's O'Daddy locking in the hit there. 343 meter play. A little bit more of an opportunity for teams to get healed up moving through this game, as you can look at the utilities, right? Still a very hefty usage of that. And of course, no surprise, we did see quite a bit of a bombardment taking place all across these last few phases. So the team's really rising to the occasion, and no surprise to see Melcy locking that one in, coming through with the 9 eliminations and a plethora of damage.
Well, ding, 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 bell of 1,000 damage. There we go. But that's nearly 1,500 damage. I mean, that's got to be one of the bigger ones we've seen in this tournament so far. And what a fantastic show for her. 4 assists as well, really tallying up to nearly 13 eliminations just on her end alone. So definitely doing some massive work there. And you can see that in the points as well. 27 versus 15 for Mels is quite the gap.
Yeah, it is quite a bit of a gap, but I think at least looking at Mel's, they are going to be quite happy with 15 points regardless of, where it is and what the gap is, because coming into this match, they had 7 points. Right now, securing themselves 15 does award them quite a bit of a move. And speaking about moves, Zeus also got some points on board. Right, so the teams are starting to make some waves, starting to make some moves here. OOC, I like the approach that they brought through in this game. Unfortunately, things didn't go all too well with regards to those placement points, but eliminations, though, still securing 7. A very, very good play from them.
Absolutely. And here we go, the overall rankings. IWNRX move into second place, and the gap continues to close here. It's really, really good from them. S2G as well, OOC as well. Both of those teams moving up into that top 5 position. And if we look over to that left side, or rather the right side as well, I mean, there's not much movement up or down between the teams, but that gap, those points are getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, that is definitely something that we see happening right there. What we also did notice is that GOAT moved down, right? We did have them in 3rd place. They've now moved all the way in towards that 6th position. But OOC, they've jumped up from 9th up into that 5th position. So the games are starting to work, right? The teams are starting to continue with their pacing, increasing a steady amount of points as we step through these matches.
Absolutely, yeah. We're seeing the team still might have a little bit more of a journey ahead of them to get to that player focus. Though Galatasaray is still very dominant on both the overall rankings and the player focus, but that may all change, right? We've had 0 points coming in from Galatasaray in that last game. What will happen on the Sandhawk is another question entirely, and one we will answer in just a few minutes while we take the short break. everybody. I hope you're as ready as we here on the desk are for this Sandhawk. I'm very excited for the Sandhawk to come through because we saw what an epic game that was from Galatasaray in day one, but I'm waiting for some of these other teams to step it up in the jungle.
Oh, yes, indeed. It is going to be step up time to see who's going to be able to clutch it out. And first things first, though, we are going to be taking a look at the flight path, which is not that important when it comes to this map. It is going to be quite reliant on what the zone, though, is going to bring on through and how these teams are going to look to get themselves positioned and situated and whatnot and everything that they need to do. But yeah, so we do have a nice decent spread of our squads now starting to disperse as they are heading further down towards the southern side. As we've got the Wildcats doing their thing up in towards Mongnai. We've got TPS going all the way in towards Camp Bravo. S2G and Goat, they're going to be opting for that northwest island with Zeus, of course, now looking to kind of get a bit of a spread there. 3 players on the island. And we've got Macy opting up into the trifecta region themselves. So I think a decent serving of positioning here for our players. You can see TPS trying a few things there, maybe getting a little bit too close onto the side of Fenerbahce, but it's not going to be of any major concern, though. It is going to be AOR and Ida getting ready for the action as Yildiz gets dropped right on down. Mutation are going to try and hold it nice and steady as Ida continues to try and strive their way on through, trying to find the angles. Mutation somewhat isolated, still has the reinforcements now starting to roll on up as Ida has been brought to their knees. It is going to be one player trying to stand between them, and that next continuation is Fireshine is the player left to hold the torch here for the team. So a very aggressive start coming through, as you saw there from ARR, looking to make a few statements. And speaking of statements, Mel's Nova also feeling the heat, feeling the pressure as Lida also come in, packing it quite hotly up into the little shack. And yes, hotly will make that a word for today, as it's just aggression all across the board.
It really is. Oh my goodness me. These teams are not messing about. And, you know, it's teams, both of these teams that needed some points, right? Lighter haven't had the best or the easiest of games in the first 2. And now they're using the Sandhawk as they should, as that springboard into the next couple, it looks like, at least with how it's going down now. Mels, we're really, really hoping to, you know, follow up that last game with another great game on Sandhawk. But as a duo, that's going to be very difficult to do. And the same for Ida as well, a solo, even worse off 2 minutes into the game than Mels were. So we're going to see how they navigate this now, but Ida going out so quickly, or almost out so quickly, is quite the shock.
Well, it's the aggressive map, right? It's the map that lends itself to teams doing some things that we won't necessarily see them doing on the other 2 maps. So, yeah, I mean, talk about capitalizing on the opportunity, right? That is exactly what we saw just then and there. But now things have quieted down a little bit, temporarily. We do see Zeus holding onto the bootcamp hills. We do see OOC full sending in that direction. So we are going to be in for another stretch of a bit of carnage. It's going to be just on the horizon. Speaking about horizons, though, Fenerbahce also trying to get just over the horizon here, as they do have AOR ahead of them. And here is that fight that I was talking about. Zeus now having to defend as OOC and Galatasaray are going to be trying to just pressure them into submission.
Zeus and Galatasaray seem to find each other a lot, both on Erangel and on Sandhawk here, but it's OOC that finds them first, I think, and Galatasaray could be a dangerous third party coming through here. OOC should be aware of that. They need to not be tunnel visioned in this instance. They need to make sure that they have all the information they need, as Galatasaray over in the kill feed or the elimination feed might just go and grab one of the Zeus players. And Fenerbahce, they're looking for their own eliminations, for their own blood to take for themselves as they go up against AOR, but this is a tricky position here, DK, right up against OOC behind this rock.
Oh, was Kylie going to get spotted out there? So Zeus got to find a way to push forward, and I think the best play for both OOC and Zeus here would be to focus onto Fenerbahce, because we saw what they did last time when they played on Sarak. So yeah, you don't wanna repeat of that necessarily. So Zeus, they still have the solo left, so Cry can still maybe find a bit of an opportunity, a bit of a play here, maybe move a bit further down towards that southeastern side, maybe head slightly more east towards Quarry, find a good spot to hide, because looking at the aggression that we see there from OOC and Galatasaray, it's going to be really difficult to survive this current positioning. But it seems like Galatasaray, at least for the time being, are going to be focusing their efforts over on towards OOC, and, well, Paradise could also be receiving quite a bit of attention.
It could indeed, and I would love to see that. We haven't seen Paradise in serious play for so very long, and we might not see either one of those teams in play for that Paradise circle, though, because Galatasaray and OOC have decided to take full control of this fight themselves. Zeus are no longer in the picture seriously here, down to that solo in the compound. So OOC have 3 eliminations on the board for now. They've lost one, so it's a decent trade of points for people. But Galatasaray just a little bit too far to do any real damage there, so it's a bit of a standoff over onto that hillside. And the Wildcats over by Paradise, this is what you were talking about, right? And the Wildcats could do some insane work here. They're coming off of 2 very, very good games for them, and they're looking to make this one a third. And as you said, that zone could be quite potentially onto that area, onto those teams. They certainly seem to they're centering up over there, so we'll see how that goes, as now GOAT have to try and get into this next phase.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to work that hard because they've just made it in, right? So a very effortless rotation on the side of GOAT. The big question is, are they going to decide to get off of the northwestern island and pull over on towards the mainland, or are they going to opt maybe for a bit of a trifecta positioning, right? Only time will tell. It does seem like they might be opting for a trifecta or somewhere close to that, but we do have S2G just over on towards the eastern side, so they can't get too relaxed here. They're still going to keep their wits about them. Speaking about wits, it's going to be the Wildcats and Bonfire. Ooh, witting it out. The Wildcats wrapping that fight up, and they still managed to hold on to their full squad, even though they had those 2 knocks come in so quickly, just alleviating quite a bit of the pressure. Fenerbahce also, they've moved a little bit further down south. We got vehicles driving over water. Nobody's aquaplaning. That is amazing. And good escape here now for GOAT to get themselves back into a strong position towards zone.
And this is the other thing, is that I don't think S2G... No, they didn't expect this at all. They were not expecting anybody to be on that island after so long. They cleared that a long time ago, right? No one thought that there'd be vehicles moving across the water in that little land bridge there, but GOAT found it, and that's going to be 2 down for GOAT, but it's the same amount for S2G as well, and S2G are in a far more precarious position here. So definitely a really good play by GOAT to catch S2G unawares, and now it's just down to S2G to figure out how they're going to overcome this.
Well, we'll see pretty soon exactly what the approach is going to be for this one. But here we have it. Nice bit of a reach. Oh, Dynasty getting picked up as Bolia reaches in with the M4. I like this aggression coming through from GOAT, really upping the ante. And unfortunate for S2G, I don't think that they might live much longer, as you can see. GOAT just ramping it up, and a good spread here. I like this repositioning that we see from GOAT, trying to take as many of these angles as they can find. And even though they had the knocks, that is not going to stop GOAT, right? They've been able to pick their players back up and continue to apply the pressure. Ooh, as you can see, Polia yet again getting found. Oh, but here comes the sprays now. Lucy and Sarah definitely just riding on the edge there.
Yes, indeed, and that's going to be Saren going on down to that Molotov, a great Molotov to not only knock players, but to push him out as well. Nicely cooked nade from Litas. He's going to grab that final elimination. That's going to be for a full squad wipe and a full reset for them as well. So a brilliant, brilliant show of map knowledge coming through there from GOAT. They have a very nice position inside of zone now, up to the north side. The zone has shifted towards them, so they're actually kind of mid-central in this position of zone, and this is going to work out very, very well for them now.
Yeah, it is definitely going to work out quite well for them. And another thing that I'm quite happy to see is that TPS, they've found some points. Right? They got those 3 points on board as we jump straight towards them. And I mean, it's about time, right?
Yeah.
Because the last time we saw them getting points was in Game 4 yesterday, when they got that glorious winner chicken dinner with the 10 eliminations. After that, all they got was 1 placement point. But now they seem to be looking to bounce back, right? 3 eliminations up. We're nowhere near placement points, but they could still be quite a bit of a change to come through from this cupquake. Going to try and get themselves patched up, but they do have to worry about R8's positioning up on that slight bit of a ridge. You can see Asiko and everybody now getting to full sended as they look to apply themselves onto the action here.
Yes, indeed, and we leave right before the action starts. Here we go. We're back looking towards Samina here as she's trying to do something, maybe get some of that utility going so she can throw her own nades, because RA are not anywhere near done with their utilities here. Cupquake does go down to that nade, a really nice spot. Suzu is almost down as well, just trying to heal up a little bit here. Nice little play, backstab in there, but it's not going to work. Suzu, the last player standing now, gets one, but cannot get the rest. And Gucci makes sure that TPES gets only the 4 eliminations for this game.
That was an interesting turn of events that we had coming through from both of our squads here. I mean, they actually, both of them played quite well on Sanhok in general. We've seen, right? Both teams had the winner chicken dinner. Both teams had 40 total points. So a good, kind of decider there as to who's going to be the one to survive for the rest of the map. R8, of course, are going to be feeling quite happy about that situation, securing themselves a few additional points, and also just trying to strengthen their overall angles or kind of slotting that they have with regards to those standings. Not that they are really in much need of a lot of stress, right? They've already had that winner chicken dinner today, but they are going to try and make that play to get themselves higher up. So I think for TPS, 4 points, it's not necessarily something to write home about, but 4 points are 4 points, right? Could it be none?
It absolutely could have been none, and I think that's the fear in a lot of these other teams, right? We see 4 teams with no points at the moment, and it could be all that they are able to get, because that zone has shifted towards ruins. There was not a single team on that side of the map. Everybody had gone over to that mainland on the right-hand side, and now everybody has to go back, and in 20 seconds as well. As you see, that damage is really being dealt by this Fate Stage 3 zone. So Ida and crew really have to work to get inside this zone, and they're going to be pulling up right behind Mel's. So it's only these 3 players that are in a good position in zone.
Yeah, it's an interesting shift that we saw for that zone. So hopefully Ida can make it in, right, to have fire shine all the way through to the very end of this game, or at least into the next few stages. Fortunately, stage 3 is not going to be all too devastating, but I'm actually quite happy to see that the heal strat is not as viable anymore, right? That blue zone has become quite devastating, quite brutal. But you were talking about Malznoa being one of the only other players that have a good angle here, and I think it's a glorious setup, especially close towards this bridge. Quite a bit of an advantage point that they can look to leverage here as the teams now start to converge over towards that eastern side, just all trying to cram into a little bit of something. But there's not much to really utilize. We've got those the beautiful boot camp mountains or the hill towards that southern side, and everybody has now decided to go for that.
Oh, you know what happens, DK, when too many teams try and go for one position?
Pancakes. They make pancakes.
They make pancakes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they make
Either
pancakes.
that or waffles.
They make eggs. They make eggs and bacon and sausage and all the good things, and then they go out to the lobby so they can eat that breakfast. And they eat it. They go out to that lobby quite quickly, I think, and we're going to start seeing that here as now Fenerbahce down to a solo. A really good game from them so far. 5 eliminations on board, but still only 12th place if they go out right now. So that solo's got to be very, very careful. Lighter seem to be taking a more passive approach here, just really making use of a good compound and waiting for that zone, waiting for those teams to come to them. So both plays are good ones. Oh, hang on, Caffeine's up against the Wildcats there. This could be a really interesting fight about to break out.
It could be. This could, it's one of those things that Etiam are in a position to try and benefit off of. And you see that knock now coming through onto Shanks, but yeah, it's going to be Galatasaray all the way from within boot camp, all the way up in the north, poking and prodding up into the fights. Now, Hannah with a nice position here. The Wildcats in a bit of danger. Not necessarily from Rentia, but from that blue zone. As you can see, Melcy, who performed exceptionally well in the previous match, now finding herself in quite a bit of a predicament in between a rock and a blue place, as it is quite a bit of a challenging one to get out of here. And the Wildcats, they can still make it out, right? It is stage 4, but as soon as that counter up in the top right hits 0, the damage goes up by quite a bit.
Yep, it does. It's interesting that Tiam are holding on to this so much. There is that one player out in the zone, and I think that she might have gone down to that blue damage. And it's interesting that they make this play at the expense of their players' health like that, but it certainly seems to be working out for them so far. 2 points on the board. They will lose that one player, it looks like, but they have got that other one rezzed up. So we'll see how that works out for them. Galatasaray, of course, being a real pain. There's another way to put it, but Hana shuts them down a little bit here as they move on forward. But Licious could be a thorn in Tiam's side. We'll see. Has she made noise? No, she hasn't. Kawhi has no idea. Now, the rest of the team move forward. This has got to be something. They still have no idea. Oh, DK, I don't like this, but now they have some sort of clue. Down she goes very quickly. Not without getting that knock. So again, that is going to slow them down. They are inside of zone, but this allows OOC to pay attention to where they are. It allows Galatasaray to get that knock and also look at them. So Fenerbahce might not have gotten the eliminations or the points that she wanted, but she has jeopardized Red Tiam's game here.
To some extent, yes, but I don't think all too drastically. As you can see, R8 also going to be applying quite a bit of pressure onto the side there of Galatasaray. But OOC, they're on the opposite end of the ridge. So it is going to take special goggles to kind of see them over on this side, which they don't have. So I think they're fine, right? Galatasaray also going to try and kind of push through the slight uphill battle they find themselves in. I think R8 also have quite a bit of a setup there over towards the northern edge of zone, right? Quite a mountainous position that they find themselves in. But speaking about mountains, they're going to have to start climbing as the blue zone just ramps up in damage. Galatasaray going to try and clutch it up. They do find Hannah. They don't get the confirmation. The follow-through is there. Scully gets dropped on down, but Hilal tried to hold on, but was not going to make it out just yet as the pressure is there. Galatasaray walk away with only 2 points.
Only 2 points, but Tiam walk out of this fight with 6. 6 points on the board, topping the leaderboard in terms of those eliminations taken out so far. A really, really good game, and time again, we do say, Sandhawk is for those players that haven't built that momentum up yet in the first 2 games, that want to turn the tide for the last 2 games, and this seems to be the team that wants it the most. This is Red Tiam moving forward, gaining that momentum, using what they can to now push on through, but for Kawhi, this vehicle's being very obstinate, very sad indeed to see it, as Zeus cry. Just puts her out in the blue zone just a little bit there. I think that might be a loss here, and Tiam was down to that duo. There was no way Kawhi gets out of this one.
Well, unless the team can somehow miraculously find a way to just kind of quiet Cry down. Otherwise, Kawhi is going to cry about this position out in the blue. Oh, well,
there we go.
Got something herself, right? Ends the play. There we go, like, okay, cool. That mosquito has now been taken care of. Let's move on to the next. As a quick swat came in there, but I don't see Kawhi making out of that one. It's a little bit late for that HP bar. Maybe still somehow. Yeah, it's not going to happen. 4 eliminations, though, is going to look pretty decent there for Kawhi to walk away with here. And I think this is that play that we were waiting to see from Retiam, right? That opening section for them to kind of start to bounce back. And they still have Tiger and Hannah left, who I think is still also do quite a bit of work here. We've seen them kind of prove themselves in those previous matches as well in the prior weeks. But let's see how this one plays out for them. Tough position, though, here for Tiger.
Extremely tough. I mean, thankfully, on that left side towards Goat, you know, the trees are kind of blocking her from their view, right? So she can kind of focus over on R8 as Lighter do eventually go out, but I worry for the team behind him. OOC lurking in the back seats there. Got to be moving on forward. She does notice this, but that just puts her position in that much more of a predicament. And Hana does go down here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not so much that we can say. There's nothing positive really about the spot that Red Tiam find themselves in.
There
Right?
you go.
It was just I didn't really see any feasible way of them surviving that. Right, with Goat pushing up from the south, OOC pushing up from the north, R8 being over towards the opposite end. I mean, talk about a tough spot, right? That is a very uncomfortable sandwich to be in right then and there. But now it's going to be Goat. Looking to see if they can maybe find a little bit of something there. Leora, though, getting lit up. It's up to the Yagi to now keep that play going as Rose gets absolutely lasered on down 7H. Holding nice and steady. They could still maybe be a bit of an opportunity here for Yagi to get that raise, but it is going to be Rose to be taken on down. And R8, they just waiting for the play though, as 7H gets the finish. That is Goat out of there with 8 eliminations to their name. And now it's a solo standing between R8 and a potential victory.
Not just a potential victory, a second win of the night for them. That is what's on the table here. And OOC 7HHQ, she's the only player standing in their way. Interestingly, R8 are separating themselves so that she could kind of get this kind of one by one. Molly gonna have to be very careful with how she sprays this. Those two on the outside, but that's gonna be enough cover there, and that should be one down. But no, she cannot get those sprays off in time. And R8 Sapphire going to be our winners on Sandhawk. A brilliant match coming in from them.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite the performance, and that is exactly what this map allows, right? For teams to just come in and, guns ablazed, look to see if they can find yet another winner chicken dinner. So, all right, as you said, getting their second victory for the day, but I think also a good increase with regards to the overall points. I mean, they've been just continuously trying to find as many of these points as they could muster. And coming into the game, they were sat on 38 points, which is not bad, all the way in 7th position. But based on the performance that we just saw, they might have just leaped up quite a bit.
Absolutely. It's going to be a real game changer for not only them, but for many of these teams, right? We saw a lot of great plays coming in, Lighter being one of them, right? They came in into like top 6, top 5, and the first 2 games we hadn't seen that much from them. So a really, really good show and a really good, game changer, a builder of momentum into the next 2 games. So I will want to see how that leaderboard shakes out.
Well, you talk about shaking, let's shake it up as we move in here. R8 with the 8 elims and 1100 damage. Here we go. Yes, I did say 11, but I said that on purpose, but here we have it.
He always does.
Some great performances coming through. And again, not a crazy amount of damage being taken here by R8. We saw a very similar thing, right? Match 1 was 500 and a bit of 500 and a little bit damage that they've received. So yeah, a good consistency. I think game 1 they also had 8 elims, if I'm not mistaken. So they're just up there. They're just getting that momentum going. Well, in fact, sorry, they had 11 eliminations all the way back in game number 1. Game 2, yeah, they got dealt that donut, but they bounced back. As we can see, of course, that play, 184 meters, not the craziest one that we've seen on Sanok before, but still a decent one. But it just shows you how condensed the fighting was coming through in this particular match, right? Because the health is not that low. We didn't see a lot of throwables being used. There was no opportunity for that to happen. The teams were just like, go, 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 go.
They were indeed. I mean, right from the very beginning, you saw that, right? As, Freesia from Lighter. Gonna be the one to be the MVP. 3 eliminations, 1 assist, 608 damage. That's surprising considering the big numbers that we were seeing from a bunch of the other players. Freesia coming in, sneaking in that MVP of the match, and I did mention them before, didn't I? I said they had a really good game, much better than what we've been seeing from them before, and this is the proof of it. MVP, GG's Freesia, but yeah, interesting. I wonder how that's going to shape up both the leaderboards and the next couple of games.
Well, only one way to find out, right? You got to get that calculator out and start mathing, because that's the only way we'll know. But a good result coming through. through from OOC, as well as GOAT and Tiam and Lida, all hitting those double digits. But I like the 13s across the board. A very healthy dose of, a very healthy serving, rather, of points, making its way in. TPS, as we mentioned before, also needed a few points for the day, and they got their first 4 right there. So everybody, at least for the day now, have been able to secure points. So I think it's looking pretty good here. I mean, Lida, TPS, the only two that were yet to do that, and they went over and beyond, right? Got 4, got 10, so it is looking pretty positive. And of course, still, Galatasaray not getting the 20 ridiculous amounts of eliminations this game around, which I think is quite good, at least for the morale of the rest of the teams. But as you can see, things are now starting to even out a little bit more towards the top of the board, right? We don't have 40 points anymore. We are down to, 36-point difference? No, that's not 6, that's 34. 34 points difference between first and second. So the gap is slowly starting to close. But I think it's going to be up to the teams chasing for pole to see if they can actually catch up to Galatasaray today still.
Yeah, because I think going into day 3, it's going to be very difficult for any of these teams to do a lot. I mean, yeah, it's still 5 games, but I think Galatasaray are going to be back to putting on their winning faces. And yeah, I think you have to be as close as possible. You're right. So we need to see how much that gap can close in the next 2 games. The player focus nowhere near being different than it has been from the beginning of the evening. But again, that all could change in the next 2 games. We just have to wait and see.
Yeah, we definitely will have to wait. But I'm pretty sure that the teams are gonna put in a very strong effort to try and change that. Right, from what we've seen so far, just the pacing in general, working through the day, I mean, it's looking pretty positive. The teams are doing good work, getting a very steady flow of points. I mean, the Wildcats, prior to this last match, they had 41 points already accrued for the day, right? Just in 2 matches, they had 41 points, right? So, hey, we might be onto something.
We might be onto something indeed, and we'll see if the teams are onto something in the next game. Gonna be Miramar. But first, of course, we're gonna take a short break. Go grab your popcorn, go grab your drinks, and we'll be right back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for the fourth game of the evening. It is going to be Miramar, and this is where it all starts heating up. If we thought it wasn't hot enough before the first half of, or the halfway point of the entire finals, it's going to get that way now. It's going to get boiling, almost as hot as is in South Africa, DK. But yeah, we're going to be looking at a lot of spicy stuff, especially going over to those sands of Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm already ready for the desert, right?
Yeah.
It's like, it can just bring it on as we hop straight on in. We are going to be making our way through to see where the teams will have to get themselves situated. But interestingly enough, though, we've been seeing two teams giving it a lot of effort today, and then we've got strong efforts, strong attempts being brought in by a few others, right? So, Wildcats, they've just unleashed the beast. Maybe they got a bit of catnip somewhere. I don't know. Something's happening. R8 also, right? Both teams, so they've just really let it loose so far today, right? The Wildcats on 43 points for the day. R8 Sapphire on 39 points, so only 4 points separating them. And that's all basically just down to eliminations, right? They are pretty even with regards to eliminations. So that just shows you that, yeah, these teams, they're not messing around. They are ready to go. And, I mean, the aggression extends all the way to Fenerbahce, right? So we got OOC, Retian Blossom, as well as Fenerbahce Esports, all still packing in quite a bit of heat with regards to those eliminations. We did see Mel's Nova, as well as Goat Invicta, and AOR Silently. But they are obviously going to try and find that bit of a balance to even it out with the placement points as well. Speaking of balance, though, not noobs. They've got company.
They do. This is a very interesting turn of events here. We're going to have a hot drop down on the south side, where the zone most likely is not going to be. And both these teams, I mean, R8, there's no way R8 doesn't know that not noobs go here. So this is a purposeful hot drop here. R8 are looking for early eliminations here as the zone goes all the way over to those cliffs of southeast side. But sheesh, manish, Batman, we are in for a game here between the zone and between these two teams. It's gonna get spicy.
Who's Batman?
I'm Batman.
Oh, but where's the voice?
I'm Batman.
You're gonna do the whole, I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
There we go. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I almost believe you now. Anyway, so, yeah, I mean, for not noobs, this is not a spot they want to find themselves in. They've only had 4 points so far today. And a big majority of their points came through from placement.
Right.
So, yeah, I hope, at least for the side here of not noobs, that they can fend off the assault coming through here from R8. That's what I'm hoping for, at least for them. R8, though, looking at it from their perspective, they just like points. Let's get some more, right? And it's unfortunate that they decided to hot drop right onto the side here of not noobs. But yeah, maybe not noobs can do something. We'll find out soon.
Yeah.
We'll just have to wait and see how this one pans out.
Indeed, yeah, that's gonna be. Oh, I thought they didn't see her for a second. No, they are going to take her out, though. That's the first point going their way here. 1,700 meters to zone, though, is quite a stretch, especially when you're considering how close to the edge of the map they are. So that blue is going to start hitting them within a minute, right? It's not going to be like, a minute and a half till it gets to them because they're kind of mid-map. It's not. They're on the very edge here, so the zone's going to hit them quicker. They've got farther to go, and they've also got this hot drop. From what I understand, the only hot drop on the entire map. Yeah, no one else is really anywhere within shooting distance of each other, and they're all kind of spread out, focusing on getting that loot before they go elsewhere into the map. But yeah, this is going to be quite the one to watch.
Yeah, we might maybe have a little bit of a potential something up in towards Pecado, but again, it's not confirmed, so we'll just wait and see what Lida and the Wildcats are going to be doing towards that region. They are moving closer, but they've not necessarily committed to anything just yet. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. San Martin also respectfully quiet, right? AOR kind of testing the water towards the north with two of their players. That is going to be Matesha and Giti. But other than that, yeah, it is pretty quiet across the board here. So it's up to what Not Noobs and R8 can kind of bring through to this. And I mean, even if R8 decide to disengage from here, they've actually hampered quite a bit of, or rather impeded quite a bit of the looting process here for Not Noobs. Because as you mentioned, the Blues going to catch up with them. And now that they're on the defensive, they can't really move around too much. They can't loot up and get what they need to get themselves into those next few phases. So, yeah, this is an interesting decision being made by R8.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's not against a team that is normally more up against them, right? As you said, Not Noobs only have had 4 points in this evening in these last 3 games. So they're not really a threat to RA, right? You could understand if they hot dropped someone who either dealt them a bad hand in the Sandhawk or were closer to them and they wanted to get rid of them so they could just play their game. But in this case, it's not the case in either of those scenarios. So it's an interesting reaction from R8 for sure. I think possibly you're starting to see R8 back off a little bit. They thought that maybe if they could get that one knock, they get that momentum, right? But it does look like they've separated a little bit, and with that zone now coming in, I think the wise thing here would be is just to go, okay, we've got that one elimination, and I think we can just leave you now.
Yeah, I mean that would be the play that makes the most sense, right? But I mean, who knows? Maybe Not Noobs can still find a way to rise to the occasion. Maybe they can still beat out the side of R8. I like that they've gone for a bit of a flank. Not Noobs, right? They've got one player up on that bridge. So that could maybe help them gain a little bit of leverage onto the side of R8, as Lara has taken quite a bit of damage. But Not Noobs, though, not necessarily in a position to do all too much with the current angles here. But that bridge, I think that is going to be the position to look for.
Absolutely. I wonder if TPES kind of heard those shots being fired over in the city, right? Because I almost want to say that TPES could try and gatekeep this, go up over to that area just below the A of Chumacera there, and try and do something with that third party or with that gatekeep position. I almost want to say they could do something like that, but I don't really know. Now, what we do know is that Not Noobs are fighting back, and fighting back with a vengeance. However, it is only a solo left alive, and that first fight was good, but not good enough here. And RA are going to be able to get this full reset through, but with no medication, and that zone starting to pack a bit of a punch considering the length of the just 1.9k meters they got to go. This is severely slowing them down.
Yeah, I think Kiss made a good call disengaging, rather prioritizing survivability over anything else. But now the problem comes is, does Kiss have anything to work with? Any meds? Right? And I don't think the answer is an astounding yes. So it's going to be a tough play, though, for the Not Noobs team to continue to play further into this game. R8, though, I think they stayed there a little bit too long, right? I think once the blue zone was close to them, seeing that they weren't all too successful with their initial plan, I would have thought that they disengage and go for a bit of a setup elsewhere with regards to that zone. But unfortunately for them, that's not quite how it panned out. But yeah, we did see a little bit of aggression coming through there from Galatasaray as well, finding Zeus along the way. But Zeus now have quite a few teams moving in, right? You've got OOC towards their southern side. We've got Ida even further south from that. We've got the players from Lida moving up to their north. So Zeus are getting encircled as the zone kind of shifts up ever so slightly, allowing for even more continuation of the aggression here.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Zeus because they have good splits and they have good ideas and good rotations, but somehow they always seem to be in the middle of all these different teams, and normally it's the stronger teams as well, right? You see them losing one to Galatasaray, for instance. Now OOC is looming over top of them, and OOC have had a pretty good run here today, so it's not really a team you want to go up against in those early stages. You know that they're doing well, they're on a roll, they have that momentum. So I'm not sure what Zeus need to do to change that or to tweak that a little bit so it's not always in the thick of it all the time, but we'll see how they can navigate it in this game alone. And the Wildcats, this is one that we want to see more from. I mean, we started to see it, right? We have that one win on the last Miramar. Can they make it a second one? That would be kind of awesome. They're looking quite good here with this split that they're maintaining in the vehicles. They're moving through this next zone, trying to find a position that suits them, as the zone is going to go over. I mean, it centers up, but it goes slightly north. So truck stop is still in the center, or not in the center. Truck stop is in the north of zone, obviously, but La Bernita is in the center. Impala is also in the center. And we're going to be moving away from Los Leones unless there's a hardship.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one to see if anything will come through from that either, though. They're going to be just sending it up as they rush up onto the side here of Mel's Nova. Finds a bit of an opening, a bit of an angle. Are they going to be able to push all the way through to the very finish? Oh, look at that, though. A nice response for Fireshine. Going through with a vehicle, trying to pull it up, but again, Fireshine is going to be the potential lone survivor for the team here, so not quite done with Mel's Nova. Going to find a way to kind of just approach this, and for the time being, that might be just looking to dip in behind the ridge lines, just get out of this very sticky situation.
My goodness me, yeah, that's unfortunate for Ida, but Mel's can't be too comfy either. Look at Goat there, just trying to zoom around and scout out a little bit, but looks like she might just pass on that one. Fireshine might not pass, though. Nice little shots coming through there very, very quickly, but I think there was a little bit of a response from somebody else, and she's thought the better of it. She is going to go elsewhere and just try and heal up here. Mel's does take out her player, just finish that up, so 2 eliminations, not too bad, but being a solo this early in the game, oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah, it's not necessarily what you would have wanted. I don't think that's necessarily what anybody plans for. But, you know, sometimes that's just the cards that you are dealt. But as we've seen from Fireshine, you know, she's capable of quite a few things. So I'm curious as to what her next decision will be. R8, they've also just joined us, making it up out of the blue, coming in on that far southern side. And I think they are the most southern team that we currently have moving their way in. Gears also from Not Noobs has made it all the way up on towards the north, but gotta be a little bit careful. So we've got a few solos scattered throughout this map. Teams definitely have to keep an eye on that. But I like this play here for the Wildcats. Found a bit of an angle onto the side here of Galatasaray. It is still quite a bit of a distance, so not necessarily expecting all the shots to make perfect connections, but I think it's a good play here for the Wildcats just to try and reduce the health bars and, of course, those meds coming through on the side of Galatasaray.
Oh, but Goat decided to full send here. Nice little split coming in from them. Over onto the duo of Mel's Nova. Mel's need a really good game here. They've had a good night so far, but they'd really like to cement that with an outstanding performance here. But Goat might make that very difficult for them. Yes, they have 3 eliminations, but there's only 2 of them left outstanding. If they can get to a top 5, they can still get that win, right? A duo, we've seen them win the games before, but they cannot if Goat decide to take them out, and it certainly looks that way, that Goat are definitely intending on making them their next 2 eliminations.
Well, let's see if it will come through. I like the fact that we have more and more teams now just starting to converge. Goat, yep, there goes the play. It is going to be quite the bit of a dent dealt into the side of Mel's. But, yeah, where will they take this fight next? Because they got quite a few teams towards their north, right? Quite a few options. And they still have D1. Yes, holding on for bare life, but absolutely getting encircled. GOAT, Invicta, absolutely relentless. As we do say goodbye to our first team for this match. The zone, of course, has taken a slight shift up back towards the north, again towards La Bendita.
I love La Bendita. It's such a fun place to play, and we rarely see it in esports. So I'm very happy that it's coming over here. I was going to mention before that zone shift that Fenerbahce, one of the few teams that were an outlier compared to the rest that all went for that central position, and it's paid off for them, right? They now have those cliffs of Minas Generalis. They're going to be able to get all of these teams that are moving in. Tiam going to be one of them, AOR, Lighter potentially, as well as S2G if they decide to move further in as well. So there's going to be a lot of chaos on the front side, or the south side, and Fenerbahce could be in an excellent position to take advantage of it.
Well, let's see how it plays. Fenerbahce could definitely look to do exactly that, but it's not going to be an easy task, right? Because we find them all the way up towards the north, kind of within a few compounds, so they might still be a little bit of something that could come through, and I'm expecting quite a few teams now to move in that general direction. But down south, it's still going to be a little bit of a hornet's nest here, as we've got quite a few players all vying for a spot, trying to get themselves situated up in towards zone. Wildcats could actually look to push onto the side there of the Bonfire squad, as they've been looking to continue that momentum they've been able to have throughout the prior games here today. So far, not a single elimination or any points to their name just yet, as we do move further and further through this third stage. But it does seem like a little bit of the congestion towards the southern side is now starting to slightly dissolve, as the teams are committing to a more northern rotation.
And that's the safest play, right? The problem happens is when all of the teams go, this is going to be super busy, let's go north. But every single one of them does that, and so now you've got the exact same fight, but just on the north side instead. So they have to be careful of that, and R8 look to be trying to clear that crowd, thin through everybody there as they take some shots over, and the Wildcats as well see that Galatasaray is there and go, oh, never mind, let's go elsewhere. Over onto La Bandita, though, look, you've got OOC, you've got, who is that? Oh, yeah, Zeus and Lighter as well, all in that area. So that could be a really interesting point of contention as well, because they're all still situated. They're there now. They've arrived, and now they can fight.
Yes. Let's see if they will be fighting. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. I'm curious as to what's going to come of that crater, right? Is anybody going to maybe look to occupy that eastern side of it? Because that's pretty much center zone, and it's a nice bit of elevation to try and play off of. Speaking about elevation, Hilal going to try and get up onto the roof to elevate the angles here. And there's only one team, maybe two teams to really look at all the way from that position. Meanwhile, onto the edge of zone, Leora spots out a bit of that rotation now coming through, as it is going to be the players from R8 just trying to cram on up, finding themselves in a bit of a blockage. But they are going to try and do their best to either through that or around it, or it might not even be needed, as, well, go decide to move on. There's still going to be a bit of that spray coming through from Galatasaray, and they're always going to be there just trying to do a little bit of a something.
Yes, ooh! DK, that's an in the elimination feed. That's an I'm so happy. We have a snip snub in esports right now, and it's an as well. It's a bolt action over on Miramar. I want to see the distance of that first of all, but TPES do go out here in a fight with Tiam. So that's going to be Tiam up to 4 eliminations, just like that. Oiku does go down there. Hisiko snatching up her first elimination on the board here. Their fourth for R8 and Tiam and AOR now. AOR, the queens of third party, they do this time and time again, and now Tiam have to back out of this because they are just a duo and they want to stay alive as long as possible.
Yep, they definitely want to try and do exactly that. Now comes the go time though here for R8 as Gucci discrets that heel, spots Melcy. Let's see if the rest of the Wildcats are going to allow for any of this to continue to be the play. Melcy now doubling back, trying to maybe come in behind Gucci and Mali. This could be a very sneaky play. Mali, though, does find the play up onto Elo. Oh, Mali continuing to just clear it up, but that is just one player now. It's Melcy, who also gets caught, and down they go. It's it's going to be the Istanbul Wildcats next. Roya making their way back to the lobby. At least, though, they found a point, right? So they're not going back empty-handed.
No, they're not going back empty-handed at all. And so far, DK, all the teams that have gone out have at least 1 point. So that's really nice to see from them as well. Oh, Galatasaray getting caught in a very rare low ground moment, right? S2G able to nade down onto them, and this is going to be that push for a very vital compound inside of zone. I can see why Galatasaray want it, but this group up down the valley here is not the best look for them, and those nades are being a testament to that.
Well, let's see if those nades are going to make the necessary connections. S2G, though, trying to find a little bit of a spread, right? They don't want to all get huddled up in one particular point. I'd say the same here for Galatasaray as they got themselves down on that slight bit of a dip. It makes it quite easy for those grenades to just bounce their way on in. But it doesn't seem like S2G are overly committed to getting all too aggressive just yet, right? They are giving Galatasaray a little bit of breathing room, right? There's a chance for them to get that quick reset to come on in as the shots continue to fly on through. Yeah, Galatasaray has brought their player back up on their feet, and this could maybe come back to bite S2G as they've now kind of provoked the bear just hiding on the other side of the ridge. But there's another full send that's going to be coming through here from the side of Bonfire.
This could be interesting. Thankfully for S2G, actually, it looks like Bonfire is being taken out by Galatasaray and OOC here. So that stopped that side, right? So now S2G can really look towards Galatasaray. Again, like you said, I am surprised that they allowed them that full reset. A couple more nades would have done the trick while they were distracted by Bonfire for a bit there. But actually now we're looking at S2G really holding them off quite well. They're not able to get that footing that they so desperately need, right? For Galatasaray to win something, they need to be able to push in, and without that foothold, it's being very difficult for them.
Yeah, it is quite difficult indeed. But let's see if this one is going to maybe come out with a bit of a different outcome here. Galatasaray also, I'm actually quite surprised that they didn't just go to town onto S2G here. And the blue is going to come shifting up pretty soon as well. So they're going to have to conclude at least a little bit of something. Bonfire as well as OOC still going to be keeping a nice tight position. But I'm looking towards OOC to really try and capitalize off of these three teams below them, because they have that elevation up towards the edge of the crater. Yes, the zone has moved up towards the north, but OOC can just ride that ridge back into safety. So I think they have quite a bit of an advantage here. I'm actually surprised that they've not necessarily jumped at the opportunity. Speaking about opportunities, GOAT, they got to look to risk it as well, right? They want a little piece of that biscuit as they now take their push up towards zone, and they might come in right alongside Kiss there from Not Noobs.
It might indeed, and Bonfire trying to do the exact same thing as I think everybody's doing now. The zone is in. It's too late to wait now, and R8 do go out. 7 eliminations, but they still go out early, right? OOC in full control of that ridge. Go as well, stopping Galatasaray, and as much as Galatasaray try, they're just not able to move forward whichever direction they want to go, as S2G now, it's their turn to be taken out by OOC. OOC up to 4 eliminations now. This is where things start to rack up the points, and this zone now starting to hurt pretty badly. Those nades, or rather those meds, need to get going, and they need to get inside zone, because now that zone has moved off the high ground entirely. I doubt, DK, we're going to see many actually enter.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you on that. It's going to be a pretty tough run, especially looking at that shift. But I think this is where the edge of the crater is still going to be the prime position to try and play from, because there's no compounds within that zone that we can really see. So it's all going to be down to positioning, and then some positioning alongside that as well. So yeah, the pressure is on, but who can climb up and rise up and claim their stakes here? I'm surprised that Kiss is still alive for Not Noobs, right? Just some phenomenal survivability coming through on that end. Galatasaray still looking to do quite a bit of work over towards the edge here. OOC looking to pressure them. I like this play, but you got to watch out. Lida, they are going to be quite relentless in their own efforts. You can see them approaching from that more western edge. Everybody trying to just play for that optimal angle here. We do say goodbye to Leora, as Goat is going to be feeling quite a bit of the pressure down to a solo, and yet they will still try and hold on as best they can. Right, so
yeah.
we have it. Yeah.
My thing froze. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you gotta put it on. How can it freeze if we're in the desert, right? It doesn't make sense. I guess it maybe does. But either which way, here we go. Fenerbahce is still in it. Oh, and out they go. A very quick response coming through as AOR just reaches in. That is going to be the end for Kiss as well. Goat following hot on their heels. And we went from a few teams down to only 3. It's going to be Lida, Tiam, hey, and AOR still in it, but who will win it? We don't know. That zone is absolutely tiny, as you can see. Red Tiam, they've got Kawhi, and one more player left. That's going to be Hannah. So the formidable duo now left to try and hold on. AOR already quite battered and bruised, but can Kitty make that one work? The fire is not going to help it whatsoever, and out goes AOR. They're down to the final 2. It is a full squad of Lida up against a potential solo here from Red Tiam.
Oh, and they both so desperately need this win, right? They both need the points. They both have some good points here, but it is just down to Kawhi to do something for her team. But Lighter are surrounding her, cannot do much more than that. And Lighter will be taking this Miramar, the 4th game of day 2, in style. A very nice, strong performance coming in from them.
Yeah, it was about time for Lida to step up, right? They've only been able to find 10 points prior.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is going to bode quite well for them. It's, of course, going to look quite comfortable alongside the 44 points that they've already been able to secure in all the previous matches. So, it's about time that they continue to kind of stoke that fire. And, I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised at all, because, as we know, they showed their capabilities coming through week 1, week 2. Now, moving into the finals, they keep that, keep the stakes pretty high.
Yeah, they do. It's a really, really nice job from them to continue that momentum forward, to make sure they don't go too far down those leaderboards, even if they are having a bit of a rough day. It's certainly not been the day that we've seen in the past, but it's definitely not a bad day at all. You know, you can't always go all out all the time, and it's been a really consistent day from them. We keep seeing them in those final circles. We keep seeing them have a couple of points here and there, and this time they're able to bring all of that together into one win. That's pretty big.
Yeah, that's going to be quite big, but we'll see just how big, in fact, it will be as we move on in here. It's going to be 6 eliminations in total for the side here of Lida Esports. We did see, of course, their player get the MVP in the previous match, I believe it was, right? Game number 2. So, yeah. Good follow through that we have right here, coming full circle. But now the big question is, will they have the MVP award yet again? And of course, only taking 657 damage is going to look quite nice there for them. But it is going to be Goat, though, that will be securing the longest head. And again, some heavy utility usage coming through here.
Yes, indeed. And more healing than we're used to seeing as well, right? There was a lot of players still out in that blue zone throughout the stages as well. So we will see what happens there in the Orango. I wonder if it's going to go up or down. We'll see how that zone ends up going. But yeah, 271 meters, longest distance elimination, Lena 6. I didn't actually see who had the so I don't know if that's her with that, but we will see. And oh, it's Kawhi, MVP of the match. Last player standing there for her team at the end there. 4 eliminations, 2 assists, and 1,000 damage. Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage going over to her for this game.
Yeah, well done, well played. I mean, it was about time for Red Tiam to step it up, and they stepped up quite a bit, right? This last match looking pretty good for them. Of course, they've already been able to secure themselves 20 points so far for the day. And I think day 2 is definitely the day for comebacks, right? because we've seen quite a few teams that were in much need of points doing exactly that, right? Accomplishing their goals here for the day, and I'm curious to see how they're going to look to continue with that flow, right? Will we see that be the situation all the way up onto the very last match? But to close this game off, though, yeah, you can't fault what Kawhi has done on this one. 4 eliminations and those 2 assists. That is definitely going to help the team quite a bit as they now pull up onto 15 points, 1 point behind Lida Esports with that glorious winner chicken dinner. But of course, the points continue to move further down, right? We've got AOR on 9, we've got GOAT on 9, we've got OOC and RA coming through with 7 points respectively.
What I love here is that I think this is probably the first game, possibly, certainly of the day, that we're seeing no teams with 0 points. Everybody got at least 1 point, where that's a really, really nice thing to see, that everybody's trying to get those points, everybody's succeeding in getting those points. You know, it's not going great, but it's not going wrong, right? You get those points, and points are points, as we keep saying. IWNRX, that 1 point game, not going to worry them too much, right? They're in second place. Zeus, however, they're going to feel that 1 point a little bit more, and this game is going to mean that much more to them. Again, it's a team that keep doing the right things, but unable to convert that into points, so something needs tweaking there. But going back over to that left side, we're seeing a lot of very small gaps.
Yeah, I mean, the gaps are definitely starting to close on up. The difference between first and second was 34 points. It's now 33. Slight little bit of an increase there, but R8, they've hopped all the way from 4th place up into 3rd place, right? So this last game doing quite well there for them. Bonfire, as a result, getting moved down. But of course, our dynamic duo plus 2, right?
That's 4.
Yeah. Well, that's the best way that I could say 4, right? Without saying 4. The 4 ladies here from Galatasaray still holding nice and steady. There's another one just over onto the further right side, just off screen. You just can't see her, but she's there.
I see.
And Galatasaray, they've just been keeping that consistency going. Earlier, we did see Purple from Bonfire getting pretty close to, stepping up into the player focus. But yeah, it's tough, right? Galatasaray, they're not making it easy, so they did quite a bit of work on day 1, and now day 2, they can just continue to kind of keep, just adding a little bit of wood to the fire.
Right, because they've done enough. They did enough in that first day to cruise through day 2. So we'll see how that goes for them in the last match of this evening. It is going to be a wrangle, but first, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. everybody. Here we go. It is the final game of day 2. We are about to hop into Erangel. Almost got it right. I almost got an opening right. Gosh darn it. Maybe next time. Maybe tomorrow. But we are going to be hopping into Erangel. Don't leave me. Don't leave me alone. Okay, we're good. We're good here. We're going to go into Erangel, and we're going to see a lot of things that will distract you from the mess that is me right now. We're going to be moving into our final game, and this is where it really heats up, DK, right? This is where we start to see those teams really start to go bit by bit towards the finish line, and those points are really starting to matter now.
Yeah, points matter, as they always do. So it's going to be interesting to see how the teams get the point situation going. We still see a steady increase with regards to the overall points that the teams have been able to secure so far here today. Right, R8 to all the way up onto 46 points. We got the Wildcats on 44. We got Red Tiam on 35. OOC and Lider on in excess of 25 points each. So, yeah, things are looking good, right? The teams are definitely trying to climb it up. But what I like especially is the fact that Lider, right, this last game that we saw from them, it's done amazing things for them with regards to just the overall points that they've had for the day. Yes, it didn't change their position on the rankings. They were in 7th, and they were still in 7th, but they've just solidified their position, right? They're only trailing by 1 point behind OOC right now. So that's great. And it's funny because they also trailing by 3 points behind OOC for the day in general. So, the consistency is there. But now it's all going to boil down to this final match. And I'm curious as to where all the teams are going to be looking to go. And as well as what that zone is going to be doing. Because the last few zones that we've seen have all moved up towards the north. So luckily it does seem like the flight path is maybe going to change that, as we could maybe go down to Quarry or Primorsk or over towards Prison and Shelter, or even all the way down to that southern island.
We could indeed, and only time will tell here. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, there we go. We are going to be going over to Shelter and Prison. That is still inside of zone, but we are centering up more around that hillside between Rosshog, Yasnaya, and Shelter. So that's a really nice little central position to have there if you're one of these teams. I do want to point out, though, we are seeing a little bit of a different drop location for a couple of the teams as well, though. You've got AOR onto that western side. We haven't seen them there in a long while. And Not Noobs actually going up to Stalber instead, going for that northern positioning. So a nice little shift of drop spots coming through here, and Fenerbahce not liking this at all. One does go down to Tiam here, as you saw them on that map, just getting a little bit too close for comfort to a lot of teams over there.
Yeah, so I was just quite distracted by Liot's character here. I'm trying to figure out where all that hair went. I've heard of buns before, but I mean, like, if that helmet comes off, the hair is like, it looks like wings, right? So how do you fold all of that up under a small little helmet like that? Doesn't make sense. But imagine. Hey, game physics, right? It's amazing. Anything is possible. So, yeah, you were talking about the hits that were coming through at the expense of Fenerbahce there, of course, going onto the side of Red Tiam. I think it's a good start, like a little bit of an altercation in the early phases of the game. But unfortunately, it does seem like there's not going to be too much of that continuation of aggression just yet, right? The rest of Red Tiam are all up here, up in Yasnaya, Polyana, and they're going to have to share with Mel's Nova as well as Ida Esports just off in the distance. But, I mean, looking at what we've had so far happening for Ida Esports and Mel's Nova today, I think this would be a good opportunity for Ida Esports to step it up. Right, to just have a bit of fun, get more points, because they've been able to gain 13 points so far for the day. Another team that also has 13 points for the day is Galatasaray, right? But that's okay, because they have 106 total points. They are leading by 38 points ahead of second place, right? So if they get 13 points or if they get 5 points today, it doesn't really matter. They have quite a bit of a lead. So it's going to be up to the rest of the squads now to play that catch-up game. And I like the fact that the Wildcats have put in quite a bit of effort so far today to do exactly that. Them, and of course R8, as we've seen. Bonfire, yeah, they've not had the same kind of day as they had yesterday, which is surprising. But they've still been, consistently securing those points. Not necessarily being all too aggressive. Only 7 eliminations for the day so far. So it's interesting to look at all these numbers and how they all just break down.
It is very interesting when you think of that, you put those numbers into perspective of Bonfire constantly being way outside of the zone, right? And always opting for that late rotation coming into zone. It's always zone 3, zone 4 before we even see them out of the blue, let alone in a fight, right? So they are getting those small placement points, but the momentum and the force behind that has been lacking tonight. Here we might see a different outcome for them, though. They are in the center of zone this time. There's no way that they're going to be out in the blue for a long time unless they purposefully put themselves in the blue zone. So this might actually work out better. Maybe for this last game, they've decided to go kind of all out here. This zone is allowing them to actually put that into practice, and they'll be able to get a good point game to end the night.
Yeah, I mean that could definitely be the case here. Right, we'll find out whether or not that is going to unfold. And fortunately, we still have a decent chunk of time to see how all of this plays out. So interesting positions and angles that we have across the board. As I like the bit of a convergence that we have in towards center zone. OOC are heading in, R8 are heading in, Zeus already there. Bonfire relatively close. We've got Atlas, who we saw being quite aggressive yesterday. Set up quite nicely, quite close towards that shelter angle. I think Atlas might actually be inside a shelter as opposed to, above on the surface. But we'll find out in due course exactly what's going to be happening. But it does seem like we've got a mass migration. The big exodus out of Yasnaya Poliana. Everybody is like, leave, right? We've got loot, and let's get going. And there's only one team left, and that is Red Tiam. They are still in Yasnaya. Everybody else is left.
Wow, they really have, haven't they? There's just, as you said, been a mass exodus out of there, all flooding the hills and the fields of Yasnaya there. Go and TPES, the only teams outside of the zone right now, and TPES still in Zarki. They've gone for a very long rotation into zone here, and they're not starting just yet. So we'll see what they do. Go as well should have a fairly good entrance into the zone on that south cliff or south coast side as well. So we'll see what happens there with them. But yeah, you're right. The majority of these teams are all pushing for the center. We're going to be seeing quite a few clashes now because it's very open in that area of the map.
Yeah, Potato Hill, surprisingly empty. Galatasaray are going to be happy with that, right? They can just knock themselves about and see what they can do. Very sparkly skins that we've got right here, looking interesting. I'm not quite sure if Max would be jealous of those sparkly skins, but sure.
Probably.
Right? He's always like, oh, look at the car skins, look at the car skins.
He's a sparkly guy.
I mean, yeah, and it's a Bentley, right? Why not? Zooming in on the name so we can see the undercarriage there. Thank you so much, Zeros. But in the meanwhile, we're going to hop back over onto Not Noobs, who are also on the bandwagon of Let's Play for Center Zone, right? Getting pretty close towards that. You know what would be hilarious if the zone took a hard shift, like, I don't know, to Lipovka or Malta Power, maybe over to Pachinki, somewhere that's like just way out there and just completely outside of where the teams thought the zone might potentially go. That'd be quite funny to see. I don't think the teams are going to like that all that much, but, yeah. Maybe
since when do we care what they want?
Yeah, we just have a bit of a sick sense of humor sometimes, I guess, right? But speaking about sick, though, look at this.
Whoa.
It's gonna be R8 and Not Noobs having a bit of a stare down here as they Not Noobs decide to move into the museum, right? Just gonna appreciate a little bit of the art that we have inside, maybe.
Yes, indeed. Oh, yes, indeed. Looking for some refined, tastes in amongst all the chaos of this zone and of these games coming in. They just want some peace and quiet for once. I personally would love if the
sure there's tea in there as well.
Oh, I could go for a cup of tea right now. Girls, invite me, please. I want a cup of tea in the museum. But what I was going to say is I'd love to see, speaking of hard shifts, I'd love to see the zone actually go up towards TPS. Go straight hard shift to Rozhok. TPS only girls in zone, and watch the rest of them just fall apart because they're like, oh my god, what is this? We did this so perfectly. We have the perfect position in zone, and then you hard shift. I mean, that would be kind of fun, but I don't want to be too toxic, okay? We're not here for us. We're here for them to showcase the amazing talents of these girls. And so to showcase that effectively, they have to have the correct zone. So hopefully all the teams get all the zones that they want. And we'll see how Not Noobs go forward with this one, because for them, they did go over to Museum, as you said, but they're not satisfied. They're looking up towards Shelter, and they actually want a bit more of that high ground position. So good for them. We'll see how that goes for them. I do want to bring to your attention, though, DK, AOR still have a split over by Milta Power and that entire area to the east of Milta. You do start to see them come in now, but still, they're still very much out there.
Yeah, I mean, and after all of that, Neb zoned out a little bit when the zone shift came through. It went over to the west, right? So not an aggressive shift, but Potato Hill is pretty much smack dab center. Speaking about center, oh yes, indeed, Hannah has now centered up that scope onto the side of Fireshine. As Fireshine gets snuffed out, and that is Ida down to a two-piece. It's going to be Athena and Yildiz that are going to be looking to find the next bit of a safe haven. Maybe over to the east they could find exactly that, but they're going to have to contest against the side of TPES, maybe even apartments, but that is where the Wildcats are lying in wait, right? They've engaged that stealth mode yet again, so curious to see how that one's going to play out as Pinky goes popping, sends it up into the side of R8, and Purple also just claiming a quick little bit of a sneaky elim right then and there, and it is absolute chaos, carnage, and mayhem down on towards the southern side of Zord.
Isn't it just? And God, that's what I up ahead have just these teams that probably are going to be limping in. Hang on, Lila using a horse? Using a horse as she comes through, and those teams are unable to pinpoint her down. So there we go. Uh-oh. See that? There we go. Manages to get that vehicle onto the right side. Purple does, in fact, and now she's going to go straight for Kiss here. Does get the elimination. GG's, perfectly placed there. And now the rest of Not Noobs, they're going to have to find another way to do this, because you got this big, strong defense coming in from Bonfire here. We're starting to see this team inch towards a better placement.
Ooh, but that was an interesting play, though. I mean, well, Kiss getting Kiss with a vehicle, right? Not the kind of Kiss that I think Kiss was looking to get there, but like, hey, you know, it works. But yeah, like, I also wanted to say when we saw that horse running and the player was, you know, getting fired upon, and just decided to say, nay, we'll just continue to rush further forward. But yeah, Bonfire showing some decent aggression right here, trying to lock it up as they essentially put down their anchor, right? They're like, well, you know, this is going to be us, at least for the time being, and see what the rest of the teams are going to look to do as they also yet need to move on forward. S2G, though, all the way up on the far north. They got TPS not too far away from there, but I don't see TPS necessarily posing any immediate dangers, at least for the time being. AOR, they've kind of condensed that split. They still have Anissa all the way out towards Malta, but Anissa is going to be trying to climb back up the hill to join the rest of the team over in the lumberyard. Speaking about lumberyard, it is going to be S2G and TPES throwing some logs at each other. As you can see, the utilities now just sending it out all over the place, and these two teams now to try and vie for this compound, and it could be quite a bit of a controlling position up towards the north of Zord.
Oh, absolutely could be. It's vital for both of these teams that they're the one that comes out on top here. And TPES were overrun a little bit. They're fighting back really nicely here. Lucy is down, and the rest of STG seem unable to make an actual push inward. They're just stuck on the outside here, and I think they might decide this is a little bit of a failed push. You do see Reese coming over to bandage up, get a little bit of that ground cover between them. But it does look like, I don't know, I kind of feel like this is going to be a retreat now. They're inching towards their vehicles, they're boosting up, they're going to be getting in their cars, and yeah, this is going to be a push away. They cannot continue this fight. They tried it and it did not work, so now back to those buildings.
Yeah, I think it's a good call, but of course that rotation needs to go a little bit wider and a little bit south, because that's where the zone has gone, and that's what you call self-defense, right? As SG come flying into what was surrounding that building right then and there. But yeah, realistically, I want to see them take that southern play, trying to find the next approach to take moving in towards the zone, because we did see quite a bit of a shift in tactics here, right? We did have quite a few teams just trying to play for center zone in the previous phase. This one, they're all moving away from center, right?
Mhm.
They're getting in their vehicles and they're moving back out to the edges, which is a very interesting shift in the approach here. Of course, quite a few teams still towards that southern side find themselves in pretty close proximity, so I'm curious as to how that is going to play out for the time being. And the Wildcats getting really close to Fenerbahce here, so you got to watch it. Fenerbahce could definitely throw a few spanners in the wheels.
They absolutely could. Here you go. That's going to be the first coming through there for them, and I kind of wanted Fenerbahce to actually make some noise towards them earlier than this, because now, by their silence, they've given Wildcats, they've given them an open into shelter. They've given them that space. Whereas if they had shot at them a little bit earlier, they could have warded them off like they're doing exactly now to TPES, right? They're saying, "Oi, get out of here. Go away. Go away. We don't want you. Shoot." That's not happened with the Wildcats. Now the Wildcats have control of one of the positions of shelter and also that underground area as well. But what's happening in the elimination feed? DK, Bonfire, and S2G having an explosive, interaction. I would say. It looks like in the elimination feed we might lose a couple there as we look towards that zone and towards that those rotations coming through. Ida, the only player not in zone right now, and TPES might just have their comeuppance with OOC as well. But I will say, DK, the eliminations are not coming as quickly as we've seen in previous games.
Yeah, they're not coming in hot and fast, right? They just they're trickling in, but that's going to change pretty soon. Once we hit stage number 4, we're going to have some more action making its way in here. It's going to be Zuzu. I would guess that's how you said it previously. Just holding a nice little bit of a blending angle there next to the tree, just trying to get a good assessment as to what OOC might be doing. But they can't hold that angle for too long because S2G is moving right behind them. And of course, Fenerbahce is still going to be trying to do their thing up in towards that shelter angle. But as you've mentioned, Wildcats, they've already gained quite a bit of territory, so it is going to be difficult for Fenerbahce to regain a lot of that ground. And yeah, I think Zuzu here is playing with fire, with S2G just over towards the edge here. Aura also just waiting in the vehicle. It could be quite a bit of a surprise up for grabs. We'll find out soon what is going to happen.
Oh no.
But S2G, do they have a player AFK there? Is Aura there or still loading in, or what's happening?
There is no way. She's got this. She's moving now. Oh my goodness, the timing on that, DK. I cannot believe the timing. Oh my goodness me. Just as Zuzu gets inside there, does Aura go, "Oh, I'm here. Let's move forward and get on with the rest of the game." That's crazy timing coming through, but it works out in her favor there, and she's going to be able to just take a breather, be in the shelter, be in that shed, and wait for the next point to come across here as the zone has moved again. We're going to be going down to that south side. We're going directly onto farm, and I don't think 16 teams can survive any longer, DK. This is where we're starting to see a lot of numbers fly.
Yeah, numbers fly, players fly, vehicles fly. Anything and everything is going to start flying right about now as we have an absolute hot mess down on towards the southern side of zone. Yep. Well, in fact, the entire zone is just a hot mess. 16 teams rather, 51 players, all trying to cram into the little bit of easy space that they've got to work with here. It is going to be tough, and see who will be the toughest, right? Who will be able to survive? As you can see, those knocks now starting to light up in the feed. TPS, we've got the players there from Bonfire feeling the heat. They're just running this way and that. Zeus moving in alongside them. Purple scoping in from top of the hill, just poking in back up to the side of Zeus. It is absolute carnage. And of course, well, a few players still on the outskirts. Zone not necessarily getting involved in the fights just yet, but Bonfire trying to outlast it. It is going to be Atlas who will be falling as now Bonfire hold on to two pieces. It's going to be Purple and Layla. They have a bit of an opportunity onto the side here of OOC. Ooh, that nade could be exactly that chance. Does find a bit of damage onto Mizumi. But now, what is the response going to be from OOC? Well, not much, it seems, as Mizumi gets zoomed up as the grenade connects it up. Amaya trying to quickly get themselves patched up. And, I mean, Bonfire just lighting it up all over the place.
They sure are, but they're getting lit up as well. Zeus finally making some moves here. You're seeing them in the background, taking out one or two of Bonfire here. So Purple is just that solo now, right? So now she's about to get pushed on up onto OOC. And again, the timing is crazy with this one. They timed that really, really well. Those are going to be probably some utilities coming in. She's trying to pressure them. They're trying to pressure her. Amaya is down here, and that's the response coming in from OOC. They will take her out eventually. There are 3 eliminations going up to Purple. That's going to be 6 for them total, but they aren't the first ones to go out. That is crazy that you can survive 20 minutes and still be in 16th place.
Yeah, and I mean, we did see the zone shifting quite aggressively down to farm, and it's continued to keep up with that trend. We do see the Wildcats also now falling to the pressures, to the sprays, and out they go in 15th place now. We've got 14 left to go. Still not a lot of space to work with as we are approaching the end of stage number 5. TPS are going to be the next one to take a ticket as they walk out of here with 3 eliminations up. You see Lida Esports also just holding up nice and steady towards the center part of that zone, looking towards the north, right? There's no easy way to play through this. Not Noobs also still trying to find an approach that could maybe work out for them. Fenerbahce opting to do exactly the same. We've got 3 teams all still held over the edge, and in the next few seconds, things are going to get real tough.
I wouldn't want to be in this game, DK. I really wouldn't. I'm quite happy being up here where just watching all of this, because this is slightly insane. Going out there, 1 elimination on the board. That's going to be them for this evening. Not Noobs. Have some work cut out for them, that's for sure. They have 2 on the board right now. They have 3 players left alive. They do have that advantage, right? I don't think Fenerbahce really know exactly where they are, so that could be good as well. But now, you're right, this exodus as the zone continues down off this hill. This is where OOC have to move in. This is where Zeus have to move in. This is where Galatasaray have to move in if they've not already. A great spray coming in there from Milta, able to take out Barbie. And that's going to be the push they need to move on forward and get out of dodge as well. They're going to get that 1 elimination at least. Rose goes down now. Galatasaray starting to make some noise.
Yeah, it looks like someone spilled a bag of Skittles all across the zone.
Very true.
It's just colors all over the place. Look at this conversion. No, Zeus down to crying. Cries like, well, yeah, I'ma just sit in my car and wait and see what's gonna happen, because there's not much else that can be done, at least for the time being. I mean, Red Tiam also trying to hot blaze their way on in. It's Lighter just pumping vehicles all over the place. There goes even more as Noobs get swept under the rug. OOC, alright, Sapphire, everybody just holding on. And the numbers are tanking, as you can see. Vehicle hits coming through here. I mean, there's so much happening, the feed can't even keep up with what has already unfolded in this past few moments. But OOC managing to at least get a good bit of a foothold over on towards the edge of zone. Can't say the same here for S2G, as Aura still has quite a bit of a way to go to get back into safety. Of course, no surprise to see Galatasaray being an absolute menace, raining down chaos onto the rest of the lobby. And S2G could be the next ones to book their ticket out into the lobby.
I wouldn't be surprised at the furthest outside of zone right now with that really strong position on that roof that could pose some challenges. Maybe OOC will help them out a little bit here. Galatasaray do lose one, but not the roof. That's the position that they want taken out here. Mouse Dino trying her best, does go out 2 eliminations and a 9th place finish. So that's going to be just outside of those placement points. And Amaya doing her best, Galatasaray doing their best, S2G just trying to survive a little while longer. This is going to be a good regroup here from Galatasaray, though. A nice little regroup onto this higher building inside of zone with their teammate. S2G do go out eventually. Cat Veins goes down for the 3rd time, as does Taiga. And that's Red Tian Blossom out in 7th place, but with 3 eliminations.
Yes, they're going to look quite good for them. Ida are going to be the next one, but they go out with a bag of donuts with regards to those elims. But we've got only 4 teams left. Galatasaray looking pretty strong here. They got 3 players up, but if we look over to Lida, they still have the full squad available. So that could definitely work in their favor. OOC also trying to hold on with the 2 Ds alongside AOR, but the pressure is going to be on. Amaya has been doing so much work in this match. And it's really good to see. Kitty and the rest of AOR, though, going to have a pretty tough time getting back into safety. And even for OOC, it's going to be a tough run just moving back towards that zone. But it does put them in quite a bit of a vulnerable position. AOR tried their best, but, well, it just wasn't on the cards for them. And now with Galatasaray and the players here from Leida that are going to be going at each other, that could definitely open up a beautiful opportunity for OOC Dreamcore.
It could indeed, but I'm loving what I'm seeing from Lighter, right? We saw them win that last game. Now they're coming into their own here. They've got that momentum behind them. And here they are again, top 3, full squad. I don't know how many eliminations, but it's got to be a fair few to get this far. OOC with 5, and just that solo remaining. Oh, and she nades herself. An interesting turn of events that they must have seen, but perhaps don't really realize what's going on. But Lighter, I don't think, are going to make many moves towards that. They might be trying something, but again, it's just that little bit too far, right? But interesting. Just push back anything happening just a little while longer. Maya nearly not getting spotted, but there down she goes, and Carly just has eyes in the back of her head. That one. There she goes, getting that another elimination there. That's going to be her 2nd one. Galatasaray with 8 eliminations on the board right now, looking to close out the evening with a bang here to really solidify their position.
Yeah, and they are going to look to do it in style, right? And this is one of the first matches, actually, that we've got all the way to stage 9 even. So,
oh, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah, bad respect going out to these ladies, just keeping that fire going. But I think this is a good play here for Lighter Esports, right? Again, keeping up that consistency. They've been having a fairly decent day so far. We did see them get that winner chicken dinner in the previous match. So are they going to try and double down, go 2 for 2? Well, there's only one team that has a say in that, and that is going to be the side there of Galatasaray. But up they come, getting ready to kind of just end this game already as now. It is going to be Lighter with quite a bit of damage dealt to them. But a quick response onto with zeros. Carly trying to ride the range, does find a bit of an opportunity. Maxing the damage. But down they go. Galatasaray do reign supreme as they decided, you know what, it was fun, but we're going to take the chicken out.
Yeah, you know what? You've had 4 games. We're going to have a game, and I think that's so important. A big GG's going over to Galatasaray. It's important because it sets that tone for tomorrow. You know, they needed that. They might have needed that after a day of more of a passive sort of style of gameplay. They may have needed that win to just go, you know what? Now we've got to win. We're back in business. We got to go again. We got to get that momentum going today so that we can go tomorrow as well. So just some mind game stuff going on there, I think, but a very, very good game going on. And DK doesn't agree with me, but I don't care, so I'm just going to continue with my point.
I don't think Galatasaray were ever out of business.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You said they're back in business.
Yeah, they're back in business figuratively. They were never out of it. I don't think
they ever decided like, nah, we're done. It's okay. But yes, just a nice little bit of a flex coming through there from Galatasaray. Yeah. And I think it's going to be it's quite a healthy thing for them because the other teams have had 4 matches to really do quite a lot in. Right, Galatasaray only had 13 points out of those 4 games. And now this last one, they're like, yeah, all right, let's just just make 100% sure that nobody's going to catch us anytime soon. And of course, they come through with 12 eliminations, one more than they've been collecting in all the other prior matches here today. Of course, walking away with that 1800 damage and only taking 800 damage. So, yeah, a very, very comfortable and confident showing coming through from the side of Galatasaray.
Very much so indeed. Yeah, they really said, you know, y'all came close, but that's close enough. You just stay over there, please. We're gonna keep this gap to ourselves, and that's gonna be a fair gap as well, considering that the Wildcats went out very early on, right? So that gap is going to close, but not really. I think they've really widened that gap with this last game. But 323 meters is a pretty gappy distance elimination. That's very long indeed, and Purple's going to be the one to do it. Bonfire did step up in this last game. We saw some good stuff from them, and we're going to continue to see that through until tomorrow, I'm pretty sure, because this step up here means a step up tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and Sofida is going to reign supreme for the last game. Going through with those 5 elims, 3 assists and 800 and a bit of damage to close it up. But yeah, I mean, a good performance coming through from Galatasaray yet again. But you also got to commend Lighter Esports and OOC for sticking it up all the way to the very last bits of the stage. And of course, we can't forget AOR, right? AOR also just showing that they have it still, right? Not that they've ever lost it, but just reminding us yet again, right, that they are also a very, very capable team. But yeah, a really good performance coming through on that. Bonfire again, just you know, as I said, adding a few logs to the fire as well. So a good general play. You mentioned that the Wildcats went out quite early on. And I think that was unfortunate for them, because had they been able to kind of keep that momentum going, this whole situation would have looked slightly different. And yes, that's quite a few points that we have there. That's like a 53-point lead that they have.
No, I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at the Wildcats. That 1 0-point game brings them down 3 places. Lighter, OOC, and Bonfire just push straight past them and into that top 5. That is crazy, and that just goes to show you how close the points were and how close they still are. Looking at this board, I mean, even top 12, I think, could easily reach second place in tomorrow's games. I mean, it's very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing happened with R8, right?
Yeah.
They were in 3rd place.
That's true.
Now they're in 6th place. They also got moved down quite a considerable amount. And I mean, GOAT also moved from 5th down to 7th. AOR went from 8th to 8th, right? So they kept it consistent. But Lighter, phenomenal jump. All the way from 7th up into 2nd place. So, yeah. I mean, they just ran up those standings. And there we go. Rose coming through with a nice little surprise right on the last game.
Yeah, very nicely done for her. Out of context, get their name on the board here with Rose. 19 eliminations, 3,600 damage, 11,000 survival time as well. So rivaling fairly narrowly the rest of the girls from Galatasaray as well. So a very good show here in the second day. And it really just gets you really excited for what there is going to be in store for us tomorrow.
It really does, yes, indeed. So, yep, well, day 2, ending off on quite a big note, right? But not as narrow of a play as we had yesterday, right? Today, the points were much wider spread out across several teams, and I think it was a healthy day for the competition. But I think the big kicker, obviously, is going to be what's going to happen tomorrow, right? But this is where I'm curious as to what Galatasaray's approach will be leading into tomorrow's matches, right? Are they going to come in and just go like, you know what? Here come some points, and they're just going to keep on dishing them out? Or are we going to see the rest of the lobby trying to respond? Because, I mean, sure, a 50-something point gap, that's a gap that's not going to be easy to close, right?
No.
But, isn't. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're gonna bring quite a bit to the table.
Yeah. No, they absolutely are. It isn't a small gap at all in the way these teams have been playing. Are they going to bring more out tomorrow? We'll have to see. But we have to see, right, DK? We have to see, and they have to wait till tomorrow. And we got to give these girls a rest. They got to get a good night's sleep if they want to do well tomorrow. So we're going to let them go. We're going to let you all at home go as well. We will be back here, same time, same place. And for us, that's going to be it. We'll see you tomorrow.
The land has been enveloped by the powers of the four guardians. Throughout your cultivation journey, you'll run into various encounters and challenges. Sometime into a match, spirit-collecting bells will appear, and all surviving teams will be separated into groups. Each group is assigned one spirit-collecting bell, whose location is visible to members of the teams in the group. Approach the bell and interact with it for supplies to drop, and to activate a countdown. You can sound the bell repeatedly during this time. Each interaction provides supplies and shortens the countdown. The elemental powers will form a crate at the end of the countdown, after which the spirit collecting bell will run out of power and can no longer be used. Open the crate to get tons of rewards. Note that other teams in the same group will battle for the same bell. Use the mini-map to determine how many players are nearby. Also, skill cooldowns are reduced in the bell's vicinity, so use them to your advantage to guard the bell's rewards. Sacred Quartet's final challenge is to unite the four Sacred Guardians. During Sacred Quartet, you'll be able to pick up elemental fragments in matches. Use the fragments in the Elemental Clash event to combine elements. When you and your teammates each bring a different element into a match, and all members survive until victory is attained, the Guardians United Challenge will be completed. Players who complete the challenge for the first time can claim 200 elemental fragments from the event page and will unlock the new Guardians United achievement. Embark on your sacred cultivation journey now and forge your story into its own legend.
Back, everybody, to the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League Finals. Last 3 days of Season 4 begins tonight. I'm your host, Neptura, and I am joined by DK. DK, what are you thinking? How are you? And what do you think of the action so far coming up? So far, yeah. Mm-hmm.
See, like I had to try the whole Neptura move.
No, don't try it.
To see how it goes. Yeah, I recommend it. It's not ideal, but yeah, I mean, you were asking about the games. The first few matches that we've seen here already so far today. I don't know which those are that you're to, but sure, excited, definitely gonna have to say that. But so yeah, I think today is gonna be a pretty crazy day, right? Good, we've made it to the red square, right? It's not a square, it's a rectangle, but we'll call it a square because that's where we are. We've got the grand finals starting today. It is going to be the final 16 teams. And as you can see there, the teams have grinded a bit to get to here, right? Not have they played through the previous 2 weeks, they've also had their own regional qualifiers, right? So a very long process to get them to where they are today, but we've been seeing some phenomenal gameplay making its way in as well, and of course, they are going to be playing for their share of that amazing prize pool as well, right? 7K up for grabs, as well as the 105K UC that is going to be coming as well. I think with that, you should maybe at least get 1 car skin.
Maybe, if you're very lucky. If you're very lucky, the way those spins tend to go. But our participating teams, one of these teams, or a couple of these teams, will be having that share of the prize pool we just discussed. And honestly, this lineup, as we've seen it form over the last couple of weeks, is just looking to be an insane few days here for us. I mean, Galatasaray at the head of that list, right? And we have to talk about them a little bit because this is the team that is the reigning champions. They've won 3 out of our 3 seasons out of our kind of 4 seasons, 3.5, and they are looking to continue that trajectory and win once again in Season 4. So definitely one that we have to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the response of the opposing teams are going to be, because as you said, right, they've got 3 titles under their belt already. But as we've seen coming through this past week, things could definitely look to take quite a bit of a change. Looking at the pacing, the flow that we've had come through from the competing teams, I think that Galatasaray still make it into the top 3 at the very least. But I think that there are going to be quite a few strong contenders coming hot up on their heels. So yeah, I'm in it. I'm ready to see how these teams are going to look to amaze us with their gameplay here. And of course, as we know, we are going to rotate through the tried and tested map rotation. We're going to start with Erangel, we're going to end with Erangel, and then we're going to cram a whole lot of sweatiness in between as well.
We sure are. I mean, Sandhawk is just going to be a barrel of laughs. I mean, it has been over the last 2 weeks, and now with the finals, now with the stakes being as high as they are, it's going to be a little bit different, a little bit more intense, I think, coming into that 3rd game. But we can't get ahead of ourselves just yet. We're going to be looking at the Erangel first, and that one is going to be a doozy because, yes, we have 3 days of this finals to go, right? We have a total of 15 matches. However, it's still only 15 matches. You have to get a really, really good game off the bat. If you want a good day today, this first Erangel is where you want to do it.
And the pressure is going to be on, right? Because, I mean, it's not the qualifiers like we've had previously, right? It wasn't week 1, it's not week 2. We're in the serious business now. So I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of flow, what that kind of pacing is going to be coming right out of the gate. Are we going to see the teams play a lot more of a how can I put it? A lot more of an asserted kind of approach coming out to the battleground here, right? Are they going to move in and just claim the territory and say, this is mine and you will not pass, right?
Yeah.
What's the approach going to be? So I'm really looking forward to it. But I think the big question here is, what is the play going to be from Galatasaray, right? Because they're the defenders, right? They've defended this title twice now, so the pressure is going to be on. So I want to see what is that approach, and of course how these teams to play through. Because if we look at our first map that we have up for the day, we are going to be jumping straight into Erangel, right? So looking at what we've seen historically over all the previous Erangels, it looks quite interesting because we've got a few pretty strong teams in here, right? Zeus Esports being one of those teams that have been able to get themselves 2 chickens, right? Not necessarily in the same phase, but they have 2 chickens. They sit pretty well up with regards to those points. So, I mean, I'm curious as to how these teams are going to look to adapt that according to this flight path.
It's definitely one to watch out for. I mean, the playing path itself is not a bad shift, really. There's a lot of places these teams can go. There's a lot of vehicles that they have access to. But we're going to be looking at those planes, or rather those teams jumping off the plane. There's a lot going on onto the north side there. So are we really going to see any hot drops? I mean, it looks like a lot of teams are all jumping off at the same time, but hopefully they're going to be going into different directions because, BK, this is the finals, right? There's really no time to be hot dropping here.
Unless you have 100% certainty that you are going to be able to clean it up, right? And let's be realistic about it. No team has that. So, yes, you are take a break. Don't hot drop. Kind of just keep away, right? Just go to where you know you can get your loot, get yourself started, get yourself situated, and then play it up from there. But we are looking at a little bit of something heading over in towards Malta. So, yeah, also over on towards Novo. And the zone is going to allow for quite a continuation now to come through there. Even Yasnaya Polyana is going to be pretty hot.
It is, yeah, and I can't decide if this zone is good or bad for these hot drops, right? Because in one sense, you go, well, now they have a chance to kind of fight it out at their own pace. No one is rushed. They can kind of do what they need to do and what their plan is. At the same time, though, I kind of don't want these hot drops to happen. I don't think they should be happening. I mean, if they're going to happen, yeah, all right, fine. The first game of the finals is the time to actually get all of that out of your system, right? At the same time, I kind of want that zone to be a harsher one for them so that they don't have time to do this folly, to be foolish here, and they can just kind of go, oh, okay, that's not going to work. We got to get to zone. We got to do what we need to do for the rest of the game. And then everybody else who's watching could go, phew, the crisis averted.
Well, I mean, is it really going to be crisis averted? We don't quite know. We'll find out soon how these teams are going to approach this first game. Because, I mean, first match, right, that is going to be the foundational game, right? The teams, they've had enough opportunity to get a good as to what to expect to come out here. But I think for the teams that qualified in week number 1, the pressure's got to be on because they've had a week where they've not played against these. So, yeah.
There is that, right? There is that time away, and we last saw all of these teams, what was it, last Wednesday? So yeah, it has been nearly a week, and some of these teams didn't even play against each other, so there is also that as well. So we will see how that all works together. We've got a few teams already with a little bit of that health drop, but not significant enough to really mean that there's any sort of fighting going on just yet. Matasha from AOR silently using that bite to get around, and we saw a lot from Matasha, but also a lot from AOR silently, particularly towards the end of that phase 2. We saw a lot of this step up coming in from them, a lot of eliminations, a lot of placements. So I'm excited to see what they've got going on for them in the coming days.
Well, we'll find out pretty soon exactly what for them. Surprisingly enough, though, we're not seeing any crazy engagements, right? So those hot drops were more like mushroom drops, maybe even lemon and herb drops, right? Because it's not that aggressive. Everybody's kind of keeping their space, keeping to themselves, making sure that they don't necessarily upset themselves right here. Because, I mean, the only player or the only person that could be upset at this point is yourself and the rest of your team. So I think the teams are making very decisions for the time. But I'm going to be looking forward to seeing where this rotation is going to take the teams. We've got about 4 minutes and a bit of change left. That is an eternity in PUBG. So I want to see, are we going to have some proactive plays coming through, teams looking to try and get themselves strengthened or maybe even set up a bit of a stronghold position up towards center zone? Or what are they going to look to do here? Maybe come in with a bit of a, I don't know, predatory approach, look to go farm some early eliminations, maybe just try and, eliminate a few teams early on. Like, what is the approach?
I think for them, it could also be sort of an avoidance of Pachinki here for Goat in particular, right? If you look to this position where they are, Galatasaray probably, in their minds, are already going to be spreading out across those hills, across any sort of Pachinki area that they can get their hands on. And so it might be that Goat and Victa do kind of decide that, hey, a run-in with Galatasaray right now is not the best idea. We do not need to give them any sort of leverage that they can use as momentum towards the rest of the game and the rest of the lobby. So I could see them trying to do a bit of a wide wrap around them. But other than that, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of that approach is for them. And we're starting to see a lot of these teams now move into zone. I mean, Galatasaray do have that big spread, but it is more of a 1-1-1 as they try and move over to Potato Hill further into zone. So we'll see how that goes. A lot of cars are being used right now. You can see that certainly in OC's Dreamcore case that all 4 of them in those vehicles ready to go.
Yep. Now it's time to roll.
Yeah.
Teams get themselves moved up, spread out, and, well, now they're going to start cramming on in. And it's going to be Zeus that could be on the receiving end of a one-week party, as we can see OOC now just rolling on through. But I like this. Not a full send, not an aggressive overcommittance here. They're just going to try and push up, see is there a bit of an opportunity to move. The answer obviously is no. And now where do they go? Because, it's going to be fishing here as Ida hops to it.
I'd have hopped to it the entire last week or so. In phase 2, they really, really stepped up here, and you can see them continuing to not hesitate at all to get into one of those fights. Unfortunately, in this case, it doesn't seem to have gone their way particularly. OSC Dreamcore have lost 2, but they are back in their vehicles. They are ready to go, and they're ready to take that last player. Ali Yildiz is looking for something here, and I don't think she's going to get in. Surprisingly, for both parties, I think that's going to be Ida out of the game in last place, in 16th.
Yeah, I mean, that's our first team to go out right here in the finals. At least they do make their way out with those elims, as we saw. OSC also managing to secure a few, but I like the fact that Fenerbahce also poked and prodded and snuck a few cheeky elims in as well. But this comes now to the next bit. West team is going to look to push in, and I'm especially looking over towards GOAT as well as the Wildcats, who we still have over on towards that western side out in the blue. As we know, phase one is not going to be too crazy with regards to that blue zone damage, but they need to now get moving, because once we head over on towards that eastern side, everybody else will have had the opportunity to get situated.
It's interesting that AOI Silently have clocked this early on. They're looking for that. I mean, the top of the hill is not a bad spot, actually. It's a really, really nice little playing area, but you did hear those vehicles, so they are going to be cautious. And it's good to take this sort of caution, particularly in these first few zones. As we saw with OOC and IDA, you don't want to go out very early. You don't even want to lose players very early. I think this game for many of these teams is going to be very much a setup for how the rest of the day and perhaps even the rest of the event is going to go, right? You do not want to be losing teams early or players early. You want to be as strong as possible in that first game to set that precedent and set that mindset and go, right, this is what we have. We have top 5 in this game. We can do the rest of the game now with confidence. So I think you're seeing a lot of caution for that reason, and that's a good thing. I mean, we see also Fenerbahce not going too far there, getting those reses, trying to get those knocks, and might even confirm, but that's Tiam, a team that we've both looked at to do very, very well here and really could use to do well in this game.
Well, let's see if that is the opportunity that they'll be presented with. I like this aggression also coming through from Fair. I believe that they might have been holding back a little bit with the performances that we saw in all the previous Erangales. So, yeah, I want to see if they're going to maybe look to play a bit of an upset here, because Fenerbahce, they were only able to secure themselves 4 placement points on Erangale. That's all they got.
That's interesting.
The current pacing, I hope at least something is going to change up considerably. And if we compare that to the team that we have sitting right up at the top, OOC Dreamcore, right? They got themselves 31 placement points and 51 nations across all the previous Erangales. So they've definitely set the standard. They are, of course, our best performing team overall when it comes to this map. So I want to see if that momentum is going to be able to get carried on forward, as it doesn't look all too hopeful, as they will get on out right there with 3 eliminations up. But this opens up now that opportunity for the remaining teams to really kind of step up and fill that void. Galatasaray, definitely going to be one of those teams that we are going to be paying quite a bit of attention to here.
Absolutely. You can see them right from the get-go, ready and waiting to take out the entire lobby here. They come in with no real qualms about who they're taking out there, and they're going to ramp up to 2 points on the board in the first, 5 minutes of the game, and Fenerbahce just really doing a good job of holding down shelter as well here. They did take Tiam down to a duo in that earlier fight, so they're going to be looking to continue that trajectory here. We'll see how that goes for them. I will say that what I hypothesized about GOAT, avoiding Pachinki, completely incorrect. They're still out in the zone, as are IWNRX, by the way. But GOAT, way out in the zone, and I'm not sure now what the deal is.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they have a big brain strat that it's going to be pointing to them taking a little while longer to get themselves up into it. So we'll find out pretty soon. But I like the fact that the remainder of Tiam have now also decided to dip out of Dodge, right? They've headed up towards the pocket to try and rotate up alongside Prison. But if we look back into the zone itself, right, you got the players here from TPES coming through from that eastern side. You've got quite a bit of congestion up ahead of them, and I think especially looking up towards that lumberyard that we've got, that could be, I think, a very wise call to make at this point.
Yeah, I could see that being the case. I almost wonder if they're going to try and go for the Millie Island sort of angle, which I don't think would be a wise choice, but honestly, it's the only sort of space left available. Everybody's piled in on Milta and the surrounding hillsides. They do think that the zone is going to be centering up soon, and I really like this position from Not Noobs. You got this classic 1-1-1 split coming across that farm area, and it's looking like a very dominant position for them.
Well, let's see if that domination is going to be able to hold for the time being. The zone surprising again, right? We see so many teams so close together, but it seems like they're just waiting around to see what the zone is going to be bringing to them, as we have about a minute and a bit more there to go to see how that shift is going to affect the East. Now, Mal's Nova, also one of those strong teams that we saw building up quite a bit of momentum through that week 1 into week 2. So far, looking pretty decent, right? They have had a little bit of the HP removed from them, but again, nothing to be all too concerned about. Pretty sure that D1 is going to be able to heal up. It's just a matter of time until that happens. But look at this, though. XQ, nice little bit of a peaking position, right? Gathering information. We've got TPS just up ahead. And both teams now just doing a little bit of that due diligence, right? They don't want first team to push up and then find themselves a bit of a hot, sticky situation. So taking it calm, taking it through collected, and playing a respectable game. In the meanwhile, Not Noobs, they're going to have to try and keep Goat at bay as we finally see where Goat decide to rotate up in towards.
I am surprised by the massive split coming in from Mel's Nova, though. I mean, you've got this 3-1 split coming in here. Oh, Daddy's up to the north side. If she goes down, there's no saving her for sure. As yeah, you're seeing it now. Look, this Daddy up by almost prison area, and then the other 3 have a really good position, I have to say, as you were saying, down to that south side. Oh, but both are still in. There's still playable terrain here on both of those sides, so it'll be interesting to note which side they end up going for, because they have to regroup now. There's no way they're going to leave Odaddy out on her own. That would be insane to do. So we'll see how that works for them. And Tiam, the last duo of Tiam, are just out in that compound just to the north side. I think they're going to have to play this very carefully and think long and hard about how they want to play this, because directly ahead of them is prison, which is a very difficult place to play from, and you know everybody's going to be doing their due diligence here, so you can't really hide in those compounds for very long.
Well, let's see now. The pressure is going to be on. I don't necessarily expect Tiam to push in chance per se. I think they're probably just going to play on those outlying regions, but Galatasaray, they're going to find themselves now right up in the hot seat as they come pushing up in towards Malta and already getting greeted by a nice little bit of a spray. Zeus, I will, yeah, also have yet to. We've got several teams that are held up in the vicinity. I think Zeus are going to maybe receive a little bit of that pressure, as we do have them slightly further up north. But Galatasaray going to be trying to just explore their options to see what is available for the taking. But this is going to be go time, as we can see up in Malta, though. Things are really starting to heat up. R8 also just getting right down to business, trying to clear it out, just trying to claim the compounds for themselves. But nothing like a little bit of a healthy competition to come through here.
Absolutely, we all love to see it. It's interesting. We do have, yeah, you're right. We do have a lot of teams looking at each other. RA in a really good position to be making those sprays as teams pass through the city, pass through that town, or beside it even. Not Noobs again, up onto the north side, taking a really good angle to this as well. They've made a long rotation. Goat have a free entry into zone as well, so that's looking really good for them. And Zeus, they have this compound, and it's a good compound. It's a really nice compound, but Galatasaray are in the other compound. And the thing I don't like about these compounds in general, DK, is that they are quite easy to actually attack and to actually infiltrate. So Kylie and the girls, they're going to have to be very careful about how they play this.
Yeah, they're going to have to be quite cautious. But speaking about caution, though, I think if you're Red Tiam, you would have been maybe having one, potentially 2 little droplets of sweat forming on your forehead, as Not Noobs came pretty close. They rotated up
They sure did.
pretty close, right? But fortunately for Red Tiam, Not Noobs committed to the southern side rather of prison, up on the elevation there. So yeah, let's see how they're going to look to play through that one. But I like how the pressure is starting to build coming through from this western front, right? Galatasaray slightly disengaged now, just moved into position to kind of get that angle over on towards Zeus. But Goat also, they found themselves an angle, they've moved up, they've claimed buildings, and now they're just holding steady. They're just waiting to see where the zone is going to pop towards. And I'm pretty sure once we hit stage number 4, all hell is going to be let loose as teams are really going to commit to the aggression. You can see Zeus now getting lit on fire. Galatasaray coming through with a big brain strat as they do start to encircle Macy. Also trying to pop off a quick bit of utility there, but unfortunately also gets picked up by those volleys. I mean, Galatasaray, they're just lighting this play up. We do see the P90, but it's not going to be used. The NATO does clutch it up there. Zeus go out.
Galatasaray are just a masterclass of how to play PUBG Mobile. I mean, you don't get much better than that, I have to say, especially in those compounds. That was a textbook infiltration of that compound. They did such a good job with that. And to be honest, that last player, Zeus, had a really nice little off angle. She kept hidden, she kept quiet until she was able to do the most damage, and that was really nice for her. But that nade was very, very quick, and there was nothing they could do about it after that. Same like Mel's Nova can't do much for Odaddy. She goes out in the fields with Milta, and they have to just escape to the high ground up here onto the north edge of zone, and it's looking like a good little spot for them. It is very precarious. You know, teams could come down off that hill at any minute. I don't think there's anybody up there at the moment, but Mel's Nova don't know that, and Galatasaray could absolutely come down off of that hill in time. So they have to be careful. But for now, as long as they can clear their back and know that confidently that there's nobody coming up there, it's a good spot.
Yep, it definitely is going to be a good spot. So let's hope can survive there for as long as they possibly can. I'm going to be looking down into Malta itself, though, to see just what's going to be happening, especially with not noobs still having to apply themselves up in towards the zone. I like the fact that we do see a nice bit of congestion and a bit of a blockage getting kind of situated over towards that eastern side. So things are looking pretty exciting here. I like Bonfire's angle, right? Those compounds could bode quite well for them. So it's just going to be whether or not noobs will get spotted as they start to rotate up in towards Fenerbahce and Mel's Nova now taking the party to the next level as they start to find each other for this crazy. Dino quickly just poking and prodding into the side, does find a bit of damage, but not enough to uproot the play. Just
Nicely done, and the fight's not over yet. Nice little nade, but weren't expecting her to use that vehicle just yet here, and now we can see that there is a little bit of a regroup coming through there. But I do want to talk about S2G. You can see them in the distance there. They have an excellent position over in Milta. They got a really great 2-2 split in a couple of compounds to the north side of the city, and that's a very dominant position. They can both look at what's going on over in the city and over in what's going on in the fields as well and up that hill. So nicely done there. The zone moves down away from that north side, going down to the south and favoring that city, and not noobs here just trying to find any sort of ground in the zone. It's just not working.
Yeah, they're trying to pick it up, trying to find that next approach, that angle to get entry up in towards the zone. But R8, they've got it under lockdown. So this is going to be quite a bit of a challenge now for not noobs to get themselves into a secure angle. But they kind of don't have much of a different choice here. They can't move west, they can't move to the east. They are very limited in where they find themselves now. But that just, you know, the name of the game, moving into stage number 5. So, yeah, the pressure is on. I like the fact that we do have more teams now continuing to kind of just further and further afield. We got Lider Esports, we do have them up onto the north. Red Yum, unfortunately, are going to be backed up and shipped out as they are the team to leave in 13th place. Been able to find a single elimination either. So, not necessarily the best start to the game here, but we still have 4 more to go, so a lot of opportunities to try and kind of make up for that. I like it that we are seeing more and more explosions now finding their way in as Galatasaray lose their first play, but still holding quite a bit of a position here on towards Mel's Nova.
They sure are, and again, this is the team that I said, Galatasaray could definitely move up over that hillside. They could do something here. and they have in fact done just that. And Mel's are actually particularly split out here, which makes Galatasaray their trajectory very easy here, and they're not even going to bother. They're just going to go straight through into town, favoring that zone as the zone starts to come in. Now they've got 30 seconds until it does, and execute goes out to another team entirely here. So now we're really starting to see all this chaos, DK, because now our 8 are trying to come in. Mel's are down to just a solo. There's some fighting on that eastern side and the western side. And who's that trying to come in after all this time? I think that is, let me look, hang on. I'm looking. Not noobs. Not noobs who have continued to have a lot of say in what goes on in this zone.
Yeah, I was waiting for the loading. Please wait.
Yes.
But
right.
it was close enough. Galatasaray also now getting just absolutely obliterated as they find themselves in quite a bit of a predicament. I like the fact that I'm trying to take it to the next bit here as they do find themselves those plays, and we are slowly having these teams reduce in numbers. I also like the fact that TPS will hold to the angle that they had, right? They made it so challenging for Galatasaray to bring that rotation in. You can see Tafira just off in the distance, just narrowly managing to survive. But now, it's going to be up to Bonfire, and if they can get themselves all the way back over towards that far western front, it's going to be quite a bit of a hurdle for them to try to overcome, because we still have 10 teams alive in the zone.
10 teams. I mean, we're still double digits 23 and a half minutes into game. It's kind of crazy compared to what we've been seeing in the past, and that zone shift is really telling these girls to get a move on, because this is going to be crazy. All this field area is going to be in the blue very, very soon, in less than a minute most likely. So they've really got to get their skates on here, and you start to see R8 Sapphire do what they need to do, make that smoke train a reality, and move on in. But Bonfire might just have a word or two to say about that. They've got a great position here. It's unfortunate they have to leave it so soon, and a good spray just misses the mark a little bit there, but that's all that they need. There's no time to waste now. 15 seconds to get into zone. They're all in their own vehicles, DK, because there is about to be a lot of sprays.
Yeah, but a wise decision being made there by them to come through with a rather hasty rotation, right? Not expending too much time. Trying to fight it out with teams that are also trying to rotate on up. But, of course, now this does put them at the mercy of S2G that have locked down the eastern side. They still have to contest with quite a few teams looking to move on through. We do see Gucci now receiving a bit of that, a bit of the utility just bumped on through the window. S2G rather looking quite comfortable in this whole situation here, right? Not all too frantic, very focused. I like this approach coming through from them, but it's not over just yet. They still have 3 players to try and make the most with here. And the zone is just getting smaller and smaller as we've been taken down to 7 remaining teams. Galatasaray still going to be holding on, right? Not out of this match just yet. Seren, though, getting traded up as Lara comes through with a beautiful bit of a strafe. But now, this is going to be go time. S2G need to fortify, recollect themselves, and get back to zone, because in the next few seconds, that blue zone is going to start moving up. They're trying to take care of business, but Lara, being absolute nuisance, and Aura comes through, just trying to clear the air.
Really, really great response from S2G, and R8 gave them a run for their money and gave the rest of the lobby the run for their money too. 9 eliminations going through to the lobby with them there. Really good start. But we go over now to the remaining teams, top 6. One of those teams is Bonfire, way out in the zone, having to tank a little bit of that blue just to get a little bit of time on their side to move forward with these smokes. And thankfully, I think Goat are going to be the only one really looking in their direction. Seren might see him, but it's a great reaction from Purple, super quick to take her out, take her down, and get across. But no, not going to be enough. S2G's response is just as quick, and Purple will be going out here. 5 left.
I mean, this is still a very impressive performance that we have coming through from our teams. Everybody stepping up to the plate. The Wildcats are still holding on steady with their 2 players. Let's see who's going to be the ones to push all the way through. Goat actually also playing a very good game. I mean, the teams that have made it straight into the finals, right, they were super aggressive on this map within the first week of gameplay. And we can see why. they've got those direct qualifications, right? Because they can just keep the pushing going. As Goat, I mean, one player left and they are still in contention. The Wildcats also going to try and do exactly that because they've been able to get their hands on that winner chicken dinner previously. See if this is going to be a repeat play for them. Oh, look at that though. Lida just says, thank you so much, but we are going to look to lock in as they focus over to the side of Goat. I mean, Leora was trying to sneak in, and they were just like, nope, it's not going to happen, not yet.
Yeah, that was denied emphatically there, as this might just be denied here. Oh, wait a second. Go Invicta, come in with the clutch, a 1v2 at least, if not a 1v3, to take the entire win away. And this is exactly why field zones are the best. Field position doesn't necessarily mean you're going to lose against a compound, because eventually they got to come out of that compound and you can get them. So well played there, Goat.
Yeah, I mean, they were just the goats in that game.
They were,
right?
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing play that we had through from their end. But looking at just how active they were, it's not really too much of a surprise to see that kind of performance come through from the side of Goat, right? They've been active this entire match, not necessarily going over and above, but keeping that consistency going all the way to the very end. So it paid off, and it paid off with dividends for them. A glorious winner chicken dinner coming through. But we did see quite a few teams also getting nice and aggressive, right? We didn't exactly get the double-digit elim count, but quite a few teams though came pretty close to it.
They sure did. We saw a lot coming in from all of those teams. I mean, who was it again that went out with 9 eliminations? I mean, that's usually a really good stat on a good day. You know, coming in with the first game of the day, first game of the week, first game of the finals. That's a really nice stat to be able to go back to the lobby with. So a really good show of skill coming in here. Go Invicta, 6 eliminations, not the highest we've seen. 935 damage dealt, not the highest we've seen. 1398 damage taken is quite a lot. So the fact that they were able to come back from all of that and to win the game is kind of crazy.
We'll call it BBA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bounce back ability.
Yes, very true.
And they showed phenomenal amounts of that. And of course, just looking at how they were kind of playing through this, right? Making up into even like stage 6, they came through with only 3 players to their name, taking quite a bit of a beating as they try to push in. But of course, we did have quite a bit of those long-range hits making their way into this game, as we do see Fenerbahce clutching it up there with a 341-meter hits, and that's pretty dang impressive. And looking at these stats, utilities were kind of the name of the game, especially taking into consideration that we moved out into the fields, right? It explains a lot of that. And Lara, going to town with 7 eliminations.
My goodness me, I think we all know what's coming in now. Ding, 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 bell of 1,000 damage. Lara stepping up for the team, and R8 doing a lot of work there. And R8 was the team I was mentioning with 9 eliminations. So even though they only got 1 placement point, that's a double-digit point game to set them in that top 6 spot. And in fact, they're not the only ones to come in with 10 points out of this game. Galatasaray and Lighter as well were both in that bracket, but Goat coming in here with 16 points is looking very good for them.
Yeah, it's not often that you see double digits extending all the way down to 6th place.
True.
Right? What a crazy match it has been to kick off the proceedings right here for the finals, and of course our players to watch, right? As you can see, teams now starting to vie for those top positions. 7 eliminations, 4 eliminations, 3 coming through. Yeah, those numbers are only going to go up, and I'm curious to see just how far up those numbers are going to look to go.
Indeed, yeah. I think 7 is kind of crazy to start off with, just alone, but we saw some crazy numbers coming in over the 3 days in the last phase, and you're right, they're going to be quite high by the time we are done with these next 3 days, rather. I'm getting all my words mixed up today. Maybe a little bit more coffee in the break will do what I need it to do as we head into our second match of Miramar after this short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. After that short break, I hope you got all your popcorn. Hope you got all your beverages, because we're getting into the hot, dusty sands of Miramar coming through onto game number 2. We had a great shush. I was watching you. We had a great game number 1 with Goat snatching that win away for a really, really good start to the day. But now we're moving over on to Miramar and DK. This playing path has looked a little interesting.
Yeah, the games are numbered, apparently, as we are going to be making our way through. See, I said before we came on air, I was going to wait for you to make these blunders, right?
Yeah.
And you said, it's not going to happen.
Well, let's just everybody, can we all take a moment to remember that DK's mic was muted in the beginning of the show, so let's just all remember that while he says
I'm
this.
just following your example. So speaking of which, though, we are going to be looking onto that flight path. I got to say, though, it's a fairly decent one, right? It's almost perfectly horizontal. It's not often that we get to see that come through. I think especially where it's situated between El Azhar and El Pozo, I think the teams are going to look to be quite happy about that. We don't necessarily see teams overly committing to going through to that far southern side, like as we know into Bartona and the surrounding areas. But the big kicker here is going to be that zone, right? Mm-hmm. And I've just got a funny feeling that we are potentially going to be in for a bit of a surprise, right? It would be a zone that I think you're going to call a hard shift. Mm-hmm. That's what I might think is up.
It is. Well done.
It takes a nice little bit of a stroll over on towards that southwestern side. And looking at this, I think the church close to Chumacera, that is going to be some prime real estate, at least for this phase. Monte Nuevo is also going to be pretty hard popping. But I'm also then looking over towards the hills, just to that western side of Pecado. I'm expecting Galatasaray maybe even to rotate to that position.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think anywhere in that area is going to be super, super important coming into the next couple of zones, especially if you can get there early, right? Because once teams start to move in, then it gets kind of hairy because you're very central. You got a lot of teams looking at you, etc. But if you can get there really, really early, as we are starting to see OOC do, actually parachuting their way over towards that area, that could be super good coming into that initial rotation of teams, that initial phase shift as we go into phase number 2. Now, DK, we are seeing a lot of teams spread out very nicely and very prettily across the map, but we do have one contest going on. El Pozo. It's Mel's and it's Bonfire going head to head here. Now, El Pozo's big enough. There won't be that much going on, but will there later? That is the question.
Yeah, I think at least for the time being, both teams are just looking to share the space, which is, I would say, commendable, taking all things into consideration. But I'm expecting either of those to, the moment they get a vehicle, to start rotating out, because you don't want to get caught in an engagement this early on, and there's no need, because we still have positions like Valle del Mar that's wide open, La Trillera is open, Monte Nuevo is open. So there are an amplitude of options as to where these teams could decide to rotate towards, right? They don't have to commit to the first area that they find. Mm-hmm. But the big question is, who's going to be the one to make that call, right? Are we going to see Mel's potentially maybe looking to, kind of dip the knee and then off they go, rotating further down south? Or are they going to try and kind of stick it out, right? Try and clear out Pozo and reclaim a bit of that territory?
I mean, I don't think there's really much to fight over, to be honest. I think it's too close to the edge of zone. I think everybody kind of knows the zone's not really going to be going that direction unless it does a surprise shift. But I think most likely it's going to be going over to Chumacera. It's going to be going over to that center position. So for both of these teams, but Mel's in particular, I think a south rotation would be the best option for them to kind of just stop this going down, as what's going down over here is R8 versus Galatasaray. Lara moving down there, as that's going to be a trade-off against the player of Galatasaray that is down, but it looks like RA are just trying to move on without her. They're going to have to sacrifice their MVP of last game.
They're not even there yet.
They're not even there yet. Oh, they're
here
approaching.
they come now. The
Here we
cavalry
go.
is rolling in. Let's see
Excellent.
how this is going to go. Both these teams, as we know, super aggro, right? They can hold their own quite comfortably. So, yeah, this could be quite a bit of a dispute as to who will be allowed to rotate up in towards the zone. I like this nice bit of a back and forth here. Mally quickly just having to try and patch up those HP bars. I don't see the rest of R8 necessarily being able to kind of recover Lara off in the distance, so they unwillingly might have to leave their teammate. But look at that flank coming through from Galatasaray, right? We have that push coming over on towards that eastern side, and it is looking absolutely golden. But R8, they're not going to get caught out. They're just going to dip out of dodge and get themselves just the heck out of there.
Woof! And in style, my goodness me. I mean, they do leave Gucci behind for some reason. Not sure what's going on there. I think they were just trying to save the vehicle, but you can stop anytime and go back for your teammate. Meanwhile, Lara, unfortunately, she is going to have to go out there, and Galatasaray pick up a very early point. Gucci still have to move out there as well, but for now, they have the safety of a compound to just kind of give them a little bit of a respite here. Galatasaray looking for those eliminations, but I don't think they're going to pry too hard here. Again, they were both on rotation there, so they get that one elimination. They might try and see if they can find a second or a third, but if they don't succeed too quickly, then they are going to be moving on ahead, I would have thought. But we shall see, because they do look fairly adamant about, clearing the space first.
But it's interesting looking at just how they play through this, right? I mean, they almost instinctively go for a 2-2 split. Just trying to spread themselves out, trying to come in from as many possible angles as they can find. And I think that speaks volumes as to the confidence they have moving into any map. So, yeah, it explains why they've been able to defend their title so many times before.
Very, very true, but the question now is, will they be able to defend it again? I mean, so far we've seen some movement from them. It's not been the dominant Galatasaray we've seen in the previous phases, but, they're biding their time. They're waiting for that moment when that momentum can really be built up and used to their advantage. So we'll see how it goes for now. Meanwhile, S2G have that classic yellow Murado. Now that it's not golden anymore, it is yellow, but from Hacienda, so we know where they've been, and we know what their trajectory is, and they're actually just kind of scoping out Picado a little bit, just making sure no one's really in that vicinity. They might try and take this compound here as well. But Galatasaray, interestingly, go for the entire squad wipe. They are not here to play games. They're here to win, and that's a full squad wipe coming in for Galatasaray.
That's scary.
Very.
That is scary. A team having that capability, just deciding on a whim, probably not, but let's go with it, right? Deciding on a whim is like, you know what? Yeah, let's go. We're just going to take out the team that, got a ridiculous amount of points in their phase. Might as well have a little bit of fun, because why the heck not, right? You're just going to do what we do and smile all the way through. And, yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, right? All right, they had 147 points, the highest points that we saw through the entirety of the first week. And Galatasaray just played with them like they were food.
Very much so, yes. Crazy. Crazy from them. But again, it's nothing that we haven't seen before from Galatasaray, and we will no doubt continue to see in the coming phases, in the coming games as well, as we see the new phase pop up. DK, it is kind of where we said it was. Thankfully, both teams over in El Pozo have disengaged here. They're going to be moving on to their own separate ways. But I will say, no one has gone for the church by Chumaceta yet, which is very interesting to me.
Yeah, but looking at how the zone shift, they weren't sure if that was going to be the spot to play for, because that church works quite well, especially if the zone is maybe a little bit more east than what it is now, right? If Chumacera is over on towards the western side of zone, that position works quite well because you have quite a bit of an overwatch, quite a bit of a reach from that church. So looking at the teams that we have funneling in from the eastern side, yes, it could still be quite a viable spot to play off of, but with limited options, I would say.
Fair enough. Lighter. In the top spots in the Erangel game, they were pretty high up there, and they're looking to do the same sort of thing again. Not noobs up onto that hillside, having a little bit of trouble. And Elena's going to be looking for those eliminations, which I don't blame them here. This is actually a really nice forward-moving play from them. Is Elena moving in to try and push out not noobs from this vicinity entirely, so that maybe they can go back into that eastern side of Picado and do something with it a little bit too far, perhaps. They have to be careful of that off angle. And Melina, though, is going to be trying to take this duo out. But again, not noobs have that off angle. They finally start paying attention to it.
Yeah, but now we got to see them trying to just condense the overall angle, because they are still quite spread out, and this is not the kind of approach that you want to take at this point. I'm, of course, referring to the not noobs. I like the fact that we do have Kiss also just popping up a few utilities, trying to clear a bit of a way, moving up the hillside, but of course the push, the rush is there. And the S12K comes in clutch. Nothing quite like a little bit of that shoddy action in the CQC. I mean, yeah, it's just insane to watch these players go about the business here, but not noobs. They've been brought down to a solo. That is going to be Pinky now, just trying to survive, at least for the time being, up in Picado.
Yes, sir. She's got to survive as best she can, but Lighter need to be careful with what they do here. They can't stay out in the open on this hillside for too long, because it is very open, like extremely so. And so they've got to make sure that they're in a compound or either at the top of that hill before another team finds them, because you see a lot of movement coming in from these teams, and movement means unpredictability. And so Lighter need to be careful of how they play this next few moments here. Wildcats up on top of this hillside, of this cliff, looking very nice for them. A lot of range coming through from this position, so should be a nice one for them on both sides here. Last game's winners, Goats, lurking in the background there. Gonna have to be very careful of them. We know they're good shots. And then Zeus down below. Zeus have more to worry about, I think. You know, there's not really too much of an angle they can have onto the Wildcats, but still, they want to be careful, want to make sure that they keep their heads inside the compound at all times.
Oh, and I'm just watching at Galatasaray looking, right? They are just rolling all over the place. Now making their way all the way up in towards Monte Nuevo. I'm surprised to see the Wildcats actually holding onto this mountain. This is, of course, where I thought Galatasaray were going to look to rotate up towards, but still a very dominating position to hold here, as you've said, rightly so. But now it comes down to what that zone is going to bring through in the next minute or so, as the Wildcats start to take a bit of an engagement here. They're going to go up on towards the northern side, but in fact, it's actually going to be Alem that will fall instead, right? The Wildcats now have to play a defensive position instead of aggressing across the hill. And this opens up a bit of an opportunity, maybe even for the side of Zeus, that are looking to be quite comfortable up in their compounds, but they've now been made fully aware of a team being to their north. So I think this is going to spark a little bit of a more cautious approach going through from the side of Zeus.
Indeed. I mean, Ilum does get back up, and Goat were too far away to really do anything about that knock, so both teams just going to kind of go, okay, all right, we'll take a step back, because really, what is there to be gained by fighting at that distance? Not much. So I think it's really just an information gathering when you scope in like that. AOR, though, over onto this cliffside here. Again, a very alone stage 2, not showing us many clashes on that rotation. We've had one or two, but otherwise not that much here. You see AOR just chilling onto this position. They are fine. They are alone, and they're kind of just running around waiting for the rest of the game to start, and we'll see that game start very, very shortly as the zone does shift, and we see it directly onto AOR, which means that we have gone up to the north side. We're evading Chumaceta completely, and actually, it's got Monte Nuevo in it.
Well, that's quite interesting, actually, to see just kind of how these teams will have to play through it now, right? Because, I mean, AOR, great read on the overall positioning with regards to the zone, But I think now a lot of the pressure is going to be applied down towards that southern side, especially with teams like TPS that still need to start their progression, start their push, trying to get themselves a little bit further forward. But they're going to be coming in hot right behind the side there of OOC. So it's going to be quite a risky play, and they're not going to be alone, as we've got two other teams also now sharing the region with them. We've got Lyda also yet to make their entry, also approaching from that southern side. So it's going to be quite a bit of contentious angle, but Ida, they look to be set up quite phenomenally here, right? They've got these ridges, and I think that they are pretty aware of teams rotating up from the south. Of course, well, it seems pretty obvious that they're poking into the side there of Lyda as well.
Indeed, but I'm also looking at Galatasaray DK. They've just moved into Monte Nuevo like they own the place, and there's quite a few teams that either are in that vicinity or have to move past it. So we could see Galatasaray picking up some major points in the next few moments. But the real concentration of teams is actually onto that eastern side. Yes, there's a lot of teams on the south side, but the eastern side is where we're seeing the majority of the lobby be currently, and Catvane's not looking so good. Saved by Zeus there. My goodness me, only to be taken out by Zeus as well. They went, no, you can't have that point, it's ours. So Catvane's will be going out there to that mini, and Zeus grabbed their first point of the game.
Yep, it's unfortunate to see that now be kind of the way it plays out here for Red Tiam. As we're just kind of waiting to see if they can maybe bounce back. Right, they finished quite strong through the previous week of gameplay. But looking at Miramar in general, I mean, Ida, they are a very strong team on this map, just as things stand. So no surprise really to seeing Ida kind of having that read on towards the southern side. Red Tiam also not one of those teams that perform poorly over on Miramar itself, but it seems like they've just been having a little bit of a tough run, finding a good, secure position to rotate up in towards this next zone. So the pressure is going to be on as to the team that will be stepping up and kind of laying claim to the territory. And Zeus is still just keeping their presence known down towards that southern side of zone.
I mean, this for the Wildcats is looking like an epic position more and more as the game continues, and TPES now understanding that Dreamcore also have an epic position, but that is one that they're going to have to give up here. They're slightly outside of zone, and it's not going to take much to get in it, but still, you know, you're not going to be using this same ridge that was once so perfect for you in those rotations. But back to Istanbul Wildcats, because why not? Because they are dominating this portion of the zone right now. There's lots going on with them, and Zeus now in a position where it's like, this zone, this position isn't as good as we might have wanted it to be in other phases, in other circle things, because now the circle moves up, and now they're outside of zone, and Istanbul are in zone, and oh dear. I don't really love how this is working out for Zeus. Luckily, it's only a duo there, though, right? There's two more that could easily make their way in, but for that duo, it's looking a little yikes.
Yeah, Zeus, they're going to have to find a way to get themselves rotated on up. They are slowly starting to mobilize, getting into those vehicles. I like the fact that Ida are also just flying up into these compounds. Unfortunately for them, there's nobody to contest, so they can just quite casually stroll in, get themselves established, and then just lay into the side of Zeus as they already now start to do. But you mentioned the Wildcats being up in zone. I think that is going to be a phenomenal position, especially looking at the concentration of teams that we have over on towards that eastern side. But Ida, they're going to be absolute menace here, because they can see right into the side they have S2G, potentially even into the side of Bonfire, who we have just over on towards that slightly more west-southwestern side, west-northwestern side rather. Got my directions all confused here. But I'm going to be looking at AOR and Mel's Nova that are now starting to converge in on each other, right? The shots should be finding its way on through pretty dang soon. But meanwhile, it's going to be Fenerbahce and Goat. As Goat made their play, trying to get up onto the edge, but Fenerbahce just rolling in with the punches right behind them.
Yes, indeed. I mean, this is where it all goes down now, right? 15 teams still alive in Stage 4, and Stage 4 is mostly open, so this is where we're getting all of these all of these altercations coming through here, and actually, this should be on the side of Mel's, but Oh Daddy does go down, and Kitty might just have found an opening. If XQ goes down here, then perhaps this is game over. There she goes. That's AOR now in possession of this ridge line of the edge of zone, and the rest of Mel's have nothing left to do but to move on. That one solo has to make a long rotation around, and I'm not even sure where she's going to be able to find an opening.
Well, one thing that I see that has changed is Jelevaya has been able to get some points, eliminations, right? So things are looking great for the side there of ARR. But in the meanwhile, GOAT, yeah, they still have quite a bit of work to try and do up on the north here. As Fenerbahce are going to try and push on in. We do say goodbye to not Noobs as the blue zone gets the better of them. But what a turn this is now here for GOATs, because, I mean, they have quite a bit of an advantage against the side of Fenerbahce, who partially find themselves still trying to contest with that blue zone. They've been able to sneak a few players out of it, but not the full squad just yet. And again, you got to be careful. You can't make too much noise, because they've got more teams just looking over towards that western side. Of course, one of them is Red Tiam, AOR right there alongside them. Kitty now starting to move up. I mean, Kitty can definitely look to found out quite a few of the players in the surrounding area.
You know who else has a really good shot now all of a sudden is Zeus. Zeus have moved around, and now you're seeing in the elimination feed, they have that gatekeep position against the Wildcats. So that is something that could really go in their favor as well.
Overwatch down onto the side there of AOR. Jelevaya managing to just keep out of harm's way, but it is quite a bit of a challenging play up towards the north, especially with Fenerbahce also just holding on towards the eastern side. They're going to have to find a way to get themselves moved on in, but now is going to be go time as we got Bolia opting into the vehicle, making the very decisive call here. It's like, you know, maybe just we need to get back into a more secure position. You don't want to risk it out in that blue, as we do say goodbye to a few of the Zeus players as their numbers take quite a bit of a plunge, but it's not going to stop though, as we do see the Wildcats also now poking and prodding into the side of Fenerbahce.
They went, thanks for saving us from Zeus. Now we're going to save you from yourselves. But Lighter might have something to say about that as well, as it's all kicking off onto the south and eastern sides. DK OOC Dreamcore trying to find a place to land and just finding nothing to satisfy their needs here. Bazumi's out in the zone. That's the only thing she can do, as S2G are blocking their path, and Ida are blocking their path as well, but also blocking each other's path. And it's just a big mess. It's just a mess.
Yeah, they just playing blockage. Speaking about blockages, well, Fenerbahce are going to hope to have none of that go over towards this northeastern side of zone, as Aurelia tries to get themselves patched up, as you mentioned previously, just trying to hold on for dear life. But Lighter Esports, though, they are bouncing back so quickly from these engagements. You've got Lions, just rushing up, gonna watch it. Yep, there we go. It is that quick cleanup, as Lighter secure even more eliminations, now pushing up into 5. Galatasaray, of course, sitting with those 7 along included under their belt. But down south, things are not looking all that easy just yet. S2G still holding on with a 3P, still contesting against Ida. OOC Izumi might not make it up into the next zone. But Bonfire, they're going to try and just stop Galatasaray in their tracks. Look at the HP. Nepet is so low, and Atlas could definitely just finish that one off with one quick spray. And that is exactly what happens. Bonfire snuffing out the side of Galatasaray, ending their run.
It's not even Bonfire. It's just Atlas. She 1v4'd. She squad wiped the reigning champions Just like that, so quickly, so easily, as Dynasty's down to 1 HP, the Blue Zone is not going to be her friend in that altercation. She's going to have to go out, but she does get that one as a trade, and S2G have to be satisfied with 2 eliminations there. Ida going out, but with 7. Much, much better result for them. And Wildcats, the next to fall, very, very quickly, again with 2, and now we are just left with Goat, Lighter, and Bonfire.
Yeah, I think Bonfire, they are going to look to set up camp right here in zone. Well, I say that in Atlas and teammates aren't quite in zone, but they do have good presence pretty close to that. As you can see, Purple holding just off in the distance. So they are going to try and smoke their way into that. But fortunately for them, right, a lot of the teams are situated towards the east side. So that would already provide them with quite a bit of an opportunity to push on forward. But Goat, they're not going to make it easy as they do start just laying into the side here of Bonfire. Lighter doing exactly the same thing in a good position, might now still get held against them.
Yeah, this puts Bonfire in a really tough position because, you're right. Even though Lighter are technically outside of zone, they have that slightly better position. And if Bonfire don't have a quicker way to get out of this than just by walking, then they might be in a little bit of trouble here. Even though they have 7 eliminations, even though they have basically 2 squad wipes on their points, it might not mean anything compared to the position of Lighter and technically the position of Goat as well, right? They're closer into zone and they've got a really good spot, but the zone is starting to move in now, and at least they have Purple already inside zone. That does count for something. Atlas trying their best to just evade these shots and somehow manages it. Somehow.
Yep. At least for the time being, right? It does seem like Lighter was slightly distracted with the engagement coming towards them. But now, Goat's still in the play, not in the zone though, as they do try to establish a little bit of a foothold, but that is it. It is going to be Bonfire closing it up, ending the run and reigning supreme on our very first run. Our first play in the desert. And what a way to close it up though. I mean, Lighter, as we know, they were quite a bit of a contender coming through here, but, I mean, were we expecting any of that now to kind of just happen, to just unfold the way it did? I mean, what a change.
What a change indeed, and especially Bonfire having not really been all that loud in the first few phases, right? They were very quiet. We didn't hear much from them. Sure, 1 or 2 things maybe, but not really. And then all of a sudden, squad wipe Galatasaray, I think they took out Ida, if I'm not mistaken. One of those teams had 7+ eliminations and then went on to win the entire thing. Really, really, really well played from them. Really good job. I mean, good job from Goat as well. We see a back-to-back top 2 place, right? So that's really good points-wise for them. And also Lighter, they went, as you said, right? They had a really quick reaction between fight after fight after fight up in that warehouse. So all of those top 3 teams really worked to get in there.
But I think for Bonfire, this has definitely been their best match that we've seen, at least on this map, right? Being played. Because they just went over and above. I mean, they got 12 eliminations now, right? In total, all the other Murmurs, the other 4 that they played, they had a total of 17 eliminations.
Wow.
Right? So they just essentially doubled their statistics on Murmur in one single match. So insane performance coming through from them, but very respectable, as we can see. 1,700 damage being dealt. A good conversion rate, right? Quite a bit of damage, but managing to maintain those elimination tallies as well. So I think that is going to reflect quite well on the team. But yeah, you were talking about Ida getting taken out. Yes, it was Bonfire that just came in with those quick trades, I believe it was. So very, very insane angles that we had up in Murmur, but are we all too surprised?
No, of course not. Of course not, because it's Miramar, and it's the finals, and it's the Wonder League, because they're all so, so good, and this is what we've come to expect now from a lobby like this. That's a lot of throwables, though. 236 is quite a bit, is what we're seeing coming through here. I mean, it does make sense, right, when you're trying to breach a compound or some such thing. 26 revives as well, something that's much, much higher than what we have been seeing in the last few games, both as in the Erangel coming in earlier and in phase 2.
Yeah, but I think that kind of leans in towards the terrain that we have playable on Miramar, right? So, yes, you could get a knock, but you're not necessarily going to be able to get that follow-through, get that completion. One of the players that didn't struggle doing any of that, Atlas, right? Just coming through with 5 eliminations and only 636 damage. So, a very, very strong showing of consistency here, and just showing how capable they are of being an absolute menace out on the battleground.
Absolutely. Atlas doing the work. I mean, I think that's got to be an Instagram reel as soon as possible. Like, tomorrow morning, I better be seeing that. Actually, tag me, please, because that was amazing. That 1v4 for Galatasaray is kind of crazy. Anyway,
Yeah.
5 eliminations, looking very, very good for her. As you said, the damage kind of is comparable to that, so that's working out for her, and 0 assists as well. Does attest to the fact that they didn't do that much in the early stages of the game, and 22 points coming in for that win is a big number for game number 2, and will definitely set them ahead of the rest of the team, or the rest of most of the team, shall we say, because GOAT still brought in that 10 points.
Yeah, but I think especially for Bonfire, that is exactly the kind of performance that we needed to see come through from them. But not only Bonfire, I mean, we could extend it even to, the teams following right now. They're hot on their heels, right? I mean, Ida, they needed points. They only got 2 points in the previous game. Now securing themselves 10 points does move them all the way up into 7th for a grand total of 12. At least everybody has points on the board. That's a good thing to see. But now, how far are they going to look to push it? Of course, the double digits, again, extending all the way to that 9th position. So we went from 6 to 9. So that is going to potentially, hopefully, flow further down the overall standings. But I think the important thing that we are going to be looking at here is, will we see a bit of a gap being created towards the top of the overall standings? Because if you remember back to the first day of the previous season, there wasn't much of a gap. But as we hit day 2, day 3, that gap just got opened up, moving into those matches as we push further. But of course, speaking about gaps, there's not much of it over here, right? Purple, though, is jumping up into pole position here with 8 eliminations and 948 damage, just slightly ahead of that performance we had from Laura in game number 1.
It is indeed, and it's interesting. I mean, of course, we did see Lara go out very early, right? So she didn't get a chance to play the full game and get more eliminations, but Purple surpassing her by quite a bit here in terms of that survival time at least, but just inching closer and closer onto all 3 stats there for against Laura and against Halal as well, actually. I mean, Halal's not far behind these two. Be interesting to see how that goes forward, and in Sandhawk, it should get pretty darn spicy out there. Sandhawk, of course, is going to be our next game coming up. DK, game 3 almost halfway through the night here. But first, we are going to take a quick break. Go get to your tea, go get your popcorn, and we'll be right back.